Go. Go. Hello everyone. How's it going? And welcome into the final stream of the week. And also the next iteration of the 2024 servant tier lists. We're back for the grand finale, the big stream of the week. So yeah, I assume we're gonna be here for a while again, but you know what? At this point, I'm already kind of used to these. Like, when we first started out this year, I think the later these go on, the easier it gets. Because I get more used to them. They become more like, they feel routine, if that makes sense. So at this point, I think today we will be basically crossing the halfway point. Well, did we already? No, it's today. Is it? No, I guess we are kind of already halfway done as is. I can't do math. Something like that. After today we'll be over halfway point, I'm pretty sure. Anyway, how's everyone doing? Hopefully you all are having a nice Sunday, weekend in general. And yeah, ready to do this thing once again. Oh boy. Also, hey Otto, thank you for the 11-month resub. Thank you so much. And a big welcome back to the Go Gang. I'm already losing my ability to speak. Not very promising, but you know what? It's to be expected at this point anyway that I clearly can't speak or read or anything in between. So, that's shouldn't be nothing new. And if it is, then hey, welcome. Okay. So yeah, as usual, I didn't really do a whole bunch of prep or anything, but everything should be good to go for the stream itself, though. Very, very cool. Let's see here. Wow, it's ya boy. Ooh, looking fresh? I don't know. Not really. I need to get a haircut. This is no good. So yeah, should definitely reserve a time at a barber. Get a buzz cut. I don't think I would maybe be able to make a buzz cut work, honestly. Yeah, I don't think I would be able to. Some people can, but people that usually can do that probably look good in everything, so I don't think I qualify in that. Right. Let me go ahead and join my co-hosts in a call. Let's see here. Oh yeah, the alerts are disabled again as usual. But I'll read through all the subs at the end. But now that I still see it, hey Scott, thank you for the 20 months and on tier 2. Hey dude, thank you so much. And welcome back to the Go Gang. If the song goes past the second look, feel free to skip it. No, I'm not gonna touch song requests at all, Daryl. You know how these streams go. I'm not even gonna touch it. Unless it's a song that's highly, like, breaks my train of thought. Like, I can't even hear my own thoughts if it's playing. I'm gonna skip it, like I did a couple of times last week as well. But besides that, I'm not gonna really comment or touch the zone requests at all, in no way. So that's either completely on the mods' hands or on no one's hands, because I'm gonna be way too busy during these lists. So good luck, have fun, I guess. Way too busy. All right, let me join my friends. Hello.
Hi. Otto's will be right back. He's a little bit yeah.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, we're not starting immediately anyway, so makes sense.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So how you doing, Plushie?
I'm doing alright, just woke up. As usual.
Yeah.
But, yeah, it's been okay.
Cool.
Yeah.
So yeah, casters, huh?
Yeah.
I thought there was
Casters
gonna be more, actually.
Oh, I mean, casters is gonna be. I guess it's hard to say because, like, depending on how much you want to dwell on certain very obvious choices to be like top tier. Like for example, I really don't think we need to talk about that British that British lady, or for example, like yeah. So caster is very interesting. I'd say like because like there's the most supports here, of course.
Yeah.
So people are gonna be very excited when discussing. I guess.
True.
Yeah.
So I noticed they only added 2 new ones since the last list. I thought there was gonna be more, but I also thought there was gonna be more casters in general. Like I thought even last year there was more, but this is only like 1 more than the Riders and Lancers one. So it's like 47 total. I thought it was gonna be like 50 plus for some reason.
That's a good thing, I guess. Yeah.
It's probably gonna be a similar length to last week. Maybe even a bit faster, because the DPS set of casters, I'm not gonna lie, is not the prettiest anyway. So there's not that probably as much to talk about with a lot of these entries. Obviously, supports is easy to talk about and whatnot, but
I mean, DPS side, other than a couple of standouts, I guess there's like SSRs. There's still, in my opinion, quite a bit of standouts, especially some recent ones, but like. Yeah, a lot of the 4-stars, especially when they're pure DPS, not like half support, half dude. They're just I don't have the most experience with them because you ain't catching me using some of them like ever. It's ugh.
Yeah, that's fair.
Man.
Cool. So did Otto say he was like taking a bathroom break or something?
Yeah. He will probably be back soon. He left for it quite early. Like we started the call a bit early, and he already left for it, so it should be all right. Yeah.
Sure. Fair enough.
Oh, now I think about it, I do have some hot takes actually regarding some casters. I feel like people might not agree, but
I assume it's more on the side of like saying some of them are overrated rather than the opposite.
Castoria B tier.
Hello, everyone. I mean, I guess we'll find out. Also, hi, Otto.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hi. I had to feed my cats too.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. Yeah. Do make sure they're fed. Of course.
Yeah, because one of them is particularly loud. He will make sure to let me, if not also you guys, know.
Oh yeah. Back when I still lived home before I moved out on my own, our cat was the same. He was like the quietest thing ever. He just spent the day sleeping, but if he ever wants to go out or he wants food, you will know about it. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Cats.
Yeah, dude. Castoria doesn't. She can get hurt by dots. My favorite website told me.
We're already doing like trying to nitpick here even before the list starts.
Oh no, I'm just fucking around.
Yeah. Fair enough.
We can talk more about that though in like 6.5 hours,
give or take. How's your day, Otto? How's your weekend?
Well, I got like I slept for like 45 minutes last night, and then I get up. I eat breakfast real fast. I got everything ready. And I
45 minutes?
Yeah, yeah, not good
Okay.
reasons for it either.
Interesting.
YouTube comments. So, and then, I forgot about daylight savings time. This really fucking stupid thing we got going on. So I was up an hour early for it. I could have gotten
Yeah,
an
I forgot
extra
when we
hour.
changed clocks, but I assume that means you guys already did.
Oh yeah, it's so dumb.
I think for us it's like later this month or something, but yeah, I don't know. I never read because everything is also
I didn't
automated.
even know
So
you guys had it.
yeah, actually most of the world has it. I think it's mostly Asia that doesn't really do it.
Yeah, Asia doesn't do it. I am so not used to it. It's very dumb.
I mean,
to me.
it's a stupid system anyway. Everyone should abolish it, honestly. But yeah, it's still done.
Yeah, I don't understand why that's a thing still, but
Yeah, I'm gonna try my best to stay awake during this. There might be a certain point of time where I boot up Pizza Tower just so I keep up my attention span, just to keep myself active,
Yeah, sure,
But
makes sense.
I'll pause if I have to think while I'm talking.
Okay. So I guess with that we should maybe get started here because again this will be a long session, obviously. So you guys already know what's gonna happen. So the usual intro. There's gonna be that one part where you guys can do your intros, and then I finish the rest of the intro I have written down, and then we go buck wild off script, just do the whole thing. That's basically that.
I'm ready.
Yeah, pretty familiar with the format at this point. Hopefully, at least you would think so. Okay. So here we go. Ooh, time to go into YouTuber mode. At least for the intro. There's no way I can do it for 7 hours. Impossible. Sip of water though. Okay, let's see, where's my notes? Should be good. Okay, here we go. Every time, deep breaths. Hello, Buster of Caster here, back for a consecutive week of 2024 servant class tier lists. And again, if you have been missing these and you want us to do these again next year as well, smash the freaking like button. Just first thing, easy to do, helps out. Let us know you appreciate the work put into these. And also check the link at the top of the description if you really want to help out. Awesome. Now, last week, I wasn't feeling too good physically. And while I still probably am not back to 100%, I'm feeling pretty good right now, at least compared to last week. So, yay. And hopefully no need to split this list either into 2 parts. Last week was fine, so here's hoping. Next, I'll be repeating myself again for some of this stuff because, not everyone will be watching all of the lists. So first of all, I want to say I'm taking a very casual approach this time around. These lists are only meant to be like a fun podcast type of thing for, people that love to talk about FGO and whatnot. And, I really want to emphasize people to not really treat these as any kind of objective opinion, okay? We're here to just, talk about the fun game that is known as Fate Grand Order. Now, I'm happy to obviously announce that, once again, I have my 2 lovely co-hosts of Plushie and Otto back this week with me to talk through all the servants. So, co-host intros roll out.
Hey everybody, Plushie here. I got a little bit of more sleep this today, so hopefully I don't start out too sleepy as usual. But yeah, casters are very exciting, so hopefully you don't murder me over my hot takes. But yeah, hope you guys enjoy it.
Hi, it's me, Otto. I barely got sleep last night, so just to contrast with him, but yeah, you can catch me on youtube.com/autobean. But yeah, I look forward to hopefully staying awake today.
Yeah. Priorities, of course. We'll just have like an AI Otto or something take over and no one's gonna notice, right? Because AI is so insane these days.
Yeah.
Although it would be funny to hear some hot takes from AI now that I think about it. Maybe that'll be something for next year.
That's some interesting content, eh?
Yeah, true. Anyway, here we go. So as usual, I'm not really going to go through any big list of criteria for ranking. People are pretty familiar with how these placements in my list go at this point, so yay. And before we begin, of course, because I know this will be a very long session, I highly recommend grabbing something to drink on and snack on if you are actually planning on watching this thing fully now, live as we're recording this, or later, you know, on YouTube, or even if you're just listening. Yeah, it's gonna take a while. But of course, if you are watching this later on YouTube and you're a sane person and don't want to spend hours listening to, you know, me talk nonstop, fully understandable. And for you, I have lovingly prepared awesome timestamps of every single servant covered in this video. So if you open the description, you should be easily able to find them there. So feel free to jump around the video with those. No hard feelings, of course. But also do be sure to check the final placements at the end of the video before making any angry comments. And finally, couple of shoutouts to everyone pitching in. We got Mr. Copy making this beautiful template as usual. Always a big help this man is. Shout out to Jord and MC for the AoE looping sheet. Now this list, a lot of people have been commenting. Yes, it is a bit outdated. It's not sadly updated much anymore. Occasionally, and obviously it's missing a lot of comps and whatnot. But it's always nice to get some kind of reference data one anyway. But yeah, don't take it like too seriously or anything like that.
While we're on that,
Okay.
I hope it's fine that I mentioned
Yeah.
this. Just a correction on last week. I don't think it'll affect the placement, but I realized the other day that Da Vinci's numbers were actually lower than they should have been. Right?
Yeah, I'm sure that's the case with a lot of servants, honestly.
She's like slightly below Odysseus, but I still think they're around even. It's just that's generally like the big problem people take with her low damage. So yeah,
fair enough. But yeah, more resources. Shout out to Trevor for the single target damaging sheet, and also the MP refund sheet. But we also have the crit sheet, but he has. Oh wait, it just appeared. Interesting. Maybe it's like, oh wow, this wasn't here before I checked before stream. But I guess we do have caster crit numbers now. Awesome. Okay, cool. It has an asterisk though, so I don't know what that means, but he can always message me throughout the list if needed, I guess. But yeah, I guess we do have caster crit numbers, so yay, cool. And also shout out. Oh, you had something good?
Was that Paracelsus there at the bottom? The crit sheet? I'm sorry.
I mean, it adds everyone, so yeah, probably.
This is just really fucking funny. Like
he was there somewhere, I think. Yeah. Okay. And shout out to Boopa and Space Z for the stat sheet. I'm not gonna really show it right now, but I have it open on my second screen. You know, for good reference data for comparisons between rarities. I'm mostly gonna use it for 3, 4, and 5 stars, but yeah. And of course, the resources to everything, the lists, the sheets, my co-host channels, everything will be found in the description as well. So do check everything out. Now. Small bonus here, I suppose, before we move on from this segment. Obviously, Copy made this template, and he also made a second template, just for plushie. So I'll show you the other one, and
Really?
you can spot the difference. I'm going back and forth between the lists, so you can probably, hopefully, notice a difference.
Aria. Damn, we're never gonna get Aria.
Yeah. So again, he really wanted you to know that it was him, apparently, because, you know, he likes teasing you about it, is what I was told. So enjoy, bonus. We're going to be using the funny morb phase instead, I guess. So no matter what, Tamamo is going to look a little bit funny, but, you know, XD. Further emphasizing these lists are memes, of course. Now, with that having said, we should be able to begin, right? Yeah. So again, as usual, all of these servants are placed in order of lowest to highest rarity first, and then release date second. And this time around, I believe we have 47 casters, and 2 of them should be new compared to last year's tier list, like they did not exist at all. It's not a very high number, but it's more than Lancer, I guess. But yeah, we're gonna be here for a while regardless. So yeah, fun times ahead. All right, let us go. So 1-star casters is a go. Well, caster, I guess, in this case. Right. Okay. So we're looking at a day 1 servant, of course. We got Mr. Mozart. He's an interesting one. He's like a burst support, really. Because, he's not so much for longevity. He's got a bit of that too. But mostly people use him in, like, bursts of stuff. Obviously, mostly with arts servants because of his 3rd skill. Or actually, I forgot which is which. Maybe it's the 1st skill. Anyway.
No,
So
oh no, sorry. I thought you meant the Star Bomb. Star Bomb is 3rd skill.
Yeah, okay, so it's the 1st skill then. Okay. So yeah, mostly maybe used with arts support, arts characters, but he's got some, flexibility. So stat-wise, obviously, there's nothing to say. But honestly, in some cases, it's good that he's a 1-star, because, the way he works, you probably want him to die at some point. He's not very good to be on the field, because, there's not that much longevity. And his MP also kind of weak. So, maybe it's actually good that he has really bad stats. So, yay. It's got a standard caster deck, which we will be seeing a lot today. The triple arts. This is the week of the triple arts, because it is the caster deck. If I had to guess, I would say maybe like at least 80% of the servants in this list will have this deck. But, I don't know what the actual number is. But yeah, a lot of this. Now, 1st skill, there it is. So on a 5-turn cooldown, the full party gets 44% arts up for 1 turn. It's like an AoE mana burst. Is weak, but in some cases it can be a cool little burst to use if you plan on sacking him anyway. So it's not, I feel like in that sense it's a bit better than a mana burst, because he's not like a DPS that actually wants to be on the field. So, take that how you will. 2nd skill is interesting after the buff though. It used to be one of the worst skills in the game, but now it's a bit more than that. So on a 5-turn cooldown, one enemy gets minus 18% MP damage for 1 turn. Funny numbers still are there. But yeah, so besides that being kind of like whatever, we now also have minus 20% arts resistance down for the target for 3 turns, and then also minus 20% crit chance for 3 turns. It's all single target, of course, but now the skill is looking way more appealing, needless to say, especially for a 1-star, so they did fix it, yay. Cool. Again, further emphasizing that arts synergy as well, not just the 1st skill. And then his famous 3rd skill, of course. So on a 6-turn cooldown on max rank, you get a full 50 star bomb, highest star bomb in the game. It means guaranteed crits, if you somehow did not know. So yeah, every card on that turn, unless you consume stars before you attack, will be critting. Cool. So again, high cooldown, a lot of downtime, but burstiness is emphasized here. It's an interesting skill set, I have to say. I do like it though, because it offers you some options that might not. I mean, sure, there's a lot of alternatives to him, but combined with the 1-star stat line, there's some stuff to like here. He's got 8% arts on the passive, which again, for considering his MP is not even all that amazing, probably is not that significant. Also, I guess I should note this is kind of the caster passive, so we'll be seeing this a lot today as well. Makes sense, goes with the arts deck. He has Anti-Avenger on the passive, but he's not a DPS, so forget about it. The MP on free MP5 means he has an 80% chance to, on base OC, reduce all enemies' attack by 20% for 3 turns, and also defense by 20% for 3 turns. And they both have individual 80% calculation chances, scaling up to 40% on max OC. Also, you're guaranteed to land the curse unless, it whiffs. So 500 curse per turn. For 3 turns, scaling up to 2.5k per tick on max OC. Yeah, I don't like the MP. It kind of sucks. It's like one of the worst support MPs in the game, but, there it is. Sometimes it can be a little helpful, I guess. So he's interesting. I still feel like he has uses for sure. What do you guys think?
I think he definitely did fall off a little bit, like, throughout the years. Like, stars are not... Like, instant stars are... There's a lot more ways to get them these days. And his buff being 1 turn. I know, like, people really hate 1-turn buffs anyways, but, like, especially for a support like him, like for arts, like he's more of a bursty support, like you said, and like people usually like longevity supports on arts. And I still use him like from now and then, usually for damage stacking, which is interesting. But because when you combine his like Bond C and his MP and a lot, like for a single turn, that is actually still a lot of damage. But other than that, I feel like for like normal supports, I don't use him that much anymore. it is kind of unfortunate unless I need to like compress team cost. But like he's still good. Like what made him good is still is all still good. Like they didn't like nerf him or anything, obviously. It's just like I really feel like a lot of things he does are not worth as much as it used to anymore. But still, like if your tactic is very focused on maybe cycling in and out supports, and then maybe he can come in at a later turn and guarantee you a crit for a single turn, that could still be valuable. But yeah, I definitely wouldn't put him as high as, you know, I forgot how high I put him, but like probably lower.
He was A tier last year.
Yeah, I might not put him as high as last year. Like maybe compared to other 1-star supports, he's still good, but like even compared to like Anning, for example, like for example, if I'm using like a female, I definitely use Anning over him yeah. So yeah, I don't know.
So these days, the way Arts plays, when you're looping, you're looking for more than one turn of looping. And back in the day, he was the servant to get you to loop because, like, he gives you a big boost to your Arts cards, and then he guarantees you crits. So that's like a huge boost to your NP gain. But these days, we got servants like Mary Anning who have Mary Anning and Jufu in particular that have a lot more consistent sources of Stargen, even if it's smaller, and then they have 3-turn buffs that also give you the NP gain support. So he just doesn't quite. I feel like he doesn't synergize as much with the Arts playstyle. He's still pretty useful in budget teams, but that's because you're not using other supports as much. Like I still see him in bronze clears, but that's basically it. That all being said, what oftentimes he ends up being used for when people actually do use him, they don't specifically use him for arts support. Like the unique thing about arts is, well, among many other things, arts supports are like the most general supports of all supports because everyone likes arts cards. So he can have some pretty good uses, but I do feel like he's fallen off over the years, more so for competition's sake.
Yeah. Yeah, so yeah, I agree with both of you guys saying that, you know, for arts you usually want those, or longevity for the buffs, right? And like Plushy said, he has lost a bit of value because, you know, his star bomb used to be hella valuable, because back in the ye old days, because this was an early skill too that he got, there wasn't even that many like 5-star CE star bombs, let alone servants that had like good star bombs on their skills or MPs. So over the years, both of those have increased a lot. Like we have a lot of good stars per turn, star bombs on skills, MPs, CEs. So yeah, obviously it's still a guaranteed crits on button press, which, you know, is not nothing, but, you know, is it as valuable as it used to be? Not really exactly, but, you know, again, he has still cool stuff going for him, though.
What did we rank Mary Anning at?
I think she was like B+. I forgot.
I want to rank him higher than her. Actually, I can just check this.
I don't remember, actually. I'm guessing
Yeah,
B+.
She was B+.
Okay.
Yeah.
Probably
I mean,
same rank. Because
I'd say B+ or B.
Probably same rank, because like Mary Anning still has the gender thing. Like I think that is genuinely a huge limiter, especially for like free to play clears. Like there are certain times when I really wanted to bring like a male DPS for free to play. Fortunately or unfortunately, whether you know, depends on what way you see it. Most like, you know, super good welfare DPSs are females. But yeah, like I feel like it's genuinely a limiter, so I think this is fair.
Yeah,
like same rank is fair.
It's good old Mozart, even if he, you know, doesn't look as good as he used to. He still has uses, and, you know, it's fine. It's totally fine. And with that, we conclude the 1-star servants of casters. Yay! Pachi, 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 pachi. Also, the speedrun is real once again. We are so fast with these tier lists. I can't believe it. 7 hours. Who? Right.
Oh, don't jinx it.
Yeah, of course.
Anyway, I feel like there's not as much to discuss with casters. Just because
I was talking to Plushy about that. That I feel like this will go a bit faster, but let's be real, probably gonna be here for a long time anyway.
Never underestimate my ability gap.
Yeah. the auto thing. But you know what? That's why we have you on anyway.
Yeah, content.
Yeah,
Easy
of course.
add-in. That's it.
Yeah.
Hans Christian.
Yeah, so yeah, 2 stars. We're going to talk about Hans first. He's first on the order of the list. So we got a very interesting support. I'm still a huge fan of this guy. I'm not saying he's like top tier or maybe doesn't or looks as good as maybe he used to, but I still love this guy. He's awesome. And I like that he's not even tied to any card types. Obviously, you prefer, the servant you're supporting to also have some crit synergy, of course, but besides that, he's a pretty good generalist support in my opinion. So stat-wise, obviously, one of the main downsides of him is the 8.4k HP, which is low, obviously. So sometimes, because, he's kind of one of those supports that you wouldn't necessarily mind him for sticking, on the field for longer, because his MP, unlike Mozart's, is actually fairly good. And obviously, his cooldowns are not high either, so you could get a second round of some of those skills that are actually worthwhile. So one of the main problems is that he could die prematurely sometimes, but sometimes you also want him to die early. Again, it fully depends on what kind of a use case you're using him for. But yeah, let's give him a rundown here. So again, same caster deck, same horrible numbers, but at least his skills help a little bit with the deck, I suppose. Now the first skill, was this buff last year? I forgot. It may have not been right.
Anniversary, so
yeah, so it was after the list. Okay. But yeah, this I was kind of shocked when they did this, but yeah, it exists, so let's cover it. So on a 5-turn cooldown, the full party gets 50% crit damage for 3 turns, and then all good alignment allies get 50% star gen for 3 turns, balanced allies get 20% MP gain for 3 turns, evil allies get 20% MP damage for 3 turns, and then if a servant ally has neither of those, they get 20% crit damage for 3 turns. Very interesting. I mean, obviously, this skill, it was okay as is. They just, it's still a good chunk of crit damage for the full party for 3 turns with a good uptime. But yeah, now you get even more. So, yay. I believe, was there someone who actually qualifies twice? Was it like Arjuna Alter shenanigans here or something? I forgot how it went. There might be something.
Yeah, he's good and evil, so he gets.
Yeah, he's good and evil.
Yeah, the good and evil thing. Yes, so true. He gets both. Well, I guess the star gen is like, maybe not the greatest thing ever, but yeah, he gets 2 extra buffs, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sucks to be a summer alignment servant.
Yeah, true. Maybe they should. I'm surprised he doesn't have a summer variant, considering Kiara also has a summer variant, but whatever, I guess. So, second skill, there we go, 75% battery for himself. It helps with the deck, like I said, but the number can definitely be awkward because, it's a 5%er on the final rank. So, even with the append maxed, you would still be short 4%, sadly. So, yeah, it can sometimes be a bit awkward, but, helps getting that MP, I suppose. Basic, though. And then the third skill, this one still my favorite of his skills. On a 5-turn cooldown, 1 ally gets 15 stars per turn for 3 turns, and then 10% MP per turn for 3 turns. Good uptime, good effects. What's there not to like? Really keeps your DPS going more. Especially if they're a crit servant, which you probably will pair Hans with crit servants, let's be real. So yeah, it's a great kit, honestly. For a 2-star especially, it just works. Wow, synergy, good support stuff, helps get his MP, yeah, it's good. Obviously, lack of defense, hard defense, is, he could have some, of course, because his HP is low, but, for supporting purposes, at least, he's got a lot of nice stuff going. He's got 4% arts on the passive and 6% debuff success rate. This is the other caster passive, I guess, but in some cases like this, it's basically useless because he doesn't really have any debuffs. So it sometimes is literally just a lore thing, but cool. It's got anti-alter ego, which is maybe the best joke I've seen so far of all the appends. Using a 2-star support against negative class affinity for DPSing, that would be funny. I'm sure someone has done Hans DPS clears against alter ego. Everything exists, but yeah. Alright, the MP then. So, much like Mozart on MP5, which is free, he has an 80% chance to do stuff. So 80% chance on base overcharge to give all allies 20% attack for 3 turns, 20% defense for 3 turns, and then 20% star gen for 3 turns. And then also the full party on base OC gets 1000 healing per turn for 3 turns. Now, they are also individual calculations. So if you have a full party, full front line of 3 servants, that means every MP is basically 9 times 80% calculations. So yeah, the results of the MP can vary quite a bit, needless to say. But on average, you still get a good chunk of nice buffs. The Star Gen, again, may be the least significant of the 4 buffs you can get. Also, I should mind again, or note that the healing is always guaranteed. It's the one thing, that cannot whiff on the MP unless, the enemy does like a buff success rate down or something. But obviously, that's just rare anyway. So yeah, I love Hans. I love him. I think he's great.
So I've seen a little bit of contention over the years of who has the worst NP upgrade in the game. In my opinion, it's him. Because even though he already had a good NP, like 80% chance of getting 20% star gen. That is genuinely just such a nothing burger of an effect. So, but I do like him. However, I don't really use him as much these days, even though I do use a lot of low rarity supports. The main reason why I've kind of entered my quick arc, and of all of the card types, I feel like they benefit from him the least. Because for me, like the biggest appeal is the 15 stars per turn. You can put that on anyone. But between quick being able to generate more stars than it used to, because you used to have shit counts like 1 hidden piece. You also have Jufu, who makes more sense with servants that can refund, regardless of whether or not their arts are quick. And 20 per turn for 5 turns versus 15 per turn for 3. I prefer hers. And also, like, he sort of caters more so towards a longer setup, and I like faster clears these days because that's boring.
Whoa, I feel targeted, but okay, fair.
I mean,
Hey, I mean, if you want to spend like 30 turns on a quest,
30? Okay, he's not that slow, bro. Come on. That's like a stall at that point. Come on.
yeah, but if I have to choose between like a 12 or 15 turn clear and a like 9 turn or 6 turn clear, I'm gonna go with the 6 or 9, even if it's
Well,
RNG.
sometimes not everyone can do fast clears. Yeah, fair, okay.
I mean, okay, I'm a little bit leaning towards his side because like I don't know if you know, but since like Samurai Remnant, I've been doing like basically free to play only clears on the CQ at least once for each CQ. And I have found out that I like, especially with a lot of high pressure stuff nowadays, going for taunt fodders, and then like I'm not even using outrage because outrage is technically not free to play. So I'm using people like Ortnox Smash, like Chengong, cycling them out to tank damage instead of having like a sustained support to tank damage, and like going for a quicker clear. And to me, that I play that way more comfortably. But like I feel like Hans is still like undeniably really strong, of course. Like, and the thing is, like, even if he accidentally dies, right? Like, let's say he uses his MP once and he dies, it's still quite a lot of value already. Party crit damage 50% for 3 turns, and then the third skill, now you can put it on someone else, so it doesn't go away after Hans dies, right? So like even if you get off 1 MP, like obviously the MP is RNG, you get off 1 MP, you use all of his skills, that's probably good enough a lot of times for a low star support, the amount of stuff that he provides. So I mean, I obviously don't think he's like EX, but there's also still you can also of course still use him like a normal stall support, like I've seen Hanako Green's free-to-play clear of this recent challenge choice, which is interesting. Like, ever since I've started doing free-to-play clears, I can like compare how differently we play, which is I think that's a fun thing to do. But I sidetrack. Basically, his tactic just relied on spamming Hans MP to the point where he doesn't take damage, and it works. So like, yeah, the thing that Hans does still works even to this day. So
Yeah, he synergizes really well with Mash. Just being able to stack up the defense buffs. That also helps him live a bit longer because it basically makes his HP pool larger. So the only problem with that is like if you're gonna go with those two supports, like
it is a very
you have access to better supports.
Yeah,
so you can replace one with something better.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely for like slower playstyle stuff, and like Hans sometimes with those kind of tactics, when Hans misses the defense up, it's very devastating. Like when you're relying on basically having this amount of defense up so that you don't take damage, Hans missing the defense up might kill your game plan. But I still think he's undeniably really strong. I'm leaning towards like A or A plus, but I guess I still don't have enough experience with like low star clears as of now, so I don't know.
Also, I should note that overcharge is amazing on him because all of his MPFX skill from overcharge. So if you can get any on him, it's really strong actually.
It's ironic that one of the best craft essences for him has Kiara on it. So
yeah, you're right. It's like if you have a backline Hans, that's a great option because then he can instantly MP when he comes to the field, and he gets that overcharge boost even if no one else can MP at the same turn for you to get that chain bonus. So yeah, it's a very good option for him depending on where you have him at. Or if you just want a fast start in your front line as well, you can do that too, of course.
Yeah, I actually used to do that, which is just I pop an MP, I use all his skills, and then he dies, and that's good enough, right? Like I don't know. I still
it's a lot of 3-turn effects, so yeah.
Yeah, I don't think he's EX, but like I still think he's like A to A plus probably.
I really want to put him into A plus though. I still use him because I mean I could use probably better supports, but I just love using him. Even like I'm not even just doing low star clears. I just like having Hans in my team. Even if I probably have better options for supports and whatnot, especially some that would make maybe a clear faster. I just love using Hans.
Honestly, I'm fine with A plus. I feel like he's a lot better than most of the 2 stars.
For sure.
Yeah.
So,
like the 2 buffs, I would say probably didn't do that much for him. Even the second buff, like maybe it's just I feel like it's annoying to check the trait, but like even without the third skill buff is really huge though. Like
of course, that's huge.
It's amazing. The NP buff is non-existent, and honestly, like the first skill buff, I don't really feel much of a difference. I like that there's
it's just a bonus
damage in general. But like, I mean, 20% NP damage or 50% storage in, like, I'm already running. Like, I already have a decent amount of crit damage from him. It's just kind of negligible buffs, I would say.
Yeah.
Doesn't really need big buffs, though. Speaking of someone who needs big buffs.
Yeah, nice segue there. So yeah, next up, we're going to talk about Shakespeare. Now... if there's ever a servant that has aged badly, I think he's definitely in the running for one of the worst aging servants in the game. I remember back in ye olden days when people are like, oh, he's a good like buster support. I'm like, what are you cooking? I'll be the first to admit, I never thought he was good at supporting, ever. People were like, yeah, he has that nice big buster. But I was like, no, I don't care. Like he's so bland and he does like nothing and his damage is non-existent. And
I will say though, I have seen at least one content creator say that he is still one of the top buster supports for low rated.
Yeah, fair enough.
Fucking untrue. There's like at least 3 that are a lot more applicable these days.
Yeah, but yeah,
not calling anyone out.
Yeah, too early. Anyway, we got Shakespeare, so yeah, AoE buster, DPS, and in some people said maybe some kind of a support too. I personally don't buy it, but you know, if you want to treat him as a support, I'm not going to discriminate. Go for it. It's a free game. I'm just being honest here. So yeah, obviously 2-star stats, meaning him as a DPS, not very viable. It's oh yeah, we didn't even talk about it, but the caster class mod is also at 0.9. So, oof. So it's a big reason why caster and assassin DPSs are usually kind of frowned upon, because they just do less damage by existing in that class. So it's just a sad reality. Anyway, the caster deck is back. Shocking. Doesn't really do him in too many favors, but you know, there it is. And then the first skill, there it is. So full party gets 40% buster after 1 turn on a 5-turn cooldown. Again, you can get a cool burst out of it, but I don't want him to stay alive for 4 turns after that. I'm sorry, I don't want to see him in my field. So, Second skill, 6-turn cooldown. He gets an invul for 1 turn and a 1500 heal. Again, I don't want to see him on the field. I don't get it. If anything, give this to Hans and give him some more supporting skills or something. Anyway, 6-turn cooldown, 3rd skill, 1 ally gets 20% battery, and then 100% Stargen for 1 turn. Oh, amazing. Obviously, depending on who you're supporting, this could actually be a big boost to your Stargen for that turn, especially combined with some high hit count buster and or quick MPs, of course. Maybe even some arts MPs in some cases, but man, on 6-turn cooldown, that is pretty weak. That's not a whole lot of stuff. This could easily be a 30% battery. This could be a 3-turn Stargen buff. Maybe even a 3rd effect in there as well if you change those. Like, this is the skill set. Like, we just looked at Hans and now we look at this skill set. Like, wow, I feel bad. I just feel so bad. And he's meant to be a DPS too, so oof. Alright, 6% arts up, cool. Faster MPs a little bit, I guess. He's anti-caster on the append. It would never bring him against neutral for DPSing. The MP has been buffed, but it is a pretty boring buff. There's nothing besides damage on the normal effect. And then the overcharge on base is a 40% chance to stun enemies for 1 turn, scaling up to 80%. And of course, it is individual calculations per all enemies, so good luck. If you're hitting 3 enemies, on average, you'll probably stun 1 of them. Especially if they're servants that have innate resistance, as it becomes even more hard to get any of these stuns in. That is a terrible MP. Just bottom tier. Just absolute bottom feed. No damage, bad effects. Is there? I don't have. Okay, I'll let you guys talk because I don't. I might be a bit too mean here. I never really liked Shakespeare. I love the character. He's cool, but gameplay wise, I've never liked him. Never. So, if you got anything nice to say, go for it.
The only times I've seen him used interestingly is like somebody gave him Poster Girl, and then like the invul tanks 1 hit for the taunt turn or something. Like it's not. I also think he's just horrible. Like I never liked the 1 turn buster up. Like maybe for raids, maybe like and it's like team wide, so maybe back in the day when you want to do like multiple damaging MPs in 1 turn for like maybe for low star clears there are some uses for him, but like I generally do not think he's like just even up to normal standards these days. It's just not very good. A servant, unfortunately. Yeah, I don't like him. I never liked him that much, but especially now, it's just.
You know what's funny as well? This reminded me. I just remember because again, the Hans buff was potentially it was like an anniversary one, and they always tease the cards beforehand with the daily reveals. And we saw a bronze caster, and in fact, they also clarify in bronze that if it's 1 or 2 star. So we knew it was going to be a 2-star caster. And of the 3 that we have, I was like praying it was going to be Shakespeare because Hans didn't need the buff anyway. And none of these skills are buffed. I don't understand. Even his MP buff was dog. They kind of like him because he appears in like stories here and there, of course. But why is his gameplay so untouched? He looks so bad after every year.
Yeah, he appeared in the latest event again, but like he still got nothing. Like he's
dude. I use like full low star supports pretty often. And I find myself like looking at 2 or 3 low star supports that aren't even buster supports specifically before him. Like Marianning is way better. Bart is way better. Obviously Hans is way better. there's just so many more options, even the ones that don't do that specific thing. It's just yeah, he just sucks.
Like,
I
I don't want
will,
spoilers, but like the next guy literally does what he does but better. And he has a
Yeah.
different thing completely, like on top of that. So anyways, you keep
Yeah.
going.
So yeah, the one, like, the best use case for him, I have had at least one situation where where he was just like so much better of a pick than Shenggong, and that was one time I was doing the setup, the CBC quest for the challenge quest with Moriarty.
Yeah,
So
where
I
he
was doing
runs away.
Yeah, I was doing a double Kentucky setup. So I was just carting everything with double Kentucky, and on the last turn, what I did, I had him clear the wave, and he buffed everyone, so that buffed the other two Kentuckys who just fucking wiped the second bar. And that was like the only time I've ever like had a good experience with the guy. It's just like he's just so not that useful these days. Like the fact that he has like lower damage boosting, even even with non-berserkers, and
Wait,
then
why wouldn't Gong work in that context? I mean, yes,
Because it's
he can go.
he wanted the AOE buff, I'm pretty sure, for the
uh,
Buster.
yeah, that, and also he would have killed one of the Kentuckys, and I did not
Oh,
want that to
yeah.
happen.
Mm.
Yeah,
'Cause I couldn't use
he
him.
gets the crit up. So if you have a Buster hand, it's might be okay. I'm joking.
Yeah, but then you'd be doing Art and P Buster, and then that'd be less damage.
True.
anyway.
True. Okay, that is a thing for him. He can do Buster Brave Chains when he wants to use his MP
Yeah.
with other people. I guess
Oh, yeah.
like we're trying to
Yeah, that's
find
a good point, I guess.
find plus.
But-
Yeah, this is some devil's advocate EX here, but yeah,
but
it's something.
Yeah.
But to do that, you have to get his NP, which means you either give him starting charge and use his battery on himself, or you give him even more starting charge. Because
Yeah.
you don't want him to be out in the field for a while.
Like, why doesn't he have like a 50% battery for himself?
Honestly, what I want
That
them
might
to
not
do,
even help him.
Yeah.
what I want them to do, which I think would help him so much just in general, they could give him like a 10, 20, or maybe even 30% targetable battery on his second skill.
Mm.
That would mean that he's competing a bit more with Fuma, and then also like low star more than 30% charger. Holy shit, we still don't have one of those. So
Yeah.
I
True.
don't think it would be working in this day and age, honestly.
I mean, they can easily fix him. They just don't. So
Yeah.
too bad.
So
I'm thinking a flat D for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he almost has no redeeming qualities. That's a
Mm.
little bit mean, but I think he almost has no redeeming qualities.
You
Yeah.
have to make him work. Like, you have to make up reasons to use him, basically.
Yeah. Anyway, we should wrap up the 2-star casters. So we're gonna talk about Chen Gang next. The Gangmeister General, of course. There he is. So he's an interesting case. AOE arts, DPS, and also support. He has, again, many use cases for sure. A pretty complex servant, especially for among the low stars. His attack stat obviously isn't very high, but it's a bit deceptive anyway, because the way his MP works, because obviously when you have a SAC MP for a DPS, there's a bunch of, bonus modifiers and whatnot, so he can still, even on base level 65 copy for 2 stars, you can absolutely still make Chen Gang work in a lot of stuff as a DPS, so you'd be surprised if you have never tried him. He also has the standard caster deck, but I'm, a bit better on the numbers for hit counts and whatnot, so cool. I mean, he's obviously not day 1, so makes sense. First skill, on a 5-turn cooldown, he gets one, or gives one ally a taunt for 1 turn, and then all enemies get a up to 30% crit chance down for 3 turns. Pretty cool. Second skill is the good old Waver Rider skill, so on a 6-turn cooldown, all allies get 24% defense for 3 turns, 350 damage cut for 3 turns, and then a 10% battery. Very solid, actually. A very good defensive skill. And then the third skill, 5-turn cooldown, one ally gets 50% buster for 1 turn, and if they happen to be a berserker, they also get 100% crit damage for 1 turn and 3k max HP for 1 turn. So there you go.
Merlin's third skill, but like not as long lasting, but also lower cooldown. So.
Yeah. Obviously the skills don't really help his own MP damage much, or at all basically, but again, his MP still does decent damage because the way it works. That's the funny part. Now passives, he got 6% arts, cool, helps with the MP as well, 8% debuff success rate. He actually does have a debuff in the crit chance down, so if some enemies have some resistance, can help pierce that. He's anti-lancer in the append. Now, depending on how big of a copy you have, this actually could be relevant, and obviously it's basically free to get all the appends anyway for bronze servants, unless they're limited, I guess. And then the MP, so yeah, it's AoE damage, and then the first ally gets sacrificed that isn't him, so first one from the left that isn't him, basically. So what do you get then? Because it's a big sacrifice. So the overcharge, it doubles your hits basically. So it's like a Raj, but instead of because his MP is like a 1-hitter AoE buster, and then with the overcharge you get an extra 1 hit, and obviously him being buster, it doesn't really matter that much. But in Chengang's case, because not only is it more hits on base, it is a 4-hit AoE MP, then the extra hits are another 4, which means his MP can be an 8-hit AoE on arts, and this will make a big difference on his refund. So in some weird cases, because of the order of the stuff, where the MP first does the 4 normal hits, and even if you have overcharge, if the enemies die before that, you don't get those, right? So
you don't.
Yeah, so sometimes it's a problem actually the way it works. But when you do get the extra hits, that's double the refund basically. Actually, arguably more than double, because chances are you're gonna get way more overkill hits compared to the initial 4 hits. So yeah, it's a big difference maker in this case compared to a Raj. But yeah, obviously the overcharge scale as well. So I'll just finish this. So it's 0% on base increase, and then up to a 900% increase, and this is additive to the MP damage, I'm pretty sure. So yay.
So that's kind of why you'll end up seeing some people do like Minturns of AoE challenge quests with him. He does benefit a lot from break bars, because in those situations he's basically always getting his overcharge. But honestly, I can't remember the last time I used his NP. I use him purely as a support, and it's kind of rare you want to kill off your whatever servant you got on the left. I have had some situations where George wasn't dying fast enough, and I had popped his guts, so it was okay, I want you to die this turn because you're about to run out of taunt. But generally, the NP, it's just not useful in my opinion. There are some farming setups you can do, but when he's not above 65, his NP damage isn't really that impressive, and you're better off with someone like Sieg, who can loop a lot easier. Because the reason why he's able to loop in setups is because you're cycling supports. It's not because his refund's really good. It's just meh refund. But I do love his burst support. His third skill, it being 1 turn, it's not that big of a downside, honestly. And if you you'll oftentimes see that support happen with lower star servants, but holy shit, if you see that happen on a 4-star or a 5-star, it scales disproportionately high. It is huge damage. So I end up using him with basically any berserker, like Summer Buki. I'll use him even with Riku, who has 1 buster card. It's just 100% crits, just a ton.
Yeah. And like you said, it's deceptive with the damage. He himself doesn't do the most damage. It's just because he gets the free sacrifice, so he gets way more supports than your traditional arch looper would, which helps with the damage and refund a lot. So again, it also makes the placement hard, because not everyone will have like an army of supports ready to go with the Gong. Like even if you have a base copy, you still need a lot of supports. Like he is not like the ironic part is he's a free servant. He's like the easiest MP5 ever if you play the game for a little bit. But he himself is, at least on DPSing, is fairly expensive to farm with. So that's the funny part.
I mean, okay, so I might have a different take here because I do know quite a bit of people who min-turn with this character. So obviously, as a low star support, I think he offers like most things that I like. You know, bursty buffs is better on Buster than on like other card types, in my opinion. So the skill 3 is absolutely great in my opinion. Even when it's not boosting a Berserker, it's still fine. It's still mana burst, targetable mana burst. But if it's boosting a Berserker, it's obviously really good. 10 charge, nice. It also gives some defense, and taunt is really good to control when he actually dies. As a DPS though, like yes, he doesn't have an upgraded MP. I think if he got an upgraded MP, it would be a lot more solid in terms of his DPS performance. Like people would not doubt it as much as some of them might. But like still, Gong is just absolutely just, especially when we're not like actually cross comparing too much in terms of rarity. It's just they're second to none. Like the MP damage is so high. There has been multiple min turns with Gong that's frontline only, right? Like the way they do it is they put a Gutsy on Castoria. It still works, right? So like they could kill the Castoria multiple times with Gong, right? Like so like even for like obviously it's more like min turn stuff. You need to like calculate the setup. It's not as straightforward use, but like there is ways to still use him with 2 supports, for example. Like you can let him kill things multiple times, right? Like, and his damage is just so high for such a low star unit, and he's so versatile as well. His ability to kill off allies sometimes might be useful. I saw someone brought up like might even be useful in like multi-core setups, like instead of killing themselves off, it kills off a support, so it does free up a slot again. So there's a lot of things you can do with him. And like the 2-stage MP does hurt him though. Like in max damage challenges, he gets screwed over because half of his damage doesn't come out. And for like stuff with damage cut, he actually has to take the damage cut twice. So the first hit takes a damage cut. The second part of the MP takes a damage cut again. But so because of his unupgraded MP, I am hovering between A+ and EX. If he had an upgraded MP, I would put him EX, but like I'm hovering between A+ and EX.
I'm thinking A+ personally.
My one problem with his NP is like it's really valuable in situations where you have very specific plans. It's just like you never DPS with him, because if you DPS with the servant, you're not min turning generally. That's not the implication, at least in my opinion. And like even if you're doing a more fast clear, it's very unstable because you're reducing the amount of servants on the field that can take damage. But I like the cycle ability. I think that's a really cool aspect of him. Just like the targetable taunt is so incredibly good, especially for berserkers, and like there's basically no supports that have that other than him. So sometimes even if I'm like going all out, like as many high rarity supports as I feel like, I'll still use them because like Vitch has nothing for survival, Oberon has nothing for survival, Nightingale kind of has some stuff for survival. Most of the competition for Buster has no like the high rarity competition, that is, doesn't really have any redirection of damage.
Yeah, also, you were talking about the Berserker thing earlier. Have you tried him a lot with Hijikata? It's so fun. He has a Guts innate, he scales off a missing HP, and the Buster and the crit damage are both huge for him as well. It's so cool.
Oh, true.
It's such a cool thing.
And
then you can even do their MPs back to back, so Hijikata gets the overcharge bonus for more missing HP.
My one problem with that, and to be fair, I haven't really put that into practice, so maybe it's not really that important. I don't really like that you would be starting with an arts card, because you'd be ideally doing NP.
I mean,
like arts NP, Buster NP, and then like if you're doing a mighty chain, like you lose the Buster card starting bonus unless you're using a quick card, and then you might be wasting his third skill buff because it's only going on his NP instead of his crits. I mean, it's still a legit thing, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
So
I might go with A+ for now. But honestly, we had Arash at EX. Does that mean we should put him into EX as well?
I feel like Arash is a lot easier to enable because he's got like the 30% battery and he does more damage, and then it's a little easier to just have him do the damage instead of him.
I mean,
Chen Gong like remove someone else.
Like,
it's just weird.
Here's the logic, right? The logic is, as a sacrificial DPS, I think Arash is better because of the MP upgrade and a bigger battery. But Chen Gong can do stuff that isn't just that. So I don't know. And Arash can basically only do that. Like, let's not kid ourselves. Arash can only do that. So I don't know if I should like add in the compound factor to rank Chen Gong into EX. But I really want to emphasize how much he would want an MP upgrade. He would need an MP upgrade almost. So I would maybe put him in A+ just to like emphasize the point that I really want him to have an MP upgrade. Like, please.
Okay, so counterpoint on that first part. So if you're going to have him get his NP, you're probably going to go with Kasuria on the right slot, and then you have him NP. Okay, that might be deleting someone up. So you're kind of banking on him doing at least like 2 waves of damage, and so like it's not as much of a problem with the Rush because you can pile your buffs onto someone else on the prior turn, and then he can get like some splash effects, and then it's just a little bit more awkward with him because you're relying on him more heavily than someone else.
You need to put more eggs into the Gong basket.
Yeah,
I know what you mean, but like at the same time, you know, yes. So that's why I say Arash is a better sacrificial MP user, right?
Yeah.
But like on the flip side, if you want to use Arash as a main DPS, like yeah, I know we're not assuming Grails, but like the fact that he does well with Grails, does better with Grails than Arash, it's like, you know, it's all like plus minus thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Like it's very much like, as a main DPS he's better, as a sacrificial DPS Arash is better, as a support he's better, but like as a sacrificial DPS Arash is really, really better because of I think the MP upgrade is just so huge for this kind of stuff. Like because you are paying a price to like strengthen your MP. So having your MP be stronger is obviously, you know, very important. Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
yeah.
I'm also struggling between A+ and EX. Probably at least A+ in my opinion.
I'd say A+. I feel like he's not a side grade of Hans, but I feel like they're about on the same level.
Yeah, they're very different, but yeah, both are very good and usable. But we'll see. Well, I'll plop him into A+ for now, and you know, obviously we'll do the shuffle at the end. So who knows what's gonna happen? And with that, we complete the 2 stars as well. Wow, all the bronze servants are done. Yay!
Gotta say, it's kind of crazy how long they went between the 2-star casters or just bronze casters at all. Because you had a day 1, and then you go all the way up to Lost Belt 3. Oh no, it was past that. It
was anniversary when they redid that little bronze badge.
When they released Scotty.
Yeah.
So that was like anniversary 4.
Yeah, it was after Lost Belt 2.
Okay.
But anyway, I guess now we do have a lot more 3 stars though. So on that note, our first 3-star among casters is none other than Medea. Kind of a tragic case. She's a single target arts DPS and has some cool utility as well, but man, yeah, she's got some glaring issues, sadly, that to this day have not been addressed properly. So now I can actually get some reference data because, you know, 3-star, we have some more. So among 3-star casters, her attack is actually really good. I wouldn't be surprised if it's the highest, actually. So yeah, the attack stat at least is not too bad. I mean, obviously, take the caster, you know, class modifier, take it how you will, but at least among caster 3 stars, it is good. Now she's got the standard art stick as well, which is fine. Her face cards are pretty terrible, but at least, she can, MP a bit more, but then you see the MP and you're like, Alright, first skill, 7 turn cooldown. She gets up to 150% battery, because, yay. I like that on rank 1 it's 80%.
Yeah.
And also esports with her because it's the first.
True.
Well,
True. Very
That's
true.
because there's totally no one else who can do what she does.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's like if you
yeah.
want to do it in a flashy way, but yeah. Alright.
Yep.
It's just, there's no point to this. It's like too overkill. Just reduce the battery, add something else, lower the cooldown. I don't know. It's 7 turn cooldown is too much. Second skill, she heals herself by 2500 on a 4 turn cooldown. Again, so bad. Just so trash. Third skill, this is at least a bit interesting. So on a 6 turn cooldown, it's a targeted skill that cleanses all debuffs from an ally and then gives them 50% MP gen for 1 turn. So at least this one, we get something going, but still on a 6 turn cooldown for those immediate effects is weak. Is still weak, is the problem. And we certainly have no shortage of, servants that, help with MP gain either for supporting. So poor media, these are trash skills. This is not even the main problem. So, it's bad. Alright, 10% arts are from a passive. Cool. Actually, pretty nice number. 10% debuff success rate. Again, for her, doesn't really help at all. She's anti-saber. No thanks. Her MP has been buffed, but again, it's an early buff, so they only buffed the damage. Nothing else was changed. And then what does the MP do? It removes buffs from the enemy after damage, sadly. And then on base overcharge, she refunds 20% more in terms of battery and then scales up to 100% full refund on overcharge. So yeah, obviously the MP FX-wise is not the greatest, and it's only a one-hitter. But, the main problem is still... is the modifier, right? Is too low. Like they gimped her MP absolutely. They were like, it's too spammable, so we have to do an exception on the MP and just make it do way less damage. So it really is like, even with the Black Grail, you're not gonna see too impressive numbers on her, especially because if you paid attention to the skills, there's nothing for damage, literally nothing. Not even for supporting this set or anything. There's not for herself, nothing. Like, what is she? She's such a weird, like, utility DPS that has no... after every year when we get more and more options for all of this stuff that she does as well, just looks worse and worse. She has no identity in this game anymore. Not sure if she ever did, honestly, properly, so... oof. Big oof.
So she's like a victim of this really weird thing they did at day 1. And I think it was some balancing that they did in a really stupid way that... they still haven't entirely fixed yet, but there was like 3 arts DPS servants on release. That was Paracelsus, that was Media, and
I think Paracelsus wasn't day 1, but or year 1 for
almost.
sure. Yeah.
It was like basically a few months after that.
Yeah.
But those were the first 3, and all 3 of them had scuffed NPO modifiers, and they've only fixed one of them. They've buffed 2 of the other 2's in peace, but they only buffed them to like upgraded.
It was a
central target.
linear buff, not a
Upgraded.
proper buff.
Yeah, upgraded AoE. Yeah, it's right. Paracelsus is upgraded Buster AoE, which okay. That. Anyways,
Yeah.
so I did kind of like her utility because she used to have the NP that could remove buffs instantly, and then sometimes you want the instant debuff cleanse. But there's so many competitors now. I mean, there's not that many competitors for buff removal, I would say, but like as far as low rarity, you've got Alex, you've got Phantom. Yes, I would use Phantom over her. He has more supportive effects. Then you've also, like, on higher rarity, you got Martha, who does everything the same, everything but better of her, basically. Is just like she over time there was competition and like she only had utility. Like she shouldn't only have utility because she has damaging NP. But it's just she needs some help. I don't think she's hard to fix at all.
There was I have one good use case of her because I still remember this because I did it many times because it was also a rerun. It was one of the narrow fish challenge quests that had you fight like 30 Hassans, and then occasionally one of them they do these like servant ones that if you kill them your servant dies, and she has and, like her MP uptime is good, so you could always do like a buff removal on them because even if it's after damage it still like removes it as they die, so they because it's an on death proc, so it still works for that. So that's like the best use case she's ever had, that CQ, because her uptime on the buff removal was good enough to always deal with that.
And also the HP requirements were really low because that like I think the largest one was like 200,000. Most of them were
most of them were like less than 50k.
A more recent use case I ran into, the treasured beast fight, the one from Olympus. I found her pretty useful there because you're instantly facing some invuln and crit buffs, and then also you have terror debuffs on yourself, and she can help deal with all of that immediately. So, but then again, you can just use Castoria because good character, balanced character, lover.
I mean,
not unhealthy for the game.
We all have buff removal these days. Like we have a lot more options for it, and that's basically all she does. So, yeah, no.
Also, the back in the olden days, again, another argument for her to be used as a DPS was because caster did not have a lot of single target options. Nowadays, even the number is still not high, obviously, but I think anyone else basically would still do a better job than she would.
Yeah, 100
if you choose to use them.
Was helpful, but like it's even like it was only helpful because remember during Skahak Fest, lower rarities have higher damage bonuses.
Mm-hmm.
So like that is when I actually legitimately see someone like farm with her, for 90++, where she clears like the middle wave.
Yeah, true.
But I still use Cersei or Kirike. I still used her over Badea, so like
I used Luvia and that, but yeah, because I'm a simp.
Her utility is genuinely good. Her utility is not worth much nowadays.
Yeah, no.
I would go with D+ because there's at least some reason. Oh wait. To be fair, not same rarity, right? Okay, because what I was thinking was like
better than Shakespeare, I guess.
Than Shakespeare. She at least has utility.
I'd rather put Shakespeare in E, bro, than do this.
Yeah, I would pull him down than put her up.
I mean, like it's still like an actual use case sometimes for her. Like maybe you just don't like Phantom, all right?
I guess, yeah.
And then like also there is like
there are worse servants than her.
That's a weak point, though.
I will admit there are definitely worse servants than her. So maybe.
All right, fine. I can do a D+. Okay, but that's it. Yeah. That's it. Absolute top. Okay. All right, let's just move on for now. She deserves better. It's a real tragedy.
For sure. Oh man.
Okay, next one is interesting though. Also, I forgot. Let me do the thing. Give me a second. Okay, this is gonna be funny.
Are you gonna pop your eyes out? Oh no.
Saiko no Kuru.
Let's go. That's cool. Where'd you get that?
A viewer sent to me. Shout out to Andrew. He sends me a lot of cool stuff. There's actually a Hassan mask on the other side, and the other one has the funny Gilloys.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm gonna be using that for blind gacha rituals as well. That was the original reason why he sent me that. But yeah, very awesome. Anyway, there he is, Mr. Funny Eyes, the caster himself. We covered Saber already. One of the worst servants in the games to this day, but let's see what Caster can do. I think Caster at least has some interesting stuff going. Yeah. Oh, did I show the Hassan one? Oh, I'm stupid. Okay, shit, dude. Okay, let's redo it then. I can't do mirrors. Okay, there you go. Now it should be his eyes, right? Okay. Saiko no Kuru. Okay, better. Yay. My bad. Was it backwards too? Oh shit! But now it was correct, right? That time.
Yeah.
Surely.
Yeah.
Okay. Awesome. Yeah. Brain
I
no
don't know,
work
I
good.
think it was upside down.
No,
Really?
stop trolling him.
No, it
It's
wasn't.
not
Shut up,
joking.
shut up. Okay, whatever. So yeah, we got him. He's AoE buster as a caster, and he's got some support utility as well. Still got has the standard caster deck though, which I'm not sure how I feel about it, considering he's also buster, but oh well. First skill on a 5-turn cooldown, he gets 25% mental debuff success rate up for 3 turns, and then also 100% mental debuff resistance for 3 turns. Is like whatever. It does help with his, one of his other skills a little bit, but even then is like, second skill. So it's a similar treatment to Mozart's one that they did. So it used to be a absolutely dog water skill, but now on a 5-turn cooldown, all enemies get a minus 20% MP damage for 1 turn, and then minus 20% red and blue for 3 turns. Very cool, actually. I really like this skill. It's a good uptime, and it's makes sure all your blue and red cards better on the enemies. Very nice. And then the third skill.
Time because he kills them really slow, from my experience.
Well, again, that's where the support utility comes in that we'll see a little bit later, where I think maybe it's his best case besides DPSing, but yeah. Third skill. So this is the one that has a bit of synergy with the first one. So on an 8-turn cooldown, all enemies get terror for 1 time in 5 turns. And then on level 10, it's a 40% chance to activate every turn, which stun them for 1 turn. Now, obviously, it's a 1-time 5-turn terror, so, the 1 time the stun happens, it's already gone. You can't get multiple stuns for 1 target, sadly. So, 1 stun per enemy per skill. But this does help. I believe this actually does affect it, right? The activation chance. Correct me if I'm wrong. Or does it actually? Maybe it only affects the...
it doesn't affect the activation.
Okay, never mind. It's worse than I thought then. Okay. So it gives him like 125% base chance to put the terror on them then. Okay.
So fun fact, it is just enough debuff success chance to bypass magic resistance EX. And the first servant that got that...
Oh, is it Saber?
No, it was Jean.
Really?
So she can... He has a 100% chance of terrifying her. Which,
wow.
I guess that's...
I wonder if that was intentional, or if it's just a coincidence.
I highly doubt it. He didn't have his 3rd skill on launch, all right?
Oh, true. Yeah.
I don't know why they made his first skill the way it was before.
Yeah, true.
His 3rd skill.
Well, anyway, whatever. So yeah, his skill set is like it's not the worst thing ever, but it's certainly not good either. At least the buff to the second one helps a lot. It used to be like complete trash otherwise. All right, 8% arts up, cool for the deck, I suppose. He's got anti-foreigner on the append, which makes his MP even funnier because he doesn't really know what he wants. So yeah, the buffed MP. I believe this existed last year as well, probably. So yeah, AoE damage, and then on base normal effect, all foreigner allies get 30% MP battery on use. Very cool. And then overcharge all enemies on base, minus 20% attack and defense for 3 turns, scaling up to 40%. It is after damage though, so it doesn't help his damage, sadly, with the defense down, at least on the initial MP. But yeah, I kind of like this MP. Now, would I say he's like a good foreigner support suddenly? Absolutely not. Definitely not. But, I think it gives him an interesting little use case, though. Because he's got the second skill now, a bit of terror, battery for your foreigner allies, debuffs on the MP that are not nothing.
There's one time I used him to farm with Koyan Dark.
Yeah, I was about to say, with you probably used him with her, yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting, I guess. Like it's how do I put it? It's like having team-wide battery. For if you do like double dark almost. So it's pretty funny. But he doesn't have any starting charge, which is unfortunate. Like if he had a starting charge, I feel like that comp might be legit. But, he doesn't have a starting charge, so I don't think he's horrible. He has an MP upgrade. Like as a AoE caster DPS, I don't think he's horrible. Like he's obviously more focused on debuffing the enemy. I would have liked it a lot if like the skill 3 MP damage down was also 3 turns. Like maybe paired with the attack
Mhm.
down that he spams on his MP, he can reduce the opponent's MP damage to like low enough so that they don't kill. But he's still like not amazing, but I don't think he's horrible either. I think if anything, the one thing that hurts him the most is he's story locked, so people might not have him at MP5. Like I think if like we assume he's at MP5, he's not horrible.
Funny you should say that. Not only people might not have him at MP5, people might not have him flat out, because for some reason, when you beat Orleans, they give you Kyo Hime in the mail instead of him. Where, in like for instance, in Babylonia, you get a Taiga who's also story locked. Why didn't they give him for Orleans? I don't get it. Like, it's so stupid.
Because he was the bad guy or something. So
I don't know. It's weird. So a lot of people might not even have a single copy of him still to this day. He doesn't get a lot of rate-ups, by the way. So
yeah, it's usually like you're gonna accidentally get him if you roll on White Day
or GSSR.
Really. Oh yeah, GSSR for sure.
Or if you're crazy enough to throw some tickets into like a class banner or something, he's there too. Kester one.
Last time he got a rate up, it was a split rate up with the worst version.
So, with the Saber.
So like 3-star split rate up. That is so fucking terrible.
I mean, class banner people might go for it for Asclepius. Spoilers, but like accidentally get him. But yeah, like but other than that, bro.
So I am actually a person that has him grailed. I am proud to say that I don't know if you know about the Gilles guy on Twitter, like the guy who has like the perfect Gilles. I am actually a friend of his on my alt account because
is it the guy I featured in my video, or is it a different guy?
I don't know.
He has Saber 120, but Caster was 100, I think.
His caster is 120. He also has a level 70 Saber Gilles with 2k foes. I don't fucking know why, but yeah. So flexing aside, I think he's actually okay these days. I don't think he's particularly great. His damage still doesn't look that great, but I really like his overcharge effects. Because
it's a lot of debuffs.
Most attack debuffs that aren't just full support NPs, like attack debuffs on damaging NPs, they're basically always starting at 10%. But his starts at 20%, which is pretty unique. It helps synergize with teams that have like Mash or Hans, or I guess also Waver or Ryanus. Also. I have used him in a setup once with Van Gogh, which takes advantage of him being grailed and actually having decent stats, so he can help support her as she supports him. But that's kind of silly because you're probably better off like supporting herself, so she NPs more often. Yeah. Also, there was one situation where I got some use out of his first skill. So as some people might know, the Aphrodite fight, she has this really annoying charm skill. And if the charm misses, like if the charm lands, there's like a like 5 or 6 debuffs that get applied. But if the charm misses, none of them apply. And like the 100% resists, hey, that guarantees he doesn't take it. So yeah. But then again, you also have to make sure he's the one targeted. So yeah.
I think he's one of the C's personally. I think he's fine. He's got some fun uses, and he's not totally trash. It's not just full memes.
Yeah, I think probably most probably just C though, because of the like
story
if we
lock.
ever dock points from story lock, if we ever, because I feel like I remember Bedivere getting dock points because of that, so.
And him especially because he has an upgraded MP as well.
So I don't know. He's yeah.
He's not hopeless. He's fun. I like the character too. Maybe I'll grail mine at some point too, like on JP or something. He's funny.
Yeah, I don't think he's horrible at all. Like it's surprising. Like the character people meme on for being like one of the worst in the game is no longer the worst in the game.
It's not even the worst caster in the game.
Yeah.
At least he still holds that title on Saber. But yeah. I digress. So yeah, next up we're straying away from day one. a little bit. Still very early on, though. Don't get your hopes up. We got the Mephistopheles, or however you pronounce the name. But yeah, just Mephisto. Mr. Clown. AoE Buster DPS as well, like Jill. Sadly doesn't have a lot. I mean, he does have one cool little thing. So at least, again, there could be some arguments here. But otherwise, in my opinion, as a DPS, he's still like... Ooh. Attack at 6.8k. I'm not sure if I commented on Jill's. What was it again? So it was 6, but yeah, his is actually pretty low. Mephisto does a little bit better, for what it's worth. Alright, first skill. 80% chance to drain one enemy by 1 tick. 5-turn cooldown. I hate it.
This is like
Why?
one of the worst skills in the game. People give Helena shit for her stupid Nyarf skill, but it at least has a guaranteed drain.
Yeah.
Like that is objectively.
It's probably a 6-turn cooldown as well, but yeah, I would still take it over this any day.
Yeah, dude.
Alright, second skill is actually not that bad. So on a 5-turn cooldown, he gets 9 stars per turn for 3 turns, 30% attack for 3 turns for self, and then also all enemies get a minus 50% healing for 3 turns. So that means all heals are half effective. Pretty interesting, actually. You know, it gets some good offense. The stars is like, it's a small number, but the attack is high. And, you know, in some rare cases, the minus healing could be a thing. I can't really remember any cases where you really actually have to nerf enemies' healing. In fact, you're probably better off doing the opposite, which is buffing your damage more rather than nerfing their healing. But, you know, there it is. I mean, we'll see another servant in a couple of weeks as well that has, you know, similar stuff. But, yeah. There's one option. Third skill is the interesting part, in my opinion. So on a 6-turn cooldown, he applies a 1k curse on the enemy for 5 turns. And then the most important thing, that one target gets a 3-time buff block. Flat out 3-time. No turn limit, no nothing. This is probably the best single target buff block still to this game, to this day in this game. It is so good. Like, if you actually need to prevent enemies from buffing, you might even bring him just for this skill, depending on the fight. I'm not saying it happens often, because it doesn't. I do remember, for instance, the first Emperor fight, though, because it fully negates his MP, which is funny as hell. He just gets nothing. So in that Lost Bell 3 fight, he's amazing. But yeah, it sometimes can be worth just to bring him for this. Maybe. Anyway, 7% arts up on the first passive. Cool to get that MP faster, I guess. And then actually for him, the 8% debuff success rate actually does something, because, you know, you have an easier time landing the buff block in case the enemy has resistance. Anti-Berserker on the Append, though. That's pretty useful if you actually do DPS with him. And then the upgraded MP, not much to say about it buff-wise, but yeah, at least he has Ignore Defense on base effect, not just damage. And then Overcharge is a boring 500 AoE curse for 3 turns, scaling up to 2500. So the MP, it's also one-hitter. I think it sucks. It's nice that it has the defensive utility, but the damage isn't high. Effects are, for the most part, terrible. Yeah, I think, in my opinion, you would only bring him for the buff block. I don't see why you would bring him otherwise.
I've only ever brought him for the buff block. He is the ultimate cheese for me whenever I solo Kamazots. Like, if there's a certain unit that cannot solo Kamazots, if you bring Mephistopheles, that is like, it completely just destroys that boss. Which is, yeah. I apologize. I do cheat with him.
Yeah, I forgot about that one too. Good example.
Yeah. So, but other than that, no. the second skill, like having a defense down to merit, ironically works towards my favor, because like I want him to die as fast as possible. So, like, yeah, like if I don't upgrade it. Yeah. So, other than that, I don't know. He's just useful. He's just a buff block. He is literally just a buff.
It would be nice if the buff block was the first skill. It's the last one, sadly.
Yeah, yeah.
And you need to. His unupgraded NP. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. It's very, very unique, if you will.
I don't remember. What's this
the unupgraded the one?
Oh. Oh, I forgot it. The OC was chance based.
Oh.
Chance to inflict curse. Best overcharge. Best MP level scaling. Yeah.
Oh my
fucking
God.
weird.
But yeah, as I was saying, you couldn't even.
500 too.
I'm pretty sure you couldn't even be lower than like level 60 because he didn't have a third skill. The third skill was added. That it's
Yeah.
the same case with Boudica. I'm pretty sure if you want the third skill, they need to be like it if it's a skill upgrade, you need to have an FA copy, but like you can also just raise a second copy. But for the third skill, I'm pretty sure you can't even you can't even third ascension. You can't even second ascension it. No, you can't even third ascension. Yeah, you have to like.
You can't even fourth ascension it.
Oh, you can't even fourth. Wait, what? I kind of forgot. Like basically, he needs to be third ascension to. I don't know. It's annoying. It's very annoying. But he has to be at a certain level to do it. But other than that, I don't know. He's just a buff block. I don't think he has any use outside of buff block. Like.
Yeah. But it's still, something you might use sometimes. So I think it does give him a interesting spot.
It's weird. It's like a niche tool where you don't have another replacement as of now, like a really good one for it, especially for certain compositions. But other than that one thing, he's completely worthless. I don't think I'm really mean to say that even. I think like other than that one thing, he is completely worthless. So probably C. I don't know.
I think because his buff block is that good, I can give him a bit more points because no one else has a buff block single target that is this good and on command.
Yeah, that's fair.
So the thing, like the competition with him is like, do you want buff block or do you want buff removal? Generally, I want to go with buff removal because I'm going to have to deal with the debuff, the buffs sooner than later. And then there's other situations where you want to use it because there's a bar break and now they've got 100 crit buffs and you're fucking dead. So it's
I want to use it because I want to call it a solo when it's not.
Yeah. So I mean, I never use them because I prefer different types of setups and then there's a lot of enemies that might just spam skills, and then you waste the buff blocks on buffs that don't really matter as much. That's part of why he's so good with Kamazotz. It's because he has like debuff based stuff instead of buff based. So it's just like if you don't make up reasons to use him, then there's no reason to use him. And then there's also like the situation of Fuma, who only has one buff block, but if you time it right, I feel like that's like generally it's like one buff you're gonna have to worry about, I guess.
And his is AoE.
Yeah, that can also be the case. It's just I feel like the use cases are pretty low with them. I think C+ is fine just because that is such a unique niche.
Yeah, probably.
It's just like
I should change what I say. Actually, I only use him on Kamazot specifically. Period. I've never used him on anything else. It's literally just Kamazot. So
I think the first Emperor fight, he breaks it though, because then his MPs do nothing. For the three MPs they do absolutely nothing, and he's a free fight.
Yeah, for the first three MPs, it just does nothing. Yeah, it's still, I don't know. Yeah.
Anyway, C+ for now, and we'll move on. We're gonna talk about another coup. It's been a small break. Oh, funny. I wasn't gonna comment on this because I was gonna do them at the end of the thing because I don't even have alerts on. But Gay Bulk just resubscribed, so funny timing, I suppose. But yeah, a bit of a break after the Ladster list. Not the last coup we'll see either, of course. But yeah, we had Caster coup. The interesting variant. He used to be quite bland, but when they did that one little buff thingy, he got a bit more attention for a good reason. So he's an AoE buster DPS, and I feel like mostly a farmer rather than a DPS. So we'll see what he's made of. His deck is the standard caster deck as well, which for DPSing I feel like maybe double buster would have been cool. But, again, people mostly use him for farming anyway, so First skill, he gets 50% crit damage for 3 turns, 50% debuff rest for 3 turns, and a 30% battery on a 5-turn cooldown. This is actually a very decent skill, especially for a 3-star. It is buffed, yeah, but still, yeah. I do like this skill. There's a lot of nice stuff going. Now, is he like a great crit servant, though? That's another question. But as a skill, is not bad at all.
No, arts deck.
Yeah.
And then,
True.
like, 3-star stats. He's a caster. No. It's just like, no.
Someone else should get this skill, but yeah, whatever. Second skill, though, we're back to the amazingness that is PFA, a cool version. Or most of the coups. So on a 5-turn cooldown, he gets a 3-hit evasion and 18% defense for 3 turns. So again, it's basic, but it's still like a god tier defensive skill. So yay. The rare time, early game design is actually on the good side and instead of the bad side. And then the third skill. This is the reason why, he has that crazy farming presence. They buffed his disengage. So let's cover this. On a 5-turn cooldown, he cleanses all his debuffs. He gets a 1500 heal. He gets 30% attack for 3 turns. And then he gets this, interesting, I can't even pronounce it, Yggdrasil, delayed buff for 1 turn. So after 1 turn, he gets a 1-time guts, okay? And that guts, then he also gets a on guts activate buff for 1 time after the same turn, so they both happen at the same time basically. And then what that does is that when his guts is activated, or when a guts is activated on him, he gets 80% battery. And then also after 1 turn, he sacks himself. Very important, the turn of events here, that the sacrifices last. Otherwise, it would be kind of pointless for him to get this guts. Also, the guts is a 3k revive, for what it's worth. So what this means is that he gets a lot of battery for free, especially when you pair him with, cooldown reductions known as Koyan Lights. You can get it 2 times in 1 farming run. Wow. So that means, he can black rail farm. Wow. How about that?
I hate this skill buff. I hate how it works. Like, there's no reason for him to lose all his HP. It's just a, lore thing, I guess.
Yeah, it's a lore thing.
The gut. You can't even use the guts for anything else. It doesn't proc until after you can take damage. So
yes, only for that.
Yeah, and it also doesn't make much sense because if you're using him for a longer fight, you might use that skill to get him to higher HP. But then you lose all your HP.
Yeah,
it's
it's backwards.
It actually nerfs 120 copies that doesn't want to farm. And
True.
you can't even avoid this because this is tied to story clear.
True, this is not a strengthening quest. This happens when you clear a certain main story node in LB6.
Yeah, you can't even leave it unupgraded and have 2 copies. One of them, I was thinking if this was a skill buff, most dedicated coup fans would have one for the farming, which would have this, and the other would for the CQ, which wouldn't have this. But you can't even do that. So,
But correct me if I'm wrong. That wouldn't work anyway. So if you wanted, you can't have one or the other if it was a strengthening anyway. Because when you do one strengthening, it buffs all the copies.
Oh yeah, you're right. I'm stupid.
Because they don't allow you to do strengthenings multiple times for 3 quarts. But in this case, it's still different because this is actually if you want to progress the game, it is unavoidable. Strengthenings you can at least avoid. Those are a choice. You have to go into the menu. They don't block your story progress. So in this sense, it's still a bit more awkward for sure.
Yeah, I guess you can just never clear Lost World 6.
Well, the funny thing is, obviously most people still prefer this skill like this because, it makes him a monster farmer. But for the small percentage out there, it could be a negative. If you want to DPS him better, it could make him die a bit too fast, but yeah.
So
that's just nitpicking, though.
There's a couple of ways they could have done it a lot better. They could have made it so, if you use the guts immediately happens, and if it's not still there, then it doesn't proc the instant death. So, yeah. Also, it's not instant death, and then also maybe just not have the choice of not doing that. I don't know. I just don't like it.
Yeah, it's not a well done one. Obviously, it helps him a lot in farming, but it's just not a well designed upgrade.
Yeah, it's kind of you're forcing him to die, which is I guess funny, but yeah.
Or forcing him to go down to 3k HP, basically.
Yeah.
which sometimes is basically dying. But he does have PFA, so
Yeah,
it does help.
so there's that. Anyway, passives. He's got 8% arts, helps get the MP faster if you're DPSing, because on farming it definitely doesn't matter at all. Divinity B is, again, not very good. Anti-foreigner in the append. You could maybe even do some neutral stuff with him, although you're probably not going to find too many foreigners in farming anyway. It's very rare. But yeah, he obviously can farm with Black Grail, so there's that to keep note of. The MP has been buffed, so before damage he gets 20% buster up for 3 turns, so yeah, ramp up is real. And then after damage, all enemies get 10% defense down for 3 turns on base OC, scaling up to 30%, and also a 300 burn for 10 turns. He likes them burning. 1500 on the max scaling. So yeah, again, for farming, it's not bad. The ramp up is nice. Especially when you do the cooldown reduction on the 3rd skill, you get the attack buff twice too. Yay. I mean, again, he's just a really, really amazing farmer, is what it comes down to. It's just... yeah. Crazy numbers for a 3-star.
Yeah, it is worth noting that it can be a bit deceptively high because it's largely Black Grail. Because that not only gives him the 80%, that also gives him a huge stat boost. But he's still a pretty solid farmer. It's just he's reliant on Black Grail a lot. Yeah, he is very consistent, that's for sure. I guess you can also use him in some multi-core setups because 80% battery and then 30% battery, that's a shit ton of battery. It's not too difficult to get him into NP once or twice. But that's just depends on what you're doing with him. I don't see people using him with multi-core though.
Yeah. So what do you think? I think he should be rated high, obviously, but where should we be looking at? Is he EX?
Nah.
I A plus, honestly.
Yeah, I think probably A plus, because the Black Grail thing ends up being very real. I think obviously this his looping comp doesn't actually need Oberon as well, which is very nice, but you probably still need Oberon for the damage, not for the charge. So I mean, it's just I don't personally think he is EX, because there are still problems with him, and because he's story locked, you're not always gonna get MP5. But undeniably he is one of the best. I would say for sure one of the best caster AoE loopers. Just if you consider Black Grail, if you do consider some people don't want to consider Black Grail, but for more damage bonus. But
on second thought, I kind of want to lean towards an A. I swear it's not because a chat member of mine said it in chat. He does have the issue of now we have Sieg for everyone, and arts looping is just generally better.
I mean, I can go with that, but it's another reason. I think a big reason is a lot of events right now have 50 MP starting charge. His novelty is not as good, because there's a lot of things to dock points from him for. Once again, story locked, 50 MP starting charge C just kind of invalidates. Well, he can still loop obviously, but it kind of removes how unique he is, and he and his DPS abilities actually reduced after the buff. So I don't know. I can understand an A. I'm A to A plus basically. I was.
Dude, I'm the same. Yeah. Fuck, that's tough.
Yeah. Because I don't know.
I guess I think there is a good argument that you said that the 50% CE thingy on events, because obviously that takes away his main appeal in farming, which is the Black Grail one.
Yeah, his main appeal in farming is specifically Black Grail, or the damage C during Lotto, for example. The only reason people really like him is because when damage is not an issue, great. But what if when damage is an issue? So I don't know. I'm not sure. For hunting quests, against assassins, I still use him, but it is with BG for sure. So I don't know.
All right, fair. I'll place him in A for now. Might be a hot take. We'll see. But interesting.
Could be hot take. Yeah.
Okay, next up, another interesting servant. Although, much like Mozart, I feel like Paracelsus has been a little undermined by some of the other servants. Namely a 3-star we'll talk in a few weeks. But there he is, Mr. Paracelsus. AoE arts, DPS, and ace looping support. His attack, again, not very high, and then couple that with his MP having a gimped modifier. Not a great combo for damage coming from his side. Now, he's got the standard caster deck as well, which for him at least, he's full arts anyway, so I think it makes sense. It's good. First skill, he's got an 80% battery for himself and an 8-turn cooldown. Terrible skill, but it works a little bit, for at least his own main purpose, I guess, because if you just have the second append maxed out, that's already 100%, so you could do an easy black rail thing if you wanted to. But as a skill, it's terrible, though. It's so bad. So bad. Second skill, full party gets 20% arts for 3 turns on a 7-turn cooldown. Another terrible skill, but again, for farming is okay. It does stuff for him. If you're using multicore maybe even, or at least the servant you're, supporting for looping. But yeah, man, that is just a terrible skill.
It's Bodica's, but with 2 more turns cooldown.
Yeah, like there's no reason for that. So it just is. Right, the third skill. This is a good one at least. Cooldown sucks at 8 turns though, but it's a targeted guts, 3k HP, 1 time 3 turns, and then 50% MP generation for 3 turns. This is what they should have given Media to, if anything. But yeah, this is the reason why, he was brought as a loop support. Because the arts buff is like whatever, and you can get arts buff easily anyway, right? You got Tamamos, you got Castorias, Lady Avalons, you name it. But with this, that's 50% MP gain. That is a big chunk, okay? Which actually will help a lot of servants out. But again, we have a lot of more options in this now too, so we'll see. So overall, the kit, it makes sense, but it's not a pretty kit. If that, it's weird to say that. It makes sense, it just doesn't look good. Alright, 10% arts on the passive, cool, very nice for him. He has 4 arts cards, counting the MP. He's got 12% debuff success rate too, so he's basically good to go for the caster passives. Almost as high as it gets. It does help a little bit with the MP as well, I should note, I guess. Anti-Saber on the append could be relevant, but not in a lot of cases. And then the buffed MP. So again, it's an old buff, and it's not even a buff that he needed, because they need to fix the Gimp modifier too. So it's just damage on the normal effect, and then overcharges 10% AoE attack down for 3 turns on all enemies, scaling up to 30%. So yeah, terrible MP, just absolute dog water. So yeah, not good.
Buster scaling.
I'm not even sure if people use him for guts, like in the meme Arash comms, because we have so many better options nowadays.
Yeah.
Like we have Kuro, who switches herself out. We have what's her face?
Nightingale?
Yeah,
Habitrot?
Santa Nightingale.
Yeah.
We have Habitrot. Oh no, Habitrot doesn't work. He's male. We have Santa Nightingale.
I guess that's an yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
never mind. Sorry.
Yeah, we have Santa Nightingale, and like people use Kets over him, because Kets has Buster buff. So I think, yeah. So like, yeah, I don't know, man. Like for farming support, I don't really see the reason to use him.
I think the big reason why he just doesn't look as appealing now is just solely because of Sufu, right? It's the big elephant in the room.
Yeah.
And even Anning to an extent.
Like the appeal you want to have with him, like you'd think, okay, so she's got 20% arts, he has 20% arts, she has 30% MP gain, he has 50%, and you think like, okay, that matters, right? No, it fucking doesn't, because she's got a 30% battery, and then also she makes a shit ton of crit stars, which helps you with card MP gain. So like she's just doing everything he is basically. The only difference is like he has an easier NP to get, but his NP is a lot less worthwhile. And then like, okay, it's got an attack debuff. She's got crit rate down 20% of that versus his 10% attack. She's just so much more worthwhile using. I will say though, sometimes I'm not really lacking on damage with like an arts or quick servant, so I might just like go with him to get another layer of NP gain. Like I did that with Charlie when I was trying to get him to just do a lot of damage over a lot of turns, because like I mean he ramps up his damage really good these days, and like just more NP gain helps. But it's if we're choosing between one or the other, it's always going to be Shufu these days.
Yeah.
I would just not use him. He's like, he borderline has less use cases than Medea. I'm gonna be that mean about it. Like he borderline he has like less use cases than Medea. I'll be real. Like I don't.
Damn.
The thing is, I kind of want to give him some like decent ranking just because he still works. But again, Shufu is a permanent 3-star that everyone will free MP5. You don't even need an MP5 in farming cases either. So,
Yeah.
Like, how badly do we want to focus on the competition? It will significantly reduce his ranking in that case.
Like okay again, right? Like didn't we talk, like when we were talking about Martha, remember we were talking about like buff removal and debuff cleanse in one is a great combo. Medea has that actually. So like I genuinely think he has less use cases than Medea. I think he's worse than Medea.
I don't think he's worse personally, but fair. I would put him at like a C, maybe. What do you think, Otto?
I think C. I think it's okay because, like, objectively, he still does have some value. It's just competition that's completely fucked him these days.
Yeah, absolutely.
Especially since we're assuming that you have access to Castoria, and there's no world where he is more usable, more valuable than Castoria.
But guts. Again, like, okay, yeah.
No. Yeah, but invuln and spammy.
Yeah, with Castoria, you don't need guts.
Yeah.
You don't even take damage.
Instant death once in a blue moon.
Yeah. All right. Well, again, kind of a travesty, but it is what it is. So C for now. All right. Speaking of C, we got Charles Babbage next up on the chopping block. AoE Buster DPS. And probably has the worst attack of all 3-star casters. I'd be shocked if anyone has lower, so that's the biggest issue, if anything. Less than 6k, just barely under it. That is not a very good stat line for a 3-star, especially with the caster mod in play. Ugly. I like the deck, though, the double buster, double arts. That one is nice. I'm glad they stopped doing, every caster needs to be triple arts at this point. They started mixing it up a little bit, and I think this deck definitely works better for him. First skill on a 6-turn cooldown, he gets 30% MP generation for 3 turns. Oh.
No, I was just asking Chad, isn't he AoE? I thought he was AoE.
Oh, did I say single target?
No, Chad. I was talking about Chad. Sorry.
Yeah, he's AoE.
Yeah, he's AoE for sure, yeah.
But I thought I was going crazy.
If they said pseudo single target, yeah.
Okay, yeah, I mean, yeah, sure, fair, okay.
I'm stupid.
Anyway, also, he gets 1k absorb for 1 turn. This is probably his weakest skill, if I remember correctly, so it's nothing that great. It's pretty weak. The MP gain is not that much. The absorb is 1 turn and a high, downtime, so Second skill, though, this I quite like. So on a 5-turn cooldown, he gets 40% attack for 3 turns, and then a 1-turn invul. So again, 1-turn invul on a 5-turn cooldown, that's already on the good side, and then a lot of attack. Now, sometimes it's going to be a bit awkward to use it because, offense with hard defense on a low uptime, but, I still like this skill. It's not bad. It's not that awkward. Third skill has been buffed as well, so on a 5-turn cooldown, he gets 25% MP damage for 3 turns, 100% crit damage for 1 turn. He gets a 300 burn on himself for 5 turns, and then also a 30 star bomb. This really was a cool buff in my opinion, because it really gives him that crit burst as well. This coupled with the first skill with the absorb and the whole package, you just pop everything when you have his cards, you're gonna do some crit damage. Now, obviously, again, the attack isn't super high, but, you know, at least these numbers are really good and trying to make up for it. So, you know, it's not nothing. You can still do some decent crits on him. He's got 10% debuff success rate on the passive, which, you know, it helps a little bit with the MP, I guess, but very not great passives. Anti-caster on the append is whatever on him, would not use on neutral. MP has been buffed, but again, it's one of these really bad early buffs, so they only buff the damage, and then the overcharge is a 10% defense down on all enemies for 3 turns, scaling up to 20% after damage. So the MP kind of sucks. If anything, his crits are kind of cool, but the MP is like, whatever.
Yeah. It's just for damage, right? It's upgraded at least.
Yeah.
It's there to boost his crits, if anything.
So I don't know much about Babbage because I don't do that many free-to-play clears, but like I know for a fact he's a great, like, he's the top pick for like caster if you're doing like 3-star or lower, like caster DPS. So
Yeah.
he is probably really good, but like, yeah, I'll leave the rest to like auto because I'm not like super well versed.
So I like the combination of AoE and being able to do single target crits. I'm not a huge fan of the downtime. Like, he is pretty bursty, but if you're doing low star stuff, like, you are focusing on a lot of burst turns. So he isn't. He would be so much less impressive if he had more competition. Like, if Medea had her MP unscuffed, he would not be used as much. Because, like as far as just like he does like okay AoE damage. I like that he has the invuln on a low cooldown. I feel like someone asked about the Kucaster comparison. I think Kucaster's third skill does hurt him a lot in the challenge quest sense, even though he does have PFA, and that's just generally better. I would rather have 5-turn cooldown, 1-turn invuln, and not KMSing, keeping myself safe. You know, like. And then he has. I feel like Kucaster is more so focused on NP, whereas Babbage is existing so he can fill in for a single target. I feel like that's what's going on there. In a vacuum, I think he's okay. But since he doesn't have good competition, I think he is pretty solid. So, like, B.
I was thinking one of the Bs. Maybe even B+. Because of low competition specifically, like you said.
Yeah, I mean, if we're going to rate Paracelsus pretty low, then I feel like it's fair to put him in, like, B.
Yeah.
Even then, like, I feel like if he had better competition, I'd still put him in, like, B, because he's, like, competent. Not amazing, but he's competent.
Yeah, he'll do some decent work. Okay. Oh boy. Oh boy. Grandcaster already. It's that time. So yeah, obviously we're gonna cover everyone. So here we go. Let's talk about Geronimo. AoE Arts DPS thingy. Mr. Grandcaster. 6.8k attack. Again, not high. Hurts him as well. Double Buster, double Arts deck. Honestly, I think triple Arts would have been better, but I guess they wanted to do this because of the skill set, which obviously sucks anyway, so... The skills, yeah. So on 5-turn cooldown, he gets 50% of all card types for 1 turn. That's the full skill set. Everything. Everything. That's it. That's it. It's very linear.
He's made to make you mad, basically. He is targeting.
Like, can we just talk about the quick one specifically? He has one quick that is a 2-hitter. He needed 50% quick up for 1 turn. I mean, obviously at this point it's obvious that they did it because they wanted him to have it to complete the rainbow. If he had other skills, they would not give him this, obviously. But man, oh man, that is, yeah, it's like the worst of the worst. If we like look at skill sets overall, his probably is the worst, right, of all servants. Yeah, I can't think of anyone immediately that would have an overall worse skill set than he does. Like maybe not any single one of his skills are absolutely the worst individually, but as a set, yeah, it's trash. Anyway, 8% arts up on the passive. Cool, that's actually kind of useful for damage mostly, not for gains because his numbers are so trash. 6% debuff success rate. Cool, helps a little bit with the MP, I guess. Anti-archer, forget about it. Buffed MP. There's some cute stuff here. So all enemies 20% attack down for 3 turns on base normal effect. Hey, that's pretty cool. Full party on base overcharge gets a 1k heal, scaling up to 2k. And then also 20% debuff rest for 3 turns, scaling up to 60%. So it's a very defensive MP, really. It's like just there to... Everything about it is just, you know, trying to keep you alive and healthy more. But then it does damage, which is a bit confusing. They should have probably just changed the damage to be like 100% arts up for 3 turns to make him viable. I don't even know, dude. Like,
So
do we just? I mean,
so we could just sit here and just say he is the worst thing ever, and I think that is fucking boring. So I'm gonna like hardcore play devil's.
You're gonna be the contrarian.
Yeah. It's maybe it's not.
I'll give you a little bit of time here, okay? Go.
Sorry, I gotta clear my throat. So him being arts is definitely a huge positive. The fact that he doesn't have much of a kit. Sometimes with art servants, you don't really need a lot of particular utility or really solid stuff in general. Sometimes you just need a decent NP. Like he's got an NP upgrade. Like with Castoria, you're going to be seeing better damage than most of his competition in this rarity. And like his NP is okay. Like it's got the healing that can compensate for Castoria's lack thereof. His gains are actually kind of decent. He just has no refund, which is a bit of a problem if you're an art servant. I'm running low on bullshit.
Crit chance down is good. It's stackable.
Yeah, and that is true. He doesn't have a lot of things going for him, but I feel like with art servants, the standard doesn't have to be that high. Whereas with like someone like Babbage, he's having to make up for the weaknesses of Buster, which is you can't spam your NP as much. You're locked into this very specific amount of battery, this NP gain you're able to get, and after those 3 turns, you're kind of fucked. Whereas Geronimo fits into a card type that accommodates for that. That can give him hard survival, can give him more utility. It just, I feel like it makes more I feel like, okay, to sum it up, I feel like double Castoria with him is going to be way better than double Vitch with Babbage. But unfortunately, the entire reason why is because Castoria is broken. So I guess that
yeah, but then you can also say just pick anyone else that's AoE art, and you're probably still better off.
That kind of applies to every art servant in the game. So
okay, so you know what? I will give you props for being the contrarian. Actually, you know, trying to make him look better, but I can't put him not in E. Like I just can't.
What about okay?
I think he's okay.
E plus.
Is this a hot take? I think he's better than Shakespeare. I think Shakespeare is hot trash, bro.
Okay, but to be fair, E tier 3-star might be better than a D tier.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
that's fair. Like, dude,
right.
Shakespeare is fucking hot trash. Holy shit.
Oh, also,
I like that he's catching strays even after the finish.
Yeah, dude.
I'm sorry, man. But
it's cool. It's cool.
Also, did anyone mention Yui synergy? Because I know that there is some.
Nah, that's nah. We're not
But
going
to
there,
be
dude.
fair, you have you can use his second and third skill whenever the fuck you want because they don't do anything anyway. So
Yeah, I guess you are right. In his case, because normally one turn is not ideal with Yui, but in his case, you don't need the skills anyway, so you might as
Yeah,
well time them with her MP. But yeah, okay, fair enough.
delay his NP. So yeah, makes some sense. Oh my god.
Okay. Anyway, I'm gonna plop him in E
It could have
tier.
been boring. It
We'll
could have
see
just
if
been like,
people manage to convince me at the end. But yeah, we're gonna move on. Is the next one really Asclepius? I guess there was a huge gap between 3-star casters. So yeah, we're gonna talk about Mr. Doctor himself. Scary guy, but you know, pretty good at keeping you alive and helping you though. So he's an interesting support. He's like a defensive support that also helps you loop a little bit better. He's got a lot of interesting utility in his kit. 10k HP, pretty good for a 3-star. Not the hardest, you know, to prevent from dying. He's got triple arts of the usual caster deck, which totally good for him. First skill, 5-turn cooldown. It's a 5k heal for one ally and also 50% debuff rest for them for 3 turns. Pretty good. Yeah, it works. It's all defensive, easy to use. Why not? Second skill, 6-turn cooldown. One enemy, 100% chance to MP seal for 1 turn. And then the full party gets 30% MP generation for 3 turns. Again, pretty cool. Yeah, I like that it actually scales up to 100% because it is 80% on base, so thank God for that. Obviously, it can still whiff if they have innate resistance or bonus resistance from skills, etc. But at least on base, we're looking good on max rank. Third skill, 7-turn cooldown. Full party gets a 20% battery and then a debuff, a cleanse. Cool. Obviously not the greatest, but you know, better than another example we'll see later. Yeah, his skill set is not bad. It makes sense. Like, I think every effect that is there, though, is good, though. Some a bit more situational than others, of course, but it's all, like, good, useful stuff. So that's nice. Passives, we got 10% arts, very nice. 12% debuff success rate, again, can help you land that MP seal easier. Also, Divinity A, which is completely irrelevant for him. Even for DPSs and even less for him. Anti-archer in the append, he's not a DPS, forget about it. MP, so I guess we should maybe rank him by MP1 because he is story locked, sadly. But yeah, the full party gets a 1-time 3-turn guts and then also a 1-time 3-turn debuff immune. And the MP level defines the guts revive HP number. So on MP1 it's a 1k revive and on MP5 it's a 3k revive, which there is a bit of difference there, but you know, I feel like it's not that big of a deal at the end of the day. And then the overcharge is a party-wide heal per turn for 3 turns. 1k on base, scaling up to 3k per turn. It's a pretty basic MP, I'm not gonna lie. But again, it's all defensive and useful stuff. Like, you're gonna use it and you're probably gonna be happy about it. But depending on, you know, how the fight's looking, you might not get, like, amazing value out of it or anything. But again, like, yeah, sure, he's got a lot of situational stuff, but he's a good support. Like, he's not gonna make your clears like super fast or anything. He's definitely more on the slower side of supporting, but he's got a lot of good tools. Yeah,
like
he's legit.
I feel like what really showed how good he was the Cernunos fight. Like Cernunos, when you pair him with Castora, it's probably like one of the highest recommended servants against Cernunos. Obviously, it is because it is a very like debuff heavy quest. Like having both immune and you know, and
resistance,
and resistance is really good. I think the resistance is actually pretty underrated. Like the debuff resistance is.
It's like Rhinish. She also has a good chunk of it.
Yeah, but this one is even bigger, right? So
yeah,
like,
it is. It is.
It's kind of wild. The how much like just preventive debuffs he can get, and like it is still useful even when Castora exists, because like what if a Castora gets like MP seal or something, for example. So like having immunity, in my opinion, is still very useful. Even when debuff cleanse is super accessible. And of course he has a, you know, pretty, even at MP1 he has a not negligible amount of heal. With just the MP. Of course, the single target skill is also quite a big heal as well. So overall, I think for like CQs and stuff, if it's a really debuff heavy challenge quest, I almost always bring him. And if it's and like I do think that his support for farming is once again foiled by that one alter ego at 3-star, but yeah, he's still pretty valuable. I wouldn't put him as good as he used to be, but still, like, it's really good. Like, even like, look at this, like MP Seal is also really good. I don't know. I just think all of his skill effects are so good. And like against certain fights, he just like shuts it down with the immunity plus the resist up. So it's really good. Yeah.
Yeah. When he shines, he shines. But yeah, I would not use him for farming at all. But yeah, bosses, he's legit.
Bro, this guy is like one of the best 3-star supports, and I think one of the, in my opinion, like one of the most valuable supports, just because of so this, like I've mentioned in the past, order of operations, it works so fucking well with him because hold on, I gotta clear my throat. Because what you want to do with them, you don't want to have him out there immediately. You have him out there. You have him come in after like 1 or 2 supports die, and then he heals your DPS.
He
He clears their
cleanses.
debuffs.
Yeah.
He gives them some NP gain, just in case you need a second to get his NP because you might be using a different CE. But then you also give them guts, and some people see it as a demerit that he has guts only for 2 people and not for himself.
Oh yeah, I did
think
mention
in a
that.
lot
You're
of
right. Yeah.
situations, it's a positive because once you pop his skills and use his NP, he doesn't really do anything. So
Unless you really want the heal, yeah, the heal is not crazy. Also, yeah,
yeah,
I put it wrong. Like, the heal is not even tied to MP level. My bad. It's the guts.
Yeah, it's the same as Hans, I'm pretty sure, on the overcharge.
yeah, it scales the same way. So
Mm.
it's sort of like in that regard, you could try to sell him as more of a side grade to Hans, but like Hans is more damage oriented, whereas he is
He's more
damage, but
utility.
more utility, more longevity. He, I, hmm, so, oh, it fell out of my brain. I'm not sure what I was gonna say. Um, I would go with A plus. I personally I kind of want to go with the X just because what he's able to do. Okay, that's what it was. So he has a mixture of things. Like he has such a good mixture of good utility and also just generalist things. Where some other servants like Media Lily tries to go all in on the debuff and heal, but then she overkills on it and doesn't have general utility. Whereas he has this really happy medium. And then I guess Iris Wheel is another example, pre-buff, where he has overlap with them, but he has enough that you don't have to complain, but he doesn't but it's just enough things for him to be generally applicable.
Yeah.
Nothing below an A for sure.
I'm thinking one of the A's personally.
I'm thinking A plus or EX, so I guess A plus is more fair.
Wow.
I'm surprised you guys are willing to go with the X.
I don't think I'm going willing to go with EX, but I'm surprised you guys are both. But yeah, I do see his value though. I might go with A plus though.
He's basically irreplaceable because even Castoria, who has some good debuff control, he does that better than her because he
Yeah,
has
but
the
like,
prevention, he has the guts, and then she has no heal, and that helps synergize with her. Like,
but the one
he's
thing with
so
that
good.
though, the one thing with that is like, if it's not a debuff heavy fight, he's still useful, but like I might not bring him.
Yeah, I feel like
Probably
not every boss fight will be like, mostly there's like some debuffs that are, kind of negligible. So it's not super common for them to be an actual, big issue. So maybe that's the reason why I won't put him in EX. But when he is good, of course. Like you said, probably irreplaceable.
Okay. I do disagree on that. I think that there are a lot of really annoying debuffs. I think it's just people are so used to Castoria, it's not people don't see it as much of a problem for a lot of people. But
Well,
again,
yeah.
we are
Well,
considering Castoria. So
Well, it is the truth though, because like when you don't need preventive debuff immunity, if like the debuff, like you're allowed to like remove it afterwards without getting punished too hard, then why would you bring him? Like I only bring him for like either for like super heavy debuff fights that punish you if you even get the debuff landed in the first place, and like stuff when I like, for example, min turn demonic Bodhisattva, right? When I'm doing min turn demonic Bodhisattva, I don't want to use like how do I put this? I can't Castoria MP and then immediately into the DPS MP. Like that design space is probably what keeps him alive. Is like you cannot cleanse the MP sealed with Castoria's MP, essentially. You know what I mean, right?
yeah.
Like yeah. You cannot cleanse the MP seal with Castoria's MP. So I don't know. Yeah.
Fair enough. I mean, again, we who knows what's going to happen in the shuffle, but regardless, I'm pretty sure we at least unanimously agree that, you know, he is very valuable to have, and, you know, depending on the fight, he is either like really amazing or just pretty good overall, you know.
Yeah.
Okay. So time for the last 3-star servant. We did have him last year as well, but also a servant that NA will be getting this year in about 2 months or something. I don't know, something like that. We got, again, I can't pronounce his name, Jiang Jue, something like that. I can't do Chinese names, so sorry.
I go with Zhang Jue. No one complains
Yeah.
about it because I don't think they know how to pronounce it either.
Can you do the actual pronunciation, Plushy?
Yeah. I mean, there's actually 2 pronunciations, which is interesting.
Yeah.
The one FGO went for was Zhang Jue. Zhang Jue. So Zhang Jue is very, very accurate. But there's also Zhang Jiao. Depends on how you want to say it. There's 2 ways to say it. But
Yeah, they even have it on the wiki as the alternate name.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. That's how you pronounce it. Okay. Anyway, what is he? He's an interesting case once again. There's a lot of casters that are interesting, surprisingly enough. He's like, you know how a lot of servants have those field effects? He's a man that specializes in field effects. So otherwise, he's an AoE DPS himself of sorts. But I feel like, again, he's probably mostly going to be used as a support, though. But we'll give him a rundown here. So as a DPS, 6.7k attack is, again, not super high, sadly. And with the caster bot, even less so. So, not the greatest start. He's got an interesting deck, though. He's got double quick, double arts, which I don't think there's going to be that many casters that actually have this deck. Can't even remember many others, honestly, or any others. There's probably some others, though, but there you go. Sure. At least he has nice modern numbers. First skill, full party gets his main card types up for 3 turns, so 20% arts and quick up for everyone. 5-turn cooldown. Pretty good, you know. Nice buffs. It's not crazy, but, you know, he's a 3-star. You gotta remember that. Second skill, 5-turn cooldown. One ally gets 200% absorb for 1 turn, 100% crit damage for 1 turn, and then a debuff cleanse. I'm wondering why the absorb is so low, though. 200% is not a whole lot, and depending on who you're giving it to, might not even make any difference. So I am left always wondering why it is so low. And then he gives such a huge crit damage boost. Interesting.
The only classes I actually see this benefiting, like I never
Is
see it
Archer and
benefiting-
Rider, right? And Foreigner?
I do see it working for Saber as well, because that boosts their absorb to double what Archer normally has.
Okay.
But like it does nothing for Berserkers. Like, oh boy,
Yeah.
like use it on a Berserker. Now they have Avenger absorb, which is still like 60% of caster absorb.
Yeah,
No,
it's
it doesn't
useless.
Yeah.
Anyway, the third skill, this is the interesting part, or where it begins. So 6-turn cooldown, he gets a 50% battery for himself, and then 4 80% chance thingies. So 80% chance to get all of these effects. Forest Field, Water Field, Sun Field, and Burning Field, all for 3 turns, and they're all individual calculations. Interesting, very interesting. So he can provide you with some maps, because he is a strategist, of course, as well. Definitely not short of those at FGO. A lot of the 3 Kingdoms ones like he is as well. So yeah, value depends. And obviously then his MP is heavily tied to this skill as well. So we'll see that in a second. 8% arts up, pretty cool. You know, his main card type and all. 8% debuff success rate, also very cool when you see the MP. So let's get to that. Or before that, I guess the anti-class appendage casters, pretty relevant for him in my opinion. All right, the MP then. So the easy thing, before damage, 10% MP damage for himself for 1 turn, scaling up to 30. Not ramp up, but you know, a bit of bonus damage. It's better than like a dot or something. And then we do the checks. So, if you have a forest field, all enemies get minus 20% quick rest down for 3 turns. Water is the same for arts. Sunlight is the same for buster. And then burning is minus 20% crit chance to all enemies for 3 turns. And all of those are before damage, so it also helps with his MP. Also, his MP is quick. So, very interesting. Still rare to this day for casters. I think I maybe would have liked to see something else though, but yeah. Also... what was I gonna say? Oh, never mind. It was another thing I was thinking about. But yeah, interesting, very interesting. And I like that he has the big battery though. So because you know these are some pretty nice debuffs though. So it's easier to get them. Obviously, you still have to land the RNG from the for the maps though, from the 3rd skill. But worth noting, the Bonsi though. He gets, or the full party gets 10% MP damage, which is like cool, but then the full party gets 20% buff success rate up. So this will actually make it guaranteed, but you know, are you gonna use it? I don't know. It's still like 0 gauge, 0 damage, so, but yeah, it's there.
To be honest, I do see a lot of people hyping his Bonsi. I don't think it's that useful. Like,
yeah.
So the reason why you want his 3rd skill to quadruple proc is for his NP.
Mm.
And then, like, how are you going to NP? Like, sure, 50% battery, but now you have like 30 to 50% you have to deal with.
Well, I guess it's 70 with the append, but still, you're still missing.
Yeah, 30 to 50%. That's what I meant.
I feel like the reason people are hyping up the Bonsi is because they really want to use him with like field dependent units. But like once again, not most field dependent units are not that reliant on the field. It's just Nemo.
Yeah, I was about to say Nemo is the biggest defender for sure.
But for Nemo, you might prefer to just bring an art support. So I think his niche is like his supportability, like in a vacuum, is not horrible. You know, team wide quick arts buff.
Same for debuffs as well.
Yeah, debuff removal. You know, if he gets to, you know, guarantee land the MP. Oh, true. Yeah, I guess for supports, he also wants the MP with the Bonsi. But like, yeah, like as Otto said, if you are bringing the Bonsi, he's not gonna be able to MP. If you don't bring the Bonsi, he might miss the one field that you actually need. So I don't know. I like from my experiences, I've never used him just to trigger a field because I don't think it's. I almost think it's never worth. Like there hasn't been a servant that is like even Nemo once again not polarizing enough, especially considering he's arts and he has better options. So, but I think like in a vacuum he's not horrible. He's like all right.
He also generates a decent chunk of stars from Zempi. It's a 5-hitter quick AOE, so you get some stars from it too to help with the 2nd skill.
I'm pretty sure he could loop with triple.
Yeah, he probably can. Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe
we don't have the numbers though.
Yeah, I could be wrong, but yeah, I don't know. He's like all right. I'm kind of indifferent about him. Sorry, Otto. If you want to continue, I'm gonna go grab something.
Oh, okay. Something I don't see people mention with him, which I think is just actually really shockingly useful. And it's kind of sad no one really pays attention to it. So he actually has some really solid NP gain support. Because between his 1st skill and his NP proccing the water field, you have 3 turns of 40% arts, which is a lot of NP gain. So, like between that and then also 40% quick, like that, like he kind of is a quick support. He's not the burst quick support that people wanted, but there's also like going back to what we're talking about with Mozart, like. It was only 2.5 hours ago. Damn. Like these days, you really want to like throw your eggs into a 3-turn basket instead of a 1-turn basket. So it helps more so people that actually can NP refund and NP spam. Unfortunately, one of his number one critics is a person who consistently uses quick servants that do not do refund and NP spam very well, so you don't see as much use of it.
Yeah.
But
yeah, he's like you said, he's good for refund against bosses because half of the buffs are debuffs, of course. But it's not nothing for sure. It's a good number.
So 100% crit buff. It is indeed no joke, because like with higher rarity, like you don't see it that impactful with low rarity, but with higher rarity, it does actually do quite a bit. 100% crit, as stated earlier. That's a lot of crit for like a 5-star.
Yeah. So this is a tough placement, honestly, because there's also RNG involved, even if your game plan is clear.
Okay, can you scroll up? Just want to remember what we have up at the top. I have the memory of a goldfish.
I guess we could compare him to Mozart a little bit.
Yeah, I kind of want to go with B+. I know that.
I could push for B+.
I know that's not even with Mozart technically, but I think it's pretty. I think he's pretty usable. I don't think he's like ever the best option, but in this day and age where we don't have that many quick options, I think he is actually pretty decent.
Yeah. I think pretty decent puts it pretty well. Yeah. All right.
Like half of the servers here, unfortunately.
Yeah, true. But yeah, with that, we have done the initial placements of all the low-star casters. Yay. And buckle up, because we're only getting started here. So now we're going to tackle the 4 stars, and let's scroll all the way up. Not day 1, but close to day 1. A few months in, give or take. Gonna talk about the first 4-star, also the first welfare. We got Liz Halloween, aka Caster Liz. AoE Buster DPS, and I guess you could even brute force her to loop nowadays, but no, just don't.
Nah, not really.
Yeah, no.
I don't think
Spartacus looping.
Yeah. So she's like an interesting DPS instead. Maybe not the best way though. Now, first of all, the triple. Oh yeah.
Sorry, I was just saying it's one cooldown too long, but yeah.
True. So she's got the standard caster deck too, because back then every caster had to have the caster deck, because no variety. Boo. I think it kind of hurts her, honestly. I would like to see some more Buster too, especially because she has a big mana burst. But
I would like to point out, for some really weird reason, she has one of the best one of the best extra attacks in the game, because they gave her an extra hit. And usually the 3 hit with the 1.5%, which is pretty average for arts decks back then. Usually that is pretty good, but now you got like a 6%. So like even if you did like Buster Arts, like you're getting at least 6% charge out of that, which is really high.
True.
But it only matters so much.
Yeah. Anyway, the buff to the first skill. It's an interesting one. 5-turn cooldown. She gets 20 stars per turn for 3 turns. She gets a 3k heal. All enemies -1 buff, the latest one, not a full strip. And if you removed a buff from them, it's a 10% crit chance down for them for 3 turns. It's like a special version of the buff, but it does the same thing basically. And then she herself gets 20% battery for each instance of this special crit chance down. So if there's 3 enemies and you remove 1 buff from them all, she gets 60% battery, right? So there you go. I like it. Even if you don't necessarily get the batteries or the crit chance downs, it's still buff removal on command. It's decent chill, and 20 stars per turn on a good uptime. It's actually good. It's a great skill. Like, at least this is a nice buff. Yeah, very good. Second skill though, not so nice, but on a 5-turn cooldown she gets 45% buster after 1 turn for herself, and then does a 300 burn on all enemies for 10 turns. I mean, easy, uptime for Honey Lake, I guess, but besides that, yikes. Third skill also has been buffed. So on a 7-turn cooldown, she gets a Guts for 1 time 5 turns, 30% battery, she gets 8 stars flat, and then all enemies get a 100% burn amp for 5 turns. So now your burn suddenly does what? 600 damage instead of 300. Wow, crazy. Yeah, so like Plushy pointed out earlier, it's also one turn too high of a cooldown to be used for farming of the Koyan kind. But at least the Guts uptime is still decent. And there's some cool stuff otherwise. Definitely the best skill is the first one, though, by a long shot. But at least the kit looks better now. Still not amazing, but better.
It's her first skill. That buff is actually just so crazy. Like, I know it doesn't make her like amazing and all, but like the amount of effects, like they took the 2 effects it already had and boosted them. Like
Yeah.
it went from like what 10 stars per turn
12, but yeah.
to 20, which is so much. And then like potentially like 60% battery, and then you also got the buff removal and then the crit rate down. They added like 4 effects, and then they edited the other 2 that were already there. Like this is one of the craziest buffs like I've ever seen.
Also, correct me if I'm wrong, there's a cool use for this skill. Because, again, when you remove a buff from an enemy, they get one of those crit chance downs for 3 turns. And if you actually loop this skill, you can actually get more than 60% battery from it. If you actually remove more buffs on the second go, and they still have that, right? And I'm pretty sure you can stack those debuffs too, those crit chance downs. So I think
I have a video on that.
because she says she gets 20% from each, right?
I didn't think of that.
Oh wait, no, it's based on the. Is it based on the amount of enemies, not the buffs?
Number of enemies, yeah. So I think I have a video on that, and it's
not numbered.
and it doesn't do.
Damn.
Yeah. I think I tried it on the knights in advanced one. There's an advanced one because with like 6 of them.
Chivalry.
Yeah.
Man, that would have been cool though. But honestly, it's a stacked skill anyway, so it doesn't have to be like that.
Yeah, and it's not like her MPs that valuable to spend.
Yeah, true. Like this skill is the highlight of caster Liz, let's be real.
Yeah.
Alright, 8% arts up on passive, cool. 10% debuff success rate, cool. Lancer append, no. And then the MP. So it's the same as Mephisto, right? Post buff, but worse numbers. Anyway, ignores defense on damage, cool. And then OC is a 500 curse on all enemies for 3 turns, scaling up to 2500. Should have been more burns. Like, why mix it up? I don't get it. Yeah, it sucks. It's a free MP5 though, but still, it sucks. She's a weird servant.
Here's the thing. In terms of use case, I still don't think she has a use case, but like she just lives pretty okay. Like if you're just trying to throw casters against like assassin bosses, like even before the first skill buff, she lives pretty well, and then especially now after the first skill buff, I would say it's pretty nice. She has some utility. She can reduce crit chances, nice. And like I don't know. I still can't find a lot of places to use her, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So I don't know where to rank her, but like in a vacuum, she's not horrible. Like maybe for some free to play teams, maybe in some free to play comps, I'll use her, especially if you need like buff removal. Like sometimes you just need that one buff removal, and she even gets rewarded for it instead of just removing the buff. So.
Also, it's funny because someone in chat says the MP has curse because it's a copy paste of Lancer's MP, and it's even more funny and true because even the animation is basically identical.
Yeah,
they just swapped the sprite.
Yeah, it's so lazy.
Yeah. Remember, she always says hi.
Yeah.
I'm eating frozen pizza because I didn't have breakfast.
Oh my god, dude! I could use some frozen pizza. Don't make me hungry.
Tell me you heated it up first.
No, he has iron teeth.
Bro, just thaw it out and like eat the mushy mess.
She is better than Caster Jill. I mean, Caster Jill's MP upgrade though. I don't know who has higher than.
But he's also not a free MP5. He's one of the hardest story locks to MP up.
True, he's not actually. Okay, it's.
And she gets her MP a lot easier, I'd say.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
And I guess we can compare her to Mephisto. Like a main competition, Jill, Mephisto, Babbage, because they're all AoE buster DPSs.
I don't know if she's better than Babbage. I would use her over Babbage because like I like MP damage. I'm pretty sure her MP damage should that's hard to say actually. I'm not
Yeah.
100% confident. Maybe same rank as Babbage then, I guess. I don't know.
I could maybe even place her on B, honestly. It's definitely an upgrade compared to what she used to be, because she didn't rank ever so high. But I mean, we also didn't have the buff to the first skill last year anyway, which is the best part about her now.
It's weird. It's the weird thing is like if you look at the kit, it's actually pretty solid. Like the second skill kind of lame, but like it's pretty solid like overall. You know, like you
I
said,
mean,
like,
if you
long
told me
duration
this is
gun.
a day like year one welfare, if I didn't know they were like buff skills, I was like, no way, this is way better than like year one welfare stuff. Way better.
Yeah, but like you still cannot find a use case for it, which is really sad.
Yeah, she's just a generic DPS, and you might have better options anyway.
I might put her in.
To be fair,
Babbage
we
tier,
don't have that many good, like, or at least decent caster options. So sometimes, like, maybe having more than one or having more variety, because she's a lot more survivable than. I hate to say it, but she's more survivable than Ku these days.
Ooh.
Uh,
I mean, depending on the fight, but I could get that. But like the thing is like maybe she needs more utility. Her first skill is really nice utility, but like I feel like a lot of caster DPS, the theme of a lot of caster DPS is other than some of the SSRs that are they have enough DPS. A lot of the lower rarity or like 4-star caster DPSs, you want them to at the same time do damage but also have some utility. I feel like a lot of them, like a lot of the good ones, the ones that we consider good, have that kind of theme. And I think she's just lacking in a little bit in the utility side. So
Yeah. Could bring more to the table, I guess.
yeah.
MP buff win.
Yeah. MP buff
Well,
will bump her a lot. Yeah.
I plopped her in B for now. Again, we'll see later. But yeah, honestly, she's better. She's looking better, which is rare. Usually servants kind of look worse after every year, but I mean, she did get that big buff, so. Okay. Next up, another interesting case. I think Otto briefly mentioned her earlier, of course, but yeah, now we are here to cover Media Lily. We already covered the adult version earlier in the same list, of course, and she hasn't aged well. Let's see how Media Lily does. So what is she? She's a full support, meanwhile, and she's literally all about healing and debuff, or being anti-debuff. That's it. That's her whole shtick. There's nothing else. Actually nothing else. Now, at least her stats are very nice. Her attack is garbage, but that's great, because you get 13k HP. Awesome, especially considering how much she heals, so... Hey, why not? Perfect stat line if you ask me. She's got the standard caster deck too, which is, all good and dandy.
Yeah,
First skill.
Buff and more res. Oh, sorry, I was just answering. Yeah, she has buff and more res. That's the one thing.
Oh yeah, true. That too. Yeah, that is a nice utility. Anyway, the first skill she kind of retains from her other counterparts. On a 7-turn cooldown, she gets up to 150% battery. Yeah, if you ever need that, defensive MP on command, just press this and there you go. Not a great skill though, which is in her case it's a bit more awkward though, because she is a slow support, so the fights are going to take longer. So you're definitely going to feel that 7-turn cooldown sometimes. I'm not saying you always have to use your MP immediately anyway. It's mostly a responsive MP if anything. So it's probably a bit more fine on the cooldown, but even then, sometimes you're going to feel that cooldown for sure. All right, second skill, 5-turn cooldown, removes party's poisons, and then heals everyone for 3k. Pretty whatever. I mean, the third skill makes it a bit better, but even then is not really all that great. And then the third skill, so the 6-turn cooldown, one ally gets 100% healing boost, or healing received boost for 1 turn, and then they also get 100% buff removal resistance for 3 turns. So again, if you give this to someone and then use the second skill, they now get healed for 6,000. Quite a big difference, and obviously this affects the MP too for the recipient.
Is this the only straight up 3-turn one?
Effect?
Buff removal resist, yes.
Yeah.
Healing.
It probably is, yeah.
Ooh.
No, it isn't, because remember Nightingale has it too.
Yeah, but this is AoE. Oh wait, no, this is single attack. I'm stupid.
Oh, yeah, I thought Nightingale was 1 time 3 turns.
Yeah, it's flat out 3 turns. Yeah. It
Wait,
is.
let me look.
It's better. It's definitely a flat 3 turns. I remember. Yeah.
How about Benny Emma?
She
It's
is
1 turn AoE.
1 turn, but
One
no,
turn,
like
yeah.
use. It's like flat 1 turn.
Okay, this
I
is.
think Semiramis is it 1 time 3 turns? I forgot.
1 turn.
Or is it
Yeah,
flat
it's just
1
straight up one
turn?
turn. Yeah,
Okay.
because it's tied to MP. Yeah.
Sure.
I think as far as time 3 turns, I think it's just Jin Young Yu, Murasaki.
Oh, never mind. I'm
and-
stupid. Nightingale is 3 turns.
Yeah, it's way better than
Okay.
this.
Okay, never
Yeah,
mind.
you are stupid.
Never mind.
Okay.
Sorry. See ya.
Well, good that we covered that too as a reminder. But yeah, there you go.
Good that we learned you were stupid.
Whoa. All right,
Don't
8%
worry.
arts up.
He'll tough it out. He's my friend.
Yeah, of course. There's gonna be so many angry comments like, "Oh, Otto is so toxic. How could he do that?"
Yeah. Well, those commenters are stupid.
Whoa,
because
he's
they-
firing on all cylinders.
And they wish they had friends like Plushie.
Damn, dude. Kind of true though. Anyway, 8% arts up on the passive. Very cool. Her main card type. Debuff success rate though, pretty useless on her. Another meme. Anti-saber. Yeah, good joke. Buffed MP. So party, full debuff cleanse. MP1, everyone gets healed for 4k. And then everyone gets 40% debuff rest for 3 turns. On base OC scaling up to 120%. Pretty cool scaling actually on the overcharge. And then of course again, on MP1, if you heal someone that has the 3rd skill max rank on them, it's an 8k heal for them in particular on base. The heal scales up to 6k on MP5. So the scaling is actually really bad in my opinion. It's not even that big of a deal. Like MP1 is already fine. Like you said, she's very one-dimensional. If they ever find a way to do like an overheal mechanic, then she would play like really good, like very good. But as is, she just heals and removes debuffs or deals with them, and that's about it. And in my opinion, or well, rather, like I think healing is one of the worst defensive mechanics if it's all you have.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. Like the max HP up, I don't think that would make her that much. I mean, it would
No, I
help
don't
her,
mean max HP. I mean like if you get something from being overhealed, like a completely new mechanic in the game or something like that.
Still, I'm not entirely sold on that because like with defensive effects, like the meta these days is preventing damage altogether.
No, I'm thinking about maybe they could do a thing like overheal is converted into like defense percent for like 3 turns or something.
Yeah, like for example, I played a
like that
game
might be
before.
wrong, but I don't know.
I played a game before. It's like it has there are teams where it's like all of your overhealed HP amount times a certain multiplier is dealt to the opponent, and it ignores all shields or whatever. So like it is a possible gimmick. But I think that would obviously, we can't predict that. So as of now, it's just no.
I think she's too one-dimensional.
And I saw a very funny like comment not comment like the chat message like she's very good against her Nunos. She's like worse against her Nunos than Asclepius. So like I don't know, man. It is
so some props I gotta give her there. So the debuff resist can actually be a bit clutch there, completely because it isn't that difficult to just completely deny all of those debuffs. So one of the most interesting craft essence interactions with her is demonic bodhisattva. Whether or not I say that right, whatever.
Yeah.
And the reason why is because you get that 50 or 60% charge. You use her first skill, you get 150, so you go up to 200%, and then plus 2 levels, and you get to 100% debuff resist for 3 turns. That all being said, the problem with CERN is like you usually like part of the reason why Asclepius is pretty good there is he can show up, he can remove debuffs like on a skill, which helps on the off turns when you're not Castoria NPing, and usually you want to use NPs to overcharge Castoria's NP there, and she kind of like keeps herself alive at the same time, and you might not want to keep her alive in particular, so you might be better off with someone else that can help keep you alive and do other things. So again, it goes
I
back to
would
like
say, oh sorry.
again, it goes back to things like if she had more general applicability. Like what I want like a team 30% arts buff. Like I think that would just do so much for her because then she has some offensive capacity, like
Huh.
allowing the team to do more damage and then also boosting their NP gain a bit. So
That's
she can
interesting because
compete a bit.
I completely want a different direction. I want her to
Hmm.
like focus on one
Like double
niche.
down
Like,
on defense.
I want her debuff resistance to like easily go up to 100% for the party or something.
Hmm.
So
Like
give her
for
overcharge
multiple.
buffs.
Like
Well,
maybe she
I guess
can
that could. Yeah.
like maybe she can give overcharge because like her MP is already buffed, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
like if she gave
Yeah.
the team like one overcharge buff, then that would make some sense.
Yeah,
Like you
and
could do
yeah.
arts and then team overcharge and then maybe like 10% gain, 10% charge. That's what I meant. Or
Yeah, maybe
20%.
it. Overcharge works better with Castoria or something. Like I don't know. I just like I like utility pieces because like I really think a servant like this, if you want general use, it's almost unsalvageable. Like if she gives the entire party arts up, people might still use Shufu, right? So like I would rather take like a very like make her irreplaceable, as you said with Asclepius. I know Asclepius also has team like general utility, but that's just because he's a good servant. Um, like
Again, that's the appeal of the arts buff because he has no offensive capacity whatsoever. And that's kind of the direction they went with Iris Field because she has the team NP damage buff now. And I think that
yeah.
helped her out a lot.
Yeah,
Because
that
like
that did help her
with
slightly.
Castoria, like no one wants raw defensive stuff. Like it's just overkill.
Yeah, that's why I say debuff immunity because like there are debuffs that are just unavoidable, and like also there are debuffs that are just repeat. Like it's like Cernunnos or full gauge comma. Like those debuffs are just you get debuff like 5 times a turn,
Okay,
right? Like it's like you get debuff when you attack them, you get debuff when they attack you. Like I would rather have like a full immunity to debuff for like maybe even just debuff immune for like 3 turns. I don't know. I don't
okay,
think that's too broken.
but would you still specifically pick her for that instead
Yeah.
of?
I-
I mean, if you have
if I can't
Asclepius
deal
and
with it, I
Castoria,
would.
you might have enough control.
If I can't deal with it, I would.
Yeah, but if you could deal with it, would you use her?
No, but like okay, but like
Exactly.
if she gets an art sub, why would you ever use her? Like in
Well,
what situations do you use her?
Yeah, I don't
because
think that would maybe make
because
her like pickable suddenly.
Yeah, like
because well, you don't use Asclepius specifically for NP gain support. Like you can have the heal, and
yes,
like sometimes you need a healer, someone to just like top you off on healing, but you might not
yeah,
need the charge because you're using Castoria. So having
yeah.
more damage makes more sense than having more charge or NP gain buffs, like what Asclepius has.
I guess yeah. This is once again like full roster versus I don't have the full roster. Like, cause like if you don't
Yeah.
have the full roster, yeah, she might just be your best healer.
And
But like if you
she's
have
really hard to
Tamamo,
get, by the way. Like
yeah,
I like the only times you can get her, it's like either with Ibuki, like way back when she came out, or with Raiko. So like if you hate Rito servants, then you probably don't have her.
Yeah,
like
she's rare.
I'm not even saying like Lady Avalon because that's obviously unfair. I'm saying someone like I don't know Tamamo. I've used Tamamo over her like for sure, and Tamamo might be less rare than her for like as a
I
healer,
think she
and
is.
she's probably more valuable, as a healer. So like I don't know. I really think she is. She needs like a thing where there's a once in a blue moon quest that comes out, and then like the quest is borderline unbeatable with Medea Lily, and then it's just piss easy with Medea Lily, and then the community will remember her even though she's still trash. Like I think servants at this to me, I would rather a servant leave a legacy than actually be good. So maybe
Hmm,
that's me. But yeah, content brain basically. Content brain
got it.
is what caused that. Yeah.
I'm
I don't know.
between C plus and B.
Eh,
I'm fine with C plus. Don't worry, B. Honestly, like I don't. I'm
Yeah,
not
kind of
dismissing
replaceable as is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Her biggest advantage here is that her biggest competition is also story locked, so
Yeah.
they're both hard to get.
Oh, which one? Oh, Asclepius.
Asclepius, yeah.
Yeah, Asclepius.
Well, there you go. Maybe a bit too one-dimensional still, but maybe, I mean, she has a lot of room for growth in more ways than one, so hopefully they'll do more stuff with her.
Yeah, let's just hope she doesn't grow into the 3-star one.
True.
Kid.
Go beyond. All right, time to talk about my free-to-play accounts, Tutorial Servant. Kind of fun for her, but I mean, I'll be real. I don't think she's particularly amazing. It's Nursery Rhyme. So she's an AoE arts DPS. You could probably do some farming with her as well, because, you know, I have, but it's not pretty. So mostly just a DPS. And even there, doesn't look too hot. Okay, now we can also get some reference for 4-star stats, because now it's relevant. So among 4-star casters, her attack is just under average. So that doesn't also do her any favors. She's got a full arts deck, which I'm kind of sad about, because, you know, she wants to crit as well. So double buster would have been cool to see, but, you know, back then they were mostly just printing the same deck on casters, so oh well. And speaking of crits, yeah, 5-turn cooldown on first skill. She gets 50% crit damage for 3 turns and 600% absorb for 3 turns. So again, it's self-mod, is basic, but it works. Good uptime on a 2 effects that synergize really well together. Okay. Second skill, 5-turn cooldown. She gets 30% defense for 1 turn. She also gets 30% defense for 3 turns, and then 40% debuff rest for 3 turns. So the turn you activate it, you have 60% defense for that turn, I suppose. Can be combo with some other stuff to actually tank some significant damage, including MPs, but, you know, the 1 turn part is only for herself, so others would still need to figure it out. Or just perish, depending on your, you know, lineup and what you want to do with your supports. It's an alright defensive skill, yeah. I quite like it. Good uptime, good, you know, effects. It's not bad. Third skill, 6-turn cooldown. She gets 40% battery, 2k heal, and cleanses her own debuffs. So a big glaring issue after the skills, obviously, is that there's hardly any damage. Also, because she wants to create her being an art servant, full 4 cards of arts as well, with no star generation whatsoever. Yeah, how are you gonna get those stars as well? This is another problem. Like, yeah, there's some glaring issues immediately here. The passive is good though, 10% arts up, because, you know, 4 arts cards. It's a nice number. She's anti-archer on the append as well. Pretty irrelevant. NP has been buffed, but again, not to sound too much like a broken record, it's a boring buff that only affected the damage. So besides damage, she does a 20% defense down on enemies for 3 turns after damage, sadly. And then the overcharge is an AoE tick down, but 60% chance on base. Scaling up to 100%, but man, yeah, good luck getting 500% on her. Ooh. What a... Just not great design. I have to say. Like, no damage, and then no crit fuel. Sad.
I'm very indifferent on the character. It's just so boring. It's so funny because I remember when I first started playing, I was like, damn, this character has potential because her first skill is Jolter's first skill. What a dumb idiot. This character is like borderline.
Yeah, can we have those buster cards and the freaking 13k attack as well and whatnot? Can we have those too?
Yeah. So nope. Yeah, no.
Yeah, I agree. Just no, sadly. As I think she's nice and fun, and I like her on my free-to-play account, but objectively, I don't think she's all that good.
So I'm kind of surprised that she's actually not on the looping sheet but actually no, on second thought, no.
Yeah.
Like the team I was looking at, like you can, with no RNG, you can 3-turn with double Castoria and Oberon, but generally servants that have to do that instead. Like, and then again, there's some that 50% CE that double Castoria have that on there, and she could do that. Sorry, I'm just rambling to myself. Um, yeah, she's not too difficult to fix. I think like just put some sort of like big arts buff or big attack buff on her, and
Or
she's in good
stars,
shape.
if they want to go with the crits. Because as is, the
Well,
first skill is awkward.
well, part of the thing is, and I think like people, I I understand why people are about that, but people when they're talking about like quick servants, for example, they say stars aren't as valuable. But then when it comes to servants that have like absorb and no stargen, then suddenly it's a problem that they don't have their own stars. Because it's easy to get stars these days. We have Jufu, who has 20 stars per turn. You get 3 turns of star absorb. Like it's just like it's still not much. I don't think it's enough
She
as
doesn't
is,
crit hard
but
either. Like,
yeah,
Mm.
exactly. Just give her other types of mods like attack or arts. Like we did the Mordred buff like last year. Oh, shit, it was last year. Uh and she got like attack and buster crit. So we could do attack and arts for her. I don't think that would break her.
Yeah.
But like if you're gonna make her an arts crit servant, I'm like, hey, we got other servants here that I'd like to see go in that direction. It's just like, I mean, yeah, like you look at Gilgamesh, he's just as accessible as she is, and he does her thing so much better. Isn't it?
Yeah. And there's definitely no shortage of AoE arts casters. So, yeah, that hurts her quite a bit too. There's so many of them.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm thinking one of the Cs, maybe a flat C.
Yeah, I mean, she's usable. It's just her damage is really low.
Do you think she should be lower?
I don't. I don't really think so because, like, if you think about it, Caster Liz has some of the same problems. She has low damage, or at least low uptime on what damage she has, but her kit is like okay. Okay, her kit is actually pretty good. It's just like Nursery
Yeah.
Rhymes is like decent, and then she has damage.
Yeah, it's passable.
Nursery Rhyme is not free MP5 in this
Definitely
context of
not.
this list.
Yeah, yeah, that is true as well.
Let's just go with a flat C for her.
Yeah.
That's fine.
I guess it's just because like a lot of these casters here, like they have their NP, they don't have much of a kit at all.
I guess she
Yeah.
has upgraded MP. It's like, yeah, upgraded MP does actually help in hindsight, but
No.
She's not Paracelsus though, as far as DPSing goes.
yeah.
True, of course. Anyway, next servant. Got Helena, caster. We covered Archer already a few weeks back. And here comes the caster. So AoE arts once again on that topic of there being a lot of them. Yeah, she's one of them too. Not really a looper though, sadly. She's more of a DPS / a support. So let's see. She's got 8.6k attack, which among casters is around the average, if not slightly higher. Triple arts on her deck too. I feel like that's fine. At least she doesn't really want to crit too much, like Nursery Rhyme, so not that big of a problem. First skill, 7 turn cooldown, 20% party battery. Yeah, I mean, it's not great. It's pretty bad, but you know, it does stuff. Oh my god, why is this still like this after all these years? I don't understand. Well, there it is.
Oh man, and then we're gonna look at Gilgamesh here in a second. God.
Yeah. And that's just the start of it. Anyway, second skill, 6 turn cooldown, 5 stars per turn for 5 turns. Okay, she has an 80% chance to get 50% MP damage for 1 turn, and then she gets a 30% battery with the upgrade. I mean, first of all, I hate the RNG, and even when you land it, it's only MP damage for 1 turn. Kinda awkward, and then 5 stars is like next to nothing. It's good uptime, but it's like, why? Just give me like 3 turns of stars that are just, more. I'd take that over this. I don't get it. Third skill. This is at least because of another servant. This actually keeps her somewhat relevant. Funnily enough, so on a 7-turn cooldown, the full party gets a 20% rainbow for 3 turns. Yeah, that's a lot of buffs. Interesting, but yeah, a certain other servant. One of the 2 new servants we have for this year, makes this a bit more relevant, which is cool. But man, this is not a nice kit overall, in my opinion. Looks bad. Even after they lowered the cooldown of the second skill and put a battery there, it doesn't look good. I don't like it. Obviously, she herself now has 50% battery combined, 70% if you have the append, but just passives got 10% arts, very nice. 8% debuff success rate, also pretty not bad for the MP. Yeah, anti-archer on the append, nah. Buffed MP though, that's pretty cool. Ignores defense on damage, always a nice bonus. And then on overcharge, we got triple debuffs. So all enemies get 10% crit chance, defense, and debuff rest down for 3 turns on base, scaling up to 50% each on max OC. I like the MP kinda, The utility is cool with ignore defense, and the debuffs are not bad either. So there's that. I wish the debuff rest down happened first though. I don't know why it's the third in the order. It should be the first. Not a big deal though, but it should be the first to help with the others. Helena is... I don't really know how I feel about her in 2024, honestly. I feel like she hasn't aged that well overall though.
So for context, like I like to show Yui Shosetsu synergy, but she has team wide rainbow. I would not use her for Yui. Like it's just I would use like Da Vinci ruler, for example. Like I don't know, man. This character is kind of funny.
For some sort of multi-core context, you might be able to make something work, but
yeah, because she does have big self-charge,
and the mana burst of MP damage, which is RNG though.
Yeah, it's not guaranteed. If you miss that, bro, her damage is
it's so much worse.
Just multi-core with Tesla. That's why he has the success buff.
I think you're right, actually. I think that's it helps him too, of course, but I think it was also designed with Helena in mind.
The meme, the forced synergy because of lore.
It's like Kudo and Ilya again.
Yes, the lore of him simping for her in event stories that are not very well wrote. Very good lore.
Like this isn't even broken at 100%. I don't know why it's 80. Like it's fine. It's like fine at 100. It's fine at guarantee.
Yeah, they should have changed that too with the buff, but they didn't.
Yeah, like it's a nice mana burst effect, for her own damage. Like she'd actually I bet she'd actually see some play in multicore, because like 50% MP damage up is huge. It's the damage difference is massive. Like you can bet on it. It's kind of like people are like, oh, but you aren't complaining about Swiss Char. What are you complaining about this? Well, I am complaining about Swiss Char, but like I don't know.
Oh yeah, if someone asking why is the rainbow buff relevant, you get that hint. It's this servant right here. We'll talk about it later. Again, like Plushy said, maybe still not the best, synergy ever, but it makes it a bit more relevant for sure. But yeah, we'll talk about her in a little bit later. Helena. Where did I place her last year? She was B+, maybe lower.
I'm gonna be honest, like
B?
at least from a farming, like from multi-core, I feel like she's still okay multi-core wise, but the inconsistency on her side.
Yeah, that sucks.
I don't even think she's like that horrible. I think she's at least B, for example.
Yeah, I think B is fine.
But it's like people really like to think of her as, like back in the day she was like, oh, she's a great 4-star support. I don't think that's the case anymore.
Yeah, back then it was mostly because we didn't have a lot of options. As soon as we started getting options, she immediately got shadowed.
It's
like Chiron.
Yeah, Chiron was like the big nail in her coffin as a support.
And like
so much
20
better.
chargers as well. Like people want team-wide 20 chargers. Well, then
now there's so many of them, and then some.
So many of them.
Chargers. It's not acceptable, guys.
See, if she was there, like I know this sounds very stupid. It's like, oh my god, it's just 10 difference. Well, 10 difference is a big difference because of how numbers work in FGO. Like if she had team wide 30, I think she would have a place, but she just doesn't have team wide 30.
I mean, they could still buff the first skill. It's dog water, so here's hoping.
Make it team wide 10, yeah, maybe.
And now she has a 60% battery.
Anyway,
Make it be ballsy and make it team wide 30, so she has team wide 50. Never mind, that's probably
true.
it's very scary.
We already mentioned Tesla simping her, but we had the other simp as well, and we're going to talk about him next. We got Mr. Lion himself in Thomas Edison. Wow. So he's an interesting thing. I think, honestly, he's a bit underrated, if anything. So he's an AoE Arts DPS and a utility support as well. Now, stat-wise, as a DPS, it hurts. 7.9k attack is bad. It's just straight up bad. So as a DPS, maybe not the most flattering thing, but at least it's not the only thing he does, so there's that. Full arts deck, totally fine, ain't no worries. First skill, 5-turn cooldown, targeted. One ally gets 30% defense up for 3 turns and a -1 turn of all their cooldowns. Very cool. That is a solid skill. Even if it seems basic, it's nice. Second skill, 8-turn cooldown. He gets 10 stars per turn for 5 turns. Full party gets 10% MP gauge per turn for 5 turns, and then also 20% MP damage for 5 turns. It is a long cooldown, but it's nice effects, and they still percent-wise, have a decent uptime at 5 turns each. And there's some good stuff here actually. It's like a team-wide Prisma Cosmos and then some for most of the fights. So that's pretty cool, actually. Third skill is maybe his weakest skill. No, not maybe. It is. Even if you have a lot of use for overcharge, I don't know. It's not that good compared to the other two. So 6-turn cooldown, one ally against targeted gets 2 steps of overcharge for 1 turn, and then also get 30% star gen for 1 turn. This is one of those really weird design skills, like especially for himself, the star gen is absolute dog water, just not good at all. But, depending on who you target, it could be useful. And then Overcharge, of course, can have great value on certain servants, like Castoria. Wow, shocking. I mean, he is an art servant, so this would be a big boost for her, because her Overcharge is broken. So, I like his skills. Again, for DPSing, they're pretty bad for him. There's not much to go on with, a little bit. But yeah, I like all the utility and supporting he can do, though. Now, his passives, I wish they were EX, but sadly they're actually D rank, so he gets 4% arts up and debuff success rate. Would be nice to get both higher, but oh well. Both are still useful for him, especially with the MP. Anti-Archer again, apparently everyone hates Tesla. So does this mean Helena likes him more? Because she was anti-Archer too, right? Oh, that hurts. Unless it's a different reason. That hurts. Because I like Tesla more, I'm not gonna lie. Anyway, debuffed MP though. So on AoE, skill seals and MP seals all enemies for 1 turn. Pretty cool, especially the MP seal. 100% base chance. And then the overcharge, all enemies get a -10% crit chance and attack down for 3 turns on base, scaling up to 50%. Similar scaling to Helena as well. Very interesting. It is a 1-hit AoE though on art, so it barely refunds anything. So his farming is like row if his damage wasn't bad enough. But, as a DPS and a support, like a weird mix, he has some cool stuff going for him, actually. I think he's a little bit overlooked. What do you guys think about Edison?
I think he's really good. Maybe because of how many things I like to play around with his kit. But there's a lot of great synergies with for example the Bavanchi stall team I really like. That works very well with Edison. And there are just some servants that really appreciate the cooldown reduction sometimes. I think Otto will probably tell you more about it. Otto probably experimented more with Edison even than I do. But I have a lot of stall team comps that I use, and as a utility pack, he's just so good for sustain buffs and stuff. So yeah, I don't know. I actually really want to rank him pretty high, just because of that. It's not normal stuff, but for stall, he's one of the better just engine / support.
I like what they've done with him, yeah.
Yeah. And his MP level doesn't matter. kind of.
True. I mean, he's story like I didn't mention that, so you know, just having one copy is already good for his main purpose. I feel like.
Yeah, he's basically a full support at this point. Like even if we remove the damage that he does on his MP, he probably still see the
Yeah, the
exact same
debuffs are
stats,
still
like-
nice.
Yeah, like great unit, in my opinion. Yeah, sorry.
So the thing that I've noticed with him, every time we have some sort of gimmick servant, something that has a really interesting, unique kit, he ends up synergizing pretty well with them because the kinds of utility he has, it's less so supporting them to do general things. It's more so like he just takes whatever utility they have and he amps it up because he has the cooldown reduction, he has the overcharge increase, he has NP per turn, so like you get your NP faster. And you just have you become safer at the same time. Like the defense buff, I do find that pretty valuable, especially since like okay, maybe your DPS doesn't have a useful overcharge. Okay, you can just use it on him, and then you get 3 turns of tack down. So it's still a really good overcharge effect.
Yeah.
I found recently though that he is pretty fun to like pair with Andromeda because he has the targetable defense buff, so she's going all the way up to 80%, 80% defense, and then it's just like really cool stuff. And then he has his place in stall comps. He's just the support or the utility support. So he combos so well with so many servants that already have good effects. I'm gonna be honest, A+ or EX tier. Like he is so fun. He is so unique in how he brings out the performance in other servants.
Also, oh my god, I just realized someone in chat said, Abikebron is, where is he? He's gone. He's not on the list.
Did you not see that you got 3 stacks of Emblem? He died a while ago.
Oh shit. Okay, I'm gonna message Copy if he's away, because he can maybe add him on the fly and we can go back. Oh, that's awkward. But yeah, back to Edison. Yeah, he's very good.
I don't think he's EX, but like
yeah.
But like for example, for supportability, he's definitely better than like Zhang Zhe and whatnot. I want to put him in A+. I think A+ can make sense. So
I think one of the A's for sure.
What's in the other A's again? Like, can I look? Sorry.
Basically, supports and cool.
Oh, it's just cool. I'm inclined to put him in A+, because like for supportability, I don't think he's like. Yeah, I know Asclepius is 3-star and Hans is 2-star, but like, I genuinely think like his support can be more valuable than both of them in a lot of situations. So I'm actually inclined to put him A+. But yeah.
Dude, I'll do it. People need to realize Edison is good. After all the buffs, he's legit. Yeah. Frick it, dude. All right, we'll keep moving on for now. Oh, I think Copy might be adding. Oh, well, we'll just do the next servant, and if he plops in there at some point, we'll just cover him after that. But yeah, moving on for now. Let's see here. Where is she? I'm blind. There she is. Okay. So we briefly mentioned her earlier as well, and she has seen a change, I'm pretty sure, compared to last year's tier list, so that's good, because in my opinion before that she had like no use whatsoever, especially considering competition. So we got Iris Field next. An interesting welfare, also a support. She's mostly compared to freaking Asclepius, if anything, still. So HP is not too bad, 12.4k, pretty passable for a 4-star support. Try refreshing. Yeah, we'll do it after we cover Iris Field, but cheers. Hopefully you added him. Anyway, I feel bad as well on actually hindsight, because I like Amikirban so much and I didn't realize he was missing. I have a grailed one on JP. I'm sad. Well, whatever. Alright, triple arts on her deck is pretty good. Here we go. The buff that they did. So 7-turn cooldown on the first skill. She gets 100% healing boost for 3 turns, aka the healing that she puts out there. She gets a 50% battery, and then the party gets 30% MP damage for 3 turns. Much needed. The damage is nice as a bonus, but especially the battery, because her gains are not good at all. So, hey, they actually did a very solid and fitting buff, in my opinion, with this one. So, yeah, it's still a lot of cooldown, of course, but, you know, it helps. Second skill, she gets an invul for 1 turn and then 30% MP generation for 3 turns on a 6-turn cooldown. Even with this active, her gains are still not good, so But you know, defense is nice, even though you're probably going to pair her with Castoria, chances are, so you might not even need it that much. Third skill, 5-turn cooldown, it's a 3k heal for 1 ally. So with the first skill active, it's a 6k heal, basically. Wish it did other stuff too, because just a heal is on a 5-turn cooldown. This should be like a 3-turn cooldown at best. 5 is way too high for this, but you know, there it is. It does something. Like, it's just flat out so much worse than Asclepius' first skill.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, she gets 8% arch on the passive and then 20% debuff for us. Pretty cool. Passives are good. Anti-Avenger on the append, and nah. Alright, the buff, the MP that hasn't been buffed, and free MP 5. Everyone gets a 3k heal. 6k if the first skill is up and maxed. And then everyone gets a 1-time 3-turn guts on the base overcharge and with 1k revive, scaling up to 3k revive. And unlike Asclepius, she also gets this guts. So there is that difference, I suppose. Talk about a weak MP though, otherwise. Like, that's not much, just so bland. Like, come on, bro. You can tell like that, oh, we're gonna give everyone a free support, let's make sure she sucks. And they did do that before. I mean, at least now the buff is here, so there's some stuff to go on about. But besides this buff, I think she was just god-awful. Like, straight up. I would never bring her before this buff. And even then, I don't think it's all that amazing either. Like, I still don't really like her. What do you guys think about Irie?
Super mid.
Yeah.
Super mid. Just whatever servant, in my opinion. Like, I still don't see a use case for her. You can argue insta death, but even for insta death, you know, we have like Scotty Caster. Like, yeah, that's a weird one for insta death, but she does counter that.
Can I interrupt you for a second? Copy. Did you update the other list, the one with the Arya one? Because I just refreshed and Avi kept running in here. Maybe you updated the one that had Arya on it, because this is the one with the bootleg Morb for Tammy. Anyway, you can continue.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, I don't see a great use case for her. Like, there's so little situations where you want the gut specifically. Like, the only thing she has over over Asclepius is that she lives with the guts. But like, when do you really need that? I can't really think of any situation that you actually need that, which is kind of sad. But like, yeah, I don't think I'm crazy to think, you know, that. Yeah, I don't know, man. This is
tragic still, kind of.
Yeah,
I like that they gave her something, but man, it's still overall not looking good.
Yeah.
Anything to add to Irie, Otto?
So I think she's like, she's another one that suffers in the face of competition. Like, if Asclepius was not also doing the guts and heal thing, I think she would be a lot more useful.
Yeah.
Because, like, as far as dedicated healers go, like, I feel like she hits an okay medium on the heal. She doesn't like go super hard on only the heal, and she has like the other utility. Like, she's not dead weight offensively. She doesn't have to. She doesn't wait a shit ton of turns to get her NP again. Like, you can have her come out and instantly NP, so you can instantly get a pretty sizable amount of health, I would say. And then she's just one of those servants that you want to. She fits in a mold that people hate, and that's what it is. She is useful in really long-term comps. Like, you put her on a team with an Arts, DPS, and Castoria, you're going to live fucking forever. But no one wants that, okay? I don't want that for
I mean,
sure.
you can do that in other ways too.
Yeah, that's true. It's just like it's even more reliable, if that matters. I also think that the way her guts interacts with the other effects on her NP, it is inferior to what Asclepius does, because he can use his guts on the turn that it procs, and then you stabilize a little bit afterwards. But with hers, it's on the front end, and so it doesn't really have much use. If they switched around like the scaling effects, that would be pretty nice. But the fact that she is more accessible than Asclepius, I feel like that is a little bit worth something. Um, she's still pretty lacking. I don't think she's amazing by any stretch of the imagination, but I think she's like meh. There have been some cases where she has been very useful, but they are in the past. So,
Well, I think she's gonna go up because last year I had her on an E tier.
Ooh,
Definitely.
okay, definitely not E tier. Probably
D plus or C.
Yeah,
C?
probably C. Probably I don't know.
Yeah.
C, maybe, yeah.
Yeah, it's there's uses for her. It's just she's never going to be the best option anymore, unless we have a repeat of that one Hassan challenge quest. That was like genuinely the best use case she's had so far.
The Arash one?
No, the one with King Hassan.
Oh, there was also
where
the Nerfest one with Arash where he just MP'd a bunch of times and you just need to live with guts because he has invul pierce. But that was before Castoria came out. Nowadays, Castoria can do that too. Yeah.
And then the gimmick's nothing.
For that gimmick, I actually beat it with
You can do coups as well and shit.
I beat it with Shroud.
You could also
and then like tank it. I just tanked it.
That's funny.
Yeah,
sure, you could do that too.
Like there are a lot of ways to like bypass this stuff. So I don't know.
Anyway, I think I'm gonna give Nursery a mommy. There you go, C tier. Why not? Also, now we got Awikebron back. He was missing, so we're gonna do him next, just so the flow it remains kind of fine. Not that big of a deal. I'll put his timestamp as is, of course, here, but I'll put like a parentheses like he should be before, so no one is surprised. But no worries. We'll go back a little bit here. So where is he? There he is. My guy. Again, if anything, I should have noticed this because I actually have a Grail 1 on JP. Hey, no worries, copy. It doesn't really matter that this is a little bit, out of order. It's totally fine. At least we noticed that, he was missing and you managed to update it anyway. So, hey, don't worry about it, dude. It's all good. So yeah, Awikebron, we got a AoE Buster DPS caster with some interesting utility going on. First of all, the attack is very low though. 6.3k, even for casters, it's just very low. So if anything, that's one of the biggest drawbacks I feel like of him. And I kind of wish he had a double Buster, double Arts deck, but yeah, he's also rocking the full triple Arts caster deck. Especially because the first skill. So on a 6-turn cooldown, he gets 30% Buster and Arts for 3 turns for self. Cool, pretty basic, but DPSing, yay. Second skill, he gets basically an 80% battery. Because, the way it works is for the first 100% bar, your first MP that is, 99% is impossible. It used to be possible, but nowadays, for many, many years now, for both NA and JP, 99 is impossible unless you get drained into it from above. But going from, the bottom side to upwards, it is impossible. So even let's say you have his 20% append, you use this on max rank, 99.5% gets rounded up to 100%. So in most cases, it is an 80% battery on an 8-turn cooldown. Is it still a great skill? Not really. That's a high cooldown, dude. So yeah, pretty brutal, but easy MP, I guess.
You're probably not going to have him NP twice. So
I mean, chances are, because a lot of people might use him for the third skill as well a little bit. So There it is. This skill is interesting though. So on an 8-turn cooldown, he gets an on-death buff for 5 turns. You can't stack it, or cannot rather. And then when he dies, the party gets healed by 2k, and then they get a 3-hit invul for 3 turns. Now, this is an interesting scaling on the skill, because levels 1 to 9 give the party 2 hits of invul when he dies for 3 turns. But if you max it, the 10th actually does upgrade it, so they get 3 hits of invul for 3 turns. Very interesting. I think this might be like one of the only scalings that happens like this in the whole game still. But yeah, it kind of, emphasizes you, or incentivizes you to max it out, because that's actually kind of a big deal, getting 1 more hit of invul for your hopefully 2 surviving teammates. It's a kind of a mixed bag of skill set, like these two want him to stay alive and do DPSing, and then there's like, it's only on death stuff, nothing else. It's not like Constantine, who copies the skill on someone else when he dies. He also gets the things for himself, but in this case, it's only stuff when he dies as a DPS. So a bit weird, have to say. Anyway, 8% arts on the passive, pretty cool. 9% debuff success rate, also decent. Anti-Berserker on the append, very, very nice. Actually, he doesn't even have debuffs. I don't know why I said decent there. That was an autopilot moment. Yeah, the second passive is useless. Yeah. They have buffed his MP, which is cool. There's nothing besides damage on the normal effect, but the overcharge, there's some cool stuff. So before damage, he gets 20% MP damage for 1 turn, scaling up to 40%. And then the full party gets 10% MP gain for 3 turns on base, scaling up to 30%. Not bad on the overcharge effects, actually. Pretty interesting stuff. And again, because the first MP is kind of free, even if you're going for the sack strat, you can probably at least give your party some more MP gain via the OC. So it's an interesting spot. Like, you can absolutely, just field him as a DPS and try and keep him alive, and then only take the 3rd skill as a bonus. Or you could kind of, try for the sack immediately. In some cases, I guess. A bit morbid, but yeah.
I mean, I've seen him I don't know. I've seen him do big damage farming, like for a low star, big battery, big damage farming. Not like looping, but like just clear the way. Like, he can loop, yeah. I'm saying, but
he can literally run a black rail by himself because he has the append plus T battery. So there's that. Yeah. But also, one thing about the 3rd skill I didn't mention, it can be really, if you're not gonna go for the instant sack, good luck timing this, because it's up for 5 turns, and then there's that 3 turns of downtime. So it can actually whiff sometimes, which is unfortunate.
Yeah. He actually can 3-turn with Vich and Oberon. It's just you use a 50% CE and you use his second. You don't plan on using his battery. I don't think the damage is particularly worth it, especially since we're comparing him to Caster Coup. If we talk that logic, but like, I think the 80% battery is 79.5% battery is pretty worthwhile, because you don't have to invest any charge in him at all, and the fact that it has like a little supportive effect, it means it in challenge quests it can be pretty nice. If you have a taunt CE for this guy, like Poster Girl is so good on this guy. Because then you're able to protect the team for a few turns consistently, have him die, and then he can also just give the team a little bit of NP gain while he dies.
Yeah.
What he means by he can run Black Grail is like he has...
Like, not for loot farming.
Yeah, he can multi-core in that regard, I guess. It's just like a pin plus 79.5% battery. But
He's
I have seen him used like in the CERN fight, for example, because like usually on that first turn, you don't want to just immediately pop your Castoria batteries. You want to break on like turn 2 or 3, and you want to have as much overcharge on Castoria as possible. So sometimes you'll just want to sack that first servant and go into that with several stacks of invul. That being said, from my testing, I have found that Bond CE George is better for that role than him, because the heal doesn't outweigh the extra hit you take.
Yeah.
George can like do the hit counts, and he can also cancel the turn because he's taunted. So you only get attacked once.
And he doesn't need a poster girl. You can maybe bring something else like a what's it called? The Zolkin if you need to delay an MP as well. You know, there's some options because he already has a taunt for 3 turns.
To be fair, I guess you would be debuffing, which is generally not that great, but it's only 1 debuff.
Like his thing is basically compared to George, at least in my opinion, he can do like damage before it happens, right? So like he's not locked to just play. I mean, George is also not locked to play that.
But you mean in general? Gotcha.
Yeah, in general. So like, I don't know.
He's like
it's alright, I guess.
B tier. Is he comparable to Babbage? Maybe not directly in damage, but
I think he is
use him for damage. Like,
well, he has that big battery. Yeah.
I could be wrong. I don't know.
Maybe in farming, I don't really see him being used outside of like supportive effects, because I do think his support is pretty interesting. Like being able to sack him, and like AoE challenge quests are pretty nice for him, because the NP gain, like that means you get more damage from being more NP gain from being hit, and then it also means like you definitely suffered some chip on the other 2 servants. So
yeah,
he has some uses. It's not niche to the extent of Mephistopheles.
Yeah, they could definitely buff him again though. Right. All right. We'll pop him in B for now. We'll see if we shuffle some of the AoE busters later. So yeah, now we're actually done with the 3 stars this time. I fooled you last time and I totally realized that this was all a ploy. Now I look smart, right? Yeah, totally. Okay. Anyway, scrolling up a little bit and back to 4 stars. We got Nito Chris. Actually, the first of Nito Chris's, because all of her variants happen to be pretty late into these lists. So yeah, we got Caster first. Stay tuned for the other variants in future weeks. We got AoE Arts DPS Farmer. Mostly a farmer, but you know, she's got some interesting tools that you could use her in bosses too. Fine, so not too bad. She's got 9k attack, which for a 4-star caster is actually very solid. So that's cool. She's full arts. I think that's fine. She's all about the blues anyway. First skill, 5-turn cooldown. We got she gets a 100% instant kill success rate up for 3 turns. She gets 20% arts for 3 turns, and then the full party gets a 3k heal. It's an interesting skill. The instant kill actually might even be relevant in her case sometimes, because she is, used a little bit like Dolman sometimes, where you just, the damage of the MP is kind of relevant potentially if you're just going to go for an instant kill of a wave, which depending on the enemies can very well be viable, as much as instant kill is a meme. And then the art is obviously good for damage and refund, and the heal for farming, like whatever, but again, you can potentially run her in bosses as well, fine. So in that case, it's a good chunk of healing. Castoria teams tend to lack that, so it's a pretty low cooldown, so I like this skill. I think it's good, funnily enough. Second skill, more big batteries, because yes, 7-turn cooldown, she gets 120% battery. So if you have rank 8, you get a 0 to 100. And if you have, rank 5, you get 0 to 100 with the append maxed. For what it's worth. But why would you max the append just to skip out on level in this? You probably wouldn't. But yeah, there it is. There's this interesting comp as well where you run like a full... like a MLBK scope on her as well, and then you MP like back-to-back as well. Obviously, the damage won't be super pretty, but especially if you're going for instant kills, it's also viable because of the battery. Third skill, on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets a Guts for 1 time, 3 turns, and revives with 2k HP, and then a debuff cleanse on self. It's a decent defensive option, but nothing great. It's an okay skill set. It's just fine. Passives, 10% arch, 9% debuff success rate, and then divinity, mostly good. Yeah, mostly good. Anti-caster on the append, and maybe sometimes though. Depends, but mostly probably not that useful. Buffed MP, All enemies get 20% crit chance down for 3 turns on normal effect. Very nice. And then the instant kill on the overcharge. So 50% instant kill on base before damage, scaling up to 100%. Well, so there you go. She is relevant still. Yeah, definitely relevant. Maybe not as much as when she came out, because, you know, it was like unheard of that you have an AoE servant that can instantly MP from their own accord. But, you know, she still is relevant for sure, right? Yeah.
I mean, she's just the insta-kill user. Like how high she is depends on how high you value that role. It's still okay, but like I feel like they do try to like prevent you from getting away with it with this kind of stuff nowadays.
Yeah, also, yeah, worth noting, yeah, the instant kill, I did say it, but I didn't emphasize, yeah, because it is before damage, you know, her loop farming is not really reliable, so if you're gonna farm with her, it's mostly via that anyway. But, you know, because the K-scope strat and the big batter, you could still get back-to-back MPs easily. 3, definitely not, because the insta-kill can still screw you, but 2 MPs are pretty easy to get back-to-back anyway.
Yeah, like, she's not horrible. She's of course she's not horrible, but I don't think she's like EX anymore. I feel like some people want to put
Oh, maybe like when she came out, but only then, like not for so many years anymore.
I mean, her archetype is still useful. The testament of that is I still use Needle Alter a lot. But the thing with Needle Alter is she does damage. So like even if she doesn't insta kill, she does damage. And also of course the insta kills after damage. So I don't know.
Yeah.
She's still great for farming. I know she's not horrible in CQs, but I probably won't personally bring her in CQs.
Yeah.
It's just kind of weird, but yeah.
There's so many other options for CQs that are probably better, even if she could work there.
Yeah.
Anything to add, Otto?
I want to discount her performance just because Domon raised my standards for instant kill. Because he can go up to like 150% if we're talking with that one Mystic code. And that was actually super relevant with one specific 90++. And then we have seen a decent amount of nodes in like the last year that can be instant killed, but like that's with Domon, and Domon has higher instant kill than
he is the premier one for that stuff.
Yeah,
I would say
I just think it's a little bit unfair to compare.
But
it
to
is.
Be fair, it's like 4-star caster versus 5-star ultra
permanent versus 5-star limited. So yeah.
Yeah, it's like I'm conflicted between making the comparison basically because like in the vacuum,
it's worth mentioning but not focusing on. I feel like.
Yeah.
I think I could place her in B+.
B+ for sure. Like it's an easy B+ if you're just. I mean, she can even. I don't know if she can go higher though.
Do you think A maybe?
Who's in A?
Well, only co-caster so far.
Cool. I think maybe.
She was A last year. Do we still match that?
Maybe. I do feel like she is more useful than those other two.
True, she is easy to use.
Those are two goobers. Probably.
Alright, frick it, dude. A it is. Okay. Now we're just now getting to summer, I believe. Like some other classes, we get to summer so fast, but now we're like just under 4 hours and we get to a summer servant.
A lot different from the writer situation.
Yeah, that was like every other servant was summer servant, it felt like. But here we go. Sadly, maybe not the best of the summer servants, though. Like, not just in caster, but in general. We got Marie caster, aka Summer Marie. She's a DPS AoE. There's a lot of similarities to her and her writer counterpart. This is what they used to do, like, you know, in the old servants. They made the variants very similar, and she's definitely not an exception. She's got 9k attack, so at least the attack is pretty good. So nothing to complain there among 4-star casters. She's got a triple art stick. I think it's fine. There's a bit of crit stuff as well, but Mostly a meme from what I remember. Alright, first skill, 5-turn cooldown. We're back to this skill again. So everyone gets basically 19.5% attack for 3 turns, and then all male allies get 41% star gen for 3 turns. Again, definitely doesn't include herself. So I don't like this skill. It's like a charisma basically that just has a small bonus. And even then, chances are it's not even gonna be all that useful. I don't like it. Second skill, 7-turn cooldown. She gets 10 stars per turn for 3 turns, and then 1k healing for self only for 3 turns. How is this a 7-turn cooldown? This would be like whatever on a 5-turn cooldown. 7-turn, that's horrible. Like, what? That is like, they were like, oh my god, these per turn effects are so freaking good. We have to like super nerf them. Because remember what Edison's skill was before the buff too? The second one,
Yeah.
It was so horrible. Like, they were so afraid of per turn effects or whatever. This is not good. Third skill though, we have Subsignature Marie Defense though. So on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets a 3-hit invul, no turn limit, and then 50% debuff rest for 3 turns. At least this is good. It's all defensive stuff, you know. Keeps her away from damage, keeps her away from debuffs sometimes. It's good. I like it. It's basic, but it works. First 2 skills, though, I could definitely see big improvements. So, yeah, overall skill set is not that good. 10% arts on the passive, very cool. 4% debuff success rate. Does she have debuffs? Oh, she does one on the MP. Okay, so it helps a little bit. Anti-Avenger on the append. Nah. So the MP on base normal effect, all enemies minus 20% crit chance for 3 turns, cool. And then overcharge, all allies get 20% crit damage for 3 turns, scaling up to 40%. So a little bit of synergy with her stars per turn as well, but it's such a small number. And then the stars per turn is small too. And her MP is an AoE arts for 3 hits. It's not going to generate any stars either. Like, what is she? What is she? She's just a hard to kill DPS that barely offers anything.
Yeah,
That's how I kind of see her.
She sits on the field and does nothing.
Like, she's worse than her Rider version by far. Like, it's not even close.
Sure. Yeah, because like she didn't get a buff.
Yeah.
So yeah,
and she's limited, so most people that have her probably have a low MP level anyway.
Yeah, I really don't like those kinds of sit on the field do nothing characters, and she's like the pinnacle of it. So
yeah,
it's a no for me. I don't like her at all.
Yeah. Got any comments on Summer Marie Otto?
I don't feel like there's too much to say about her. She definitely feels like one of those servants that isn't supposed to main DPS, because like she does have like a little bit of support, but it's still fuck, man. Gilgamesh is he's unfair. Like, we have to compare all of these servants to him. It's just like
Is that a segue I see as well?
Yeah, I do like that she's like more survivable, because I do like the princess skill. It's generally pretty nice, and
Yeah.
then she does have HP regen. It's just like I don't know, man. So no.
She has like no damage though. Like, why bring her? Just bring a support.
Yeah. Yeah, and then like going back to arts crit stuff, like you usually don't arts crit for damage. It's usually for like spam, NP spam.
I'm thinking like one of the Ds. She was D plus last year as well, which I'm okay with.
I'm fine with D plus. Is she? Yeah,
I think she's worse than Nursery. I think she is.
Oh yeah.
She has an MP upgrade too, and she has more offense in her kit. Not much though.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, what a tragedy of a summer servant. And yeah, you were just talking about him. Easy segue into our next servant. So yeah, we're finally here. Again, we mentioned him a bit earlier too as well. So Caster Gilgamesh, I believe his buff is new as well compared to last year. Surely it is, right? Yeah, it is. Okay, so we got AoE arts, DPS, support, fun character. It's pretty cool. 8.4k attack is around average for 4-star casters. He's got full triple art stack, which, you know, perfectly works with his playstyle. Also worth noting, they had to nerf the MP gain on the MP specifically because it's way too many hits. But yeah, here we go. The big difference to last year, I believe. 7-turn cooldown on his first skill. He gets a 30% battery. Then the full party gets 100% star gen for 3 turns, and then a 20% battery for the party. So, quick math, he gets 50% battery and everyone else gets 20. That's a lot of battery being shared from one skill. Like, what? Damn, dude. Like, again, you compare this to Helena and you want to cry. Like, why? Like, it's so sad. But obviously for him, it's great. It's really good. It just enables a whole bunch of new things that he was never capable of before. So, that's pretty cool. Second skill, this is kind of boring though. Everyone gets 21% attack for 3 turns, 5-turn cooldown. You know, it helps, but a bit boring, you know. They buffed the charisma for Archer too. You can do it here too. I'm not saying they should, but, you know, they could. Third skill, 6-turn cooldown. Full party gets 30% arts for 3 turns, and then also 30% debuff success rate up for 3 turns, which also helps him out a little bit. Obviously, his debuffs are still 100% on base, but, you know, against resistance can be a cool little bonus. So yeah, this was a big buff for sure. We'll touch it after I cover the kit here a bit more in depth. Passives, again, more debuff success rate, 10% for himself, 10% arts as well, very nice. Divinity B is like, whatever though, doesn't matter. Anti-archer on the append. Well, you will bring him as a support occasionally, so this could be relevant. And then the MP, so also upgraded. Full party gets 20% defense for 3 turns, 30% crit damage for 3 turns. And then all enemies get a minus 20% defense down for 3 turns on base overcharge, scaling up to 40% after damage. It's a 10-hit arts AoE. So it's one of the rare cases where, yes, the MP is arts, but if you have the first skill active, it will still dish out a lot of stars. So it's one of the rare cases where you have an arts servant capable of star generating. From hits, that is. Yeah, this buff though. Wow. It's a big ass buff, dude. Helps him self-loop better. Makes him more relevant to bosses, multi-core. You name it.
He is so ridiculous, dude. Like, he has so much support. Like, you look at all of the things he's competing with. Like, you got Helena, who has like the 20% rainbow buff, and he has 21% attack, plus 30% more arts. Plus 30% crit, plus 20% defense down. She has the AoE 20% battery. He has AoE 20% battery, and then also the 30%, but Team Stargen as well, instead of 5 stars per turn for 5 turns. He has so much stuff like that helps the entire team. So like most of the time, I feel like I literally just mentioned it. Like I feel like arts crits are generally just for MP gain, and in this case, yes, it still is the case, but even if you're spamming arts cards, you're still critting a lot because you have him NPing like every other turn or every turn, because his card gain is actually really good, by the way. And like he's ramping up, he's keeping high damage output, and then the entire team is getting all these buffs for their arts crits that it's actually kind of hilarious. Something I started realizing is, dude, Castoria is unironically doing pretty good damage against these assassins. Like an arts crit doing 30k plus. Like, bro,
You know what's funny? I was looking at the crit sheet, and it's literally the top spots are their supports. Besides Izumo, Castoria is the 3rd highest on caster crit damage potential. She and Scotty.
Dog shit stats.
Yeah. It's true.
Yeah. So like I think this support is very good, of course. Like for example, we took a look at Landing. I think he's like a better version than Landing.
I think before the buff to the first skill, they were very comparable, but now it's like hard. Oof.
Yeah. And then like and then for farming, he's also like better than Lanling's support as well. So it's just, I don't know, man. It's scary. This character's scary. I don't want to
Yeah.
put him EX though, but unless we're adding more. I know we're adding a tier for Castoria probably, but like
Oh yeah,
Mm.
yeah.
I think A+ is pretty
We'll-
fair though.
yeah, we'll
A
get
plus
there.
is for sure. Yeah.
I'm down for EX.
We'll see. Potential EX. We'll say that.
Yeah.
It's just like there's like all of these 4-star ones, and I feel like he's just that much above them. Like
Yeah, he
you can
could be.
DPS, you can support, you can multi-core farm, you can multi-core challenge quest, you can fucking
Yeah, he could be
do all
EX,
sorts
I
of stuff.
guess. He's like very close to EX. I'm teetering.
Well, for now,
Yeah.
but again, very
Yeah.
potential in the shuffle, or even before that.
Yeah.
We'll say that. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. It definitely will be revisited. All right. Moving on for now. We got Cersei, Kirike, you name it, all the fun pronunciations. Single target buster DPS. The rare single target caster appears. I think she's the second one after Media, right? So yeah, quite a gap between them as well. 8.6k attack, above average among 4-star casters. Not too shabby. Not sure how. I don't really like her deck, honestly. The triple arts, because she has a buster MP as well. I am not a huge fan.
Yeah.
Again, big batteries. First skill 7-turn cooldown. She gets 120% gauge. There it is. Cool. Makes it easy to get the first MP after that. Yeah, gonna have to wait a bit, chances are. Second skill 5-turn cooldown. All enemies get a 1k poison for 3 turns, and then also 20% defense down for 3 turns. The poison is like whatever. It's definitely a lore thing, but the defense down, at least, it's something. It's nice that it's AoE. It's still not an amazing skill. It's basically a reverse charisma, because the dot is like whatever, so Third skill, 6-turn cooldown. Full party gets 50% star gen for 3 turns, and then also cleanses the full party's debuffs. I like the cleanse. The star gen, though, kind of mixed value on a caster setup, just not a great skill set, I'll be honest. It's just not good. Anyway, 8% arts up. At least, the deck benefits from the passive. So there's that. 10% debuff success rate up. Oh, yeah. I mean, not for the poison, really, but for the MP effect, if anything. Anti-caster append. Nah. Buffed MP, though. So she's got the Pigify on one enemy, because it is single target. So it's basically a stun. But, just ignores like stun resistances and whatnot. But in like 99% of the cases, it's the same as a stun. So hey, yay. That at least is good. I'm guessing that's why her gains were gimped, kinda, because, the MP being spammable would be kinda ridiculous. Also removes targets' offensive deep or buffs. Always nice to see. Keeping the team a bit more safe. And then also the target gets minus 10% crit chance down for 3 turns on base overcharge, scaling up to 50%. I like the MP though. I like the effects. Yeah, that's good. A stun is always nice, especially when it's not chance based. Obviously it can still whiff, but yeah.
So like one thing that she struggles with is like over time she hasn't aged very well, because for some reason they like introducing bosses and servants that are immune to her gimmick.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
immune to
it's
Pigify.
in that sense it's different than stun. There's a lot more enemies that are straight up immune to this.
Yeah.
Because
Let's
they were
see.
scared to add a essentially.
Oh my god.
Okay, so the reason behind that is because they're scared to introduce a guaranteed stun.
And just don't
Yeah.
give her a 150% battery or 120. It's just so unfair.
Well, I already explained. They're dumb. It's the same thing with Kash and Koji. Like they're like gimping a servant's kit because they're scared of spammable stun stuff. That's why some old servants gets away with it. Skahak gets away with it. Kama gets away with it. The latest servant who got away with it was Van Gogh, because they were like, nah, there's no way Terra's good. Terra's been dog shit for like the longest time, and then guess what? You put it on a really spammable MP, and whenever she MPs, she gets 150% crit up on herself or something. Then yeah, okay. Suddenly,
And that's AoE too, by the way.
Yeah. So suddenly broken. So like, but I feel like they're just really inconsistent on. I would say their the design philosophy is in general they're scared of like stun, charm, buff,
Yeah.
stun lock, charm lock, whatever. But like sometimes they accidentally fuck up and let something through, right? So like this is a case where they were extremely careful, and this is a case where they can retroactively change it because it's like a unique stun, so they could just easily screw her over by
Yeah,
adding negative
it's such a
signifier to
dumb
everything.
thing, like immune to piggy fight trait. That's so lazy from a game design standpoint. Just to introduce a trait, just to make her like less OP, because they're scared.
Yeah, it's retroactively controllable. I guess that's why they did it. But
Yeah,
yeah, there you go.
that's not good design though. Game design perspective.
And then you got Scaff, and you got
Yeah.
Kidu. Like, well, at least it's locked to divine enemies. That's fucking
On Enkidu, yeah,
amazing.
Scarf
Yeah.
is guaranteed on everything basically.
Yeah. It goes through debuff resistance, if I recall correctly.
It's 500%. So like, unless you have,
Yep. Unless it's debuff immune.
yeah, unless it's immune, yeah.
It's just wow. Gotta say her gains are just absolute dog water. It is
Yeah.
incredible how low they are. She has an art stack. The average for art stacks is like 1.5. She has 1.17. I guess that's not including her arts passive, but that's so
Yeah.
much. Her quick card is like pathetic as well, but like you're not gonna try to use that at all. She's one of those servants that gets more out of NP art than NP quick art. It's kind of hilarious. She, and even though she got her NP upgrade, I kind of do like the NP upgrade, the offensive buff removal. I've actually had situations where I've used her as a support, just so she could show up, remove those buffs, and also remove debuffs, because I think that's pretty nice utility too.
Yeah.
She like the damage is still really bad. Like she's
Yeah.
only like I'm not sure if she's out damaging Shiba, and Shiba doesn't have an NP upgrade.
Because she has no steroids. She basically has no. She has like one defense down. Like she has no self steroids. So like I have tried to use her in because of the 100 battery. You know, she fits into multi-core against like assassins and berserkers sometimes. But like even then, my MP5 sometimes just doesn't kill. So there you go.
Yeah.
At absolute best, she is a single target arc.
Yeah. So
no.
what are we looking at here? C plus?
Like she has no competition. That's like the best
I
thing
put
she
her
has
in
going
B.
for her.
You don't put her in B? Yeah.
I'd still put her in B, but like, you know that Faker MP upgrade coming. All right, I'll be right back. Hold on. I guess Faker hits the things that she Faker cannot hit the things that she hits.
Bro,
maybe assassin.
Faker was like the first 100 plus battery damaging NP that wasn't scuffed as fuck. Like
yeah,
Yeah.
Faker MP upgrade incoming. But
I
she
don't know,
still can't hit assassin. So hey.
I think I might go with C plus personally. Actually, even if it seems a bit brutal, I think I will because again, there's way more options nowadays as well, and she hasn't aged well anyway.
Yeah,
well,
I mean,
well,
that is an interesting thing though, because like, doesn't Faker turn into a rider like with her skill? Right?
Well, she keeps the pretender advantages.
Okay.
But
Yeah.
she also gets.
So,
I think she gets the defensive.
So like the one class that she doesn't hit, neutral, is assassin. So there you go. That's her niche because caster.
But even then, I would bring other singles. I would bring the one we're gonna talk about, like maybe not next, but like at least like the third one from the list. I would bring her as well over her.
Yeah.
There's a lot. There's so many options that I would rather bring.
Yeah, the lower she is, the more tiers there are between her and Shiba. So let's get to this wonderful person here, my favorite servant ever.
All right, so I'll do the rundown first, and then I'm sure you will have a lot to say about her afterwards. But yeah, Queen of Sheba. I don't know. I always say Sheba, but I think it's Shiba. I think you're right. That's what Japanese says as well. So there she is, with her big ears.
Shiba, because she bad as fuck.
Oh my god. Sure. Anyway, single target arts DPS, 8.6k attack, places her above average among 4-star caster lineup. And then she has double buster, double arch deck. I do like the deck. Wish Say, Kirky, Cersei, whatever had this too. First skill, I believe this might be new. I forgot, maybe not. But anyway, 5-turn cooldown. Full party gets 20% attack for 3 turns, and then she gets a 30% battery. So hey, it's a slightly better charisma. You know, there's that. It works. It's not awful.
It's like 2.2% increase in attack.
Yeah, true. Oh, you mean like from the charisma itself? Okay. Yeah. So yeah, the battery was the main upgrade, obviously. Second skill, 5-turn cooldown. She gets 100% crit damage for 1 turn, and then also Invul Pierce for 1 turn. So it's like an interesting mana burst when you think about it. It's like has some utility and then crit the damage. Ooh. Alright, third skill, 6-turn cooldown. Full party gets 20% buster and arts for 3 turns, and then a flat 10 stars. Do wish the star scale though. 10 is not much, but oh well. At least the kit, you know, it's kind of, I don't love it, but it's at least full offense. So, they were at least trying to do something with her that wasn't like all over the place. So there's that. All right, first passive, 6% arts, pretty cool. Her main card type, if you will. 20% debuff res, again, rare for casters, but she has it. Cool. Anti-caster on the append.
Casters with it.
Yeah, we already saw it too, so... Well, if we count Goddess's Core, that is, which I did just now, so I don't know if you counted that, but okay.
Yeah, just magic resist at least.
Oh, okay, so then there might be more, because I think the earlier one from earlier was Goddess's Core, but regardless.
It's basically the same thing.
Yeah, because we don't care about the flat damage. Alright, Anti-caster doesn't really do her any favors. The MP, I'm not a huge fan of, but let's see. So besides damage, there's nothing on normal effect. But then overcharge, you get triple debuffs. So the target gets minus 10% attack, defense, and then healing for 3 turns on base, scaling up to 30, 30, and 70 on the healing down. The MP I'm not a huge fan of, but at least she has a lot of offense though. I don't know. I'm not too hot on her, but I am sure Otto can maybe try to convince me otherwise.
Yeah, I don't have much to say about her either.
Yeah, her numbers are just like whatever.
So
at least MP.
So her second skill is a massive red herring because like you look at her second skill and you're like, okay, 100% crit. And then you got first skill, that's card, as well as her third skill, that's crit and card stuff. But she is not really a crit damage servant because
no, for sure not.
Yeah, even when she was level 100, because mine's 120 right now, she still wasn't critting that hard. I would say because lower attack stat and all, but her selling point is not only her NP, but her NP gain is ridiculous. Like her arts cards are, I cannot understate it. Like you've got, sorry, I heard something weird in the music and I was like, wait, sorry, just got completely derailed.
Wait, do you have the same music that I'm listening to or something else?
No, it's something else. I'm listening to a different version of the
song. That's funny, because when you said that, in my stream, the song request that started playing was Super Idol. It was really funny.
Oh my god.
I thought that threw you off, and that was really funny.
That would have thrown me off for sure. So, without her card buffs, she has like... actually, now that I think of it, I need to factor in her. She has like 2.6%, I think, arts cards, and then you use her third skill and you got 3% arts cards, and that is absurd. That's absurdly good. There are servants that have 1 arts card that don't have that high. Like there are some that have that high of an arts card, and they only have 1, and they're notable for it. Like she has a better arts card than King Hassan, for example. Anyways, So her NP damage isn't like particularly impressive, but since
Yeah.
she has her card gain really good, it is extremely easy to spam it to an extent where you can actually do this kind of silly thing where you can actually refund loop with her, single target refunding for whatever it's worth, because we're like, oh, okay, single target assassin node 111, like that's only so useful, um, but
Yeah.
it's a little bit of something. You can multi-core with her pretty decently because you've got like good team buffs, like 20 buffs there, and
Yeah.
then also her own battery. I think that helped her a good bit in that regard. So even she kind of has some farming utility. Again, not amazing damage. We're talking NP1.
You probably need a
But
really nice copy like yours for that mostly.
I
yeah,
mean, I do see her loot farm, and also like being able to spam MP that consistently is it's how do I put this? It's less easy to do that with single target arts than AoE arts in like a challenge quest, for example, because like the single target's natural refund is never going to be as high as AoE. So like for example, if
Unless you're
doing, like,
Archeria
yeah.
oh well, yeah, of course,
or
like
Saito.
yeah, but like they should be close, no? Their refund, I'm not sure. But
Oh,
like
hers, it's not amazingly high. It's like 4%.
I mean, this
But
is
like
not as high, clearly not as high as those two, but yeah, it's higher than the rest of the single target caster competition.
yeah. So like I think that is at least something, like especially, good card game. Like Kenshin gets a lot of credit for having a very good arts cards, despite, like Kenshin basically has like kind of her deck with her gains a little bit worse even. I don't know. But like yeah, like she gets a lot of credit for that. So I think Shiba should also get some kind of credit. I know the MP is unupgraded, so it's kind of annoying, and the
I feel
effects
like
aren't
she's so
crazy
close to
good.
being so freaking good, but not
She
as
just needs
is
an MP
still.
upgrade. Like most of them needs an MP upgrade, to be honest. Like it's
Yeah.
literally just one MP upgrade off of being really good. So I don't know how to rank her, to be honest. It's a little bit awkward.
I
Because I
think
don't
she's good,
use her
but
enough.
nothing
But
amazing.
So
yeah, I mean that's fair.
so also the NP effects. So first off, the heal is fucking the heal down is fucking nothing.
Yeah.
Some people like to act like, oh yeah, you can spam her NP and like get that. Well, you gotta for it to be. So the thing about heal down, it has to be spammable to an extent where you're getting high numbers of it for it to matter. Because you got shit like that Spartacus quest where he's getting 200,000 or whatever, and like,
Yeah.
oh, okay, UNP once that's 60,000 down. You're still not breaking even there.
Mm-hmm.
But the other two effects, I know those are small, and I did, which I think there was a servant earlier that.
It
I'm
was Jill
thinking
Caster.
FGO.
Yeah.
Yeah, he has higher numbers on it, but the thing is, she spams this NP so often. It is so incredibly easy to have her NP every turn. You can go like 3 or 4 turns, always NPing. You're very likely to have at least 2 of those active at a time. So she does kind of ramp,
It's a little
but
bit
she
because you're probably not
also.
going to overcharge her anyway because Castoria wants that. So at most you're probably going to be like 30% minus. It's good, but that's like the peak basically. So it's not
I
the
mean,
craziest.
no. I mean, I do think you overcharge it because of Castoria. Because like Castoria's
Really?
MP is very easy to get in challenge quest. So like it's very easy. You put Castoria's MP before this. So like overcharge one is like like for example, if you think about like in a challenge quest scenario, art servants are always the ones that gets the overcharge the easiest. Like busters are how to get overcharged.
Well, I guess
with Buster. You just have to specifically
I'm
run,
not. Maybe the
like
MP ordering could be like, yeah, sure, that's argument. But like Otto said, her cards are good. So sometimes if you have more than MP1, you could actually maybe get some overcharge just from the gains
from
alone,
the
like
card.
hitting higher than
Oh,
like
yeah.
200%.
I guess.
Yeah, like well over you can get well over 100%, like one arts crit with Castoria. Like it is very high. Um, uh, Speaking of gains, I think that is okay. Before I go on to that, with the NP ordering, I generally would go with Castoria's second because,
Yeah.
like it's 5% more attack down versus another hit of that invuln. That being said,
Nah,
like
I
part
mean,
of the reason why I think that's
you're
she's really
missing
appealing for
damage.
that.
You're
Yeah,
missing
but
damage immediately if you're not using Castora's MP first.
like
I
sometimes
mean,
you want
depending
more
on what you're fighting.
survival.
Yeah, depends on what you're
Yeah,
fighting for sure. Like
and
it really depends on what you're fighting. But like my
it,
point is
it,
not really about Shiba. My point is like I think Arch servants have the most accessible overcharge in general because like Castora's MP is the easiest to get. I'm not even talking about Lady Avalon because Lady Avalon of course gives overcharge for the entire team. But like I'm saying just like in a quick team, Scotty's MP is not easy to get. Like it is a very strong MP, but it's not easy to get. In a Buster team, Koyan Light's MP, I'm not even sure if you really want to use it over a card. But in an arts team, you almost always use like for damage boosting, using Castora's MP first is almost always never bad. So like if you want to trigger strong overcharge effects, like I think as an arts servant, you can almost realistically expect like half of the time it will be OC2 and a half of the time it will be OC1. But for other card types, I don't think that's the case. At
I
least
would
that's how
only
I
do
feel.
it if, like Bazab was saying, if I'm running Amakusashi and Castoria, then you can use it first because you're getting a bunch of overcharge
Really?
anyway. I would not do it on
Do you
base
all,
actually.
do
I
you
still
guys
value
all
the
use
hit more.
Castoria MP later? Really? Damn, I'm the weirdo. Like
Yeah,
I
I would
almost never
absolutely
use
use it
it.
afterwards. Yeah, unless
I
you have a lot of
almost
overcharge
never,
as is.
cause like you're missing at least what
But it's
30%
5%.
attack up.
Okay, well,
No,
well, yeah, you get the attack buff from her
okay,
too. But even like MP1
yeah,
Castoria, it's not that much, and she already
yeah.
has attack up in her kit. Like it's
So
the special
I'm
info
not
is
talking about
so
Shiba. I'm not
good.
talking about Shiba. I'm not talking about Shiba. I'm just
Oh,
saying like for overcharge sake in general. Like for
really?
example,
So you
yeah,
do it first always, like most of the time?
always, always
Really?
first for
That's
damage. Cause
crazy.
like, cause
That's
why would
that.
I?
Oh my god,
Why would I take an extra hit if I can break the bar? Like I don't
dude, I
like
feel like
why would
that's
I
a lot
care
of
about hitting bars?
midterm break. But
It
okay,
is not
okay,
midterm break run, but like
fair
if I
enough.
break, okay. I mean, I understand where you're coming from, but like here's the thing, right?
Okay.
You like I don't really think you always need that many hits of like protection. I don't well,
But the
okay.
difference
What?
between 1 and 2 hits is big, though. That's
Okay,
big.
but okay. What if I don't break the bar without putting it first? So I'm either breaking the bar now, having one less hit,
But
versus I'm not breaking the bar
what
now.
you're saying, it can also be like a double negative. Yeah, you're breaking the bar if you might not, but then let's say the bar break happens and then they instantly like charge as well, which can be a bad thing now that you broke it too early. And now you have less special invul as well. It's not that black and white, because a lot of bar break effects are devastating. So there you would
Well,
like to
use it
have more
next turn.
special invul anyway, you know?
Who's the next turn? I mean, I'm just saying like I'm not always going to put a second, like especially with like strong overcharge effects. Like for example, any overcharge that scales SE special effect like
Hmm.
Ibuki, like Summer Ibuki, for example, like anti-Earth. Like for example, for a quick anti-Earth servant, I would not realistically expect their overcharge to go over 1. But for a arts anti-Earth servant, I could realistically expect their overcharge to be over 1 half the time. Like I genuinely feel that's the case. And also like of course I'm not even talking about farming because like Castora MP during farming is real. Like that's the real thing, by the way. Like I don't think anyone's gonna deny like for Castora MP and farming is a thing,
Yeah.
but I'm not even talking about that.
If anything, we should probably save this for Castoria's conversation
Sure,
because we got it derailed.
sure,
But yeah, we should place
sure.
Shiba now. So
so
I'm thinking like B plus personally.
man, hello, I'm here.
Hello, Otto.
So I think something that's particularly valuable. There's a decent amount of art servants that can't NP every turn, even if you're overcharging Castoria's NP or Castoria's overcharging their NP. If you can just get that back with one arts card, or if you can refund enough that you're fine, like okay, you're constantly having the option of that overcharge. So you can either go for more damage or you can oh, also something I tried to say multiple times and I don't think I got to squeeze it in. So her third skill, there are multiple effects to it. It's not just damage. It's also NP gain for the entire team. So the entire team is going. Like sometimes there is an edge there with the NP gain where it actually gets you more NPs. And then also you got Star Bomb only does so much, but sometimes it'll give you a crit that you wouldn't get normally, or at least wouldn't reliably get. So I feel like she synergizes pretty well with Castoria. I think it's just her numbers.
I'll agree to that.
If not her numbers as far as damage goes, like every other number is doing great, basically.
Yeah.
It's mostly the NP gain. Who am I kidding?
I'm still thinking B+. I know you probably want to place her higher, but yeah. What about you, Plush?
I don't know. I don't use her enough. But like me personally, I
use her all the time, so my experience matters the most.
But you also have an amazing copy,
my
though.
vote is the most important.
Yeah, yours is 120. So that is.
Hey,
I guess that is the philosophy between like that's very different between me and Otto. I tend to underrate servants I like a lot because I always like.
I'm the same with you.
I kick the servant I like down 2 pegs because I assume they're only good because they're 120. But that could also be scuffed. That could be a wrong assessment because for example, I really like crapping on Coin Dark, but like I realized Coin Dark is really good. But you know, like
so while I do understand that, to be fair, I have a second Shiba that is level 80. So I can opt to go for lower performance.
I mean,
granted, it's still NP5. So like,
do you think her like in terms of like use cases is like more than like Caster Coup and Nido Cristo?
Well, I mean, they're farmers.
I wouldn't really directly compare them.
I guess.
But she is the highest of the single targets so far, so there's that. We don't have a lot of comparison for so far anyway. And she's already a full tier higher than Cersei is, so it's not nothing, you know?
Yeah, I don't think B is I don't think B+ is a bad ranking. I am hovering between B+ and A. So
we'll again, it could be a shuffle, because again, we barely have placed like many single targets anyway right now, so we'll see.
Yeah.
Tentative. All right. I don't even know how long we went that, mostly because this guy's story I think derailed and whatnot, but okay. Anyway, welfare time. We got a servant that I hate character-wise. I'm sure but most people already know that, but yeah, we're going to...
There's nothing there.
Yes, agreed. Sieg, there he is. Not Siegfried. You remove the Fried and you just get the Sieg. Alright, so AoE, Arts, Caster, basically a looper. As the DPS, he doesn't look very appealing. The MP at least helps with that, of course, but I feel like it mostly used as a farmer instead. So, 8.4k attack is a little lower than, average among his peers. But oh well. He's got the double buster, double arts deck, which is fine. For a skill 6 turn cooldown, he gets 30% MP generation for 3 turns and 2k max health for 3 turns. It's again mostly used for the farming. Otherwise, seems seems like not such a great skill, honestly. Second skill 5 turn cooldown, he gets 36% arts for 1 turn. Talk about underwhelming. Like, if this was a 3 turn skill, it would still be like, okay, and... But it's a 1 turn effect, like, bruh. That is a dog skill. Alright. Third skill, 6 turn cooldown. He gets 100% anti-dragon damage for 1 turn and then a 30% battery. Again, mostly used for the battery, but if you happen to hit dragons, then hey, he just did a bunch more damage. But again, holy downtime. Like, man, this is not a good skill set. It's like, this man lives and dies by his MP, but at least the MP is good, albeit basic. Like, this skill set is trash. Alright, passives, he's got 12% crit damage, because why not? No synergy whatsoever for crits, by the way, but he has that because of lore, I think. He's got 6.5% arts and debuff risk as well on the other passive. That one a bit more useful, especially for farming. His anti-saber on the append, which, no. I mean, there's just a good amount of dragon sabers out there, but just no. Then the MP. So again, nothing on normal effect besides damage, but the overcharge is a 20% defense down on enemies for 3 turns before damage, scaling up to 40. So big emphasis on before damage. That's nice. That's a great overcharge. The best thing about his kit by far. Let's be real. Helps with his farming damage too. So with that, I guess, again, like I was saying, he could be used as a DPS too, because he can spam his MP easily and could easily rack his defense down fairly high, but because that's all he has. Like, his skills suck. His stats are not great. They're just okay. Like, bruh. But, you know, he has the farming numbers, so... And he's a free MP5s. What a weird servant. I wish he wasn't good in farming so I could absolutely bash him.
He's boring though. He's boring as fuck. He's just an arts looper. Like I would not bring him against the boss. Like I mean,
no.
You could,
but no.
Get away. Like the thing with arts is just you could get away with so much that you could have a servant that literally does nothing.
Yeah, you could bring Shiba. Okay.
I mean, yeah. Shiba's really good.
Okay.
I'm just saying, like,
I had to do the joke though. She's fine.
That's the spirit. That's the spirit.
I'm just saying, like for AOE fights, it's like you could bring any servant and then they'll perform okay. So that is
like Geronimo.
So like yeah, like actually.
Yeah, I know. Actually, you were talking about it earlier.
Yeah, like so Geronimo, no, not Geronimo. So like Sieg is just, I don't know. He's boring. He's just a good farmer, but he is a pretty good farmer.
Yeah.
And I don't know.
His refund is really good.
Yeah.
His refund is like good enough for neutral. Like his damage, I don't know, but like his refund.
It's pretty good.
I mean, I guess casters would want higher refund to begin with because they're gonna be fighting against assassins, so they do have to have better refund in general to make up for it. But like,
actually, kind of an interesting thing about that. There's a lot of undead assassins, so it ends up being more conducive because for those who don't know, undead enemies give you more MP gain. It's such a weird random thing.
I did not know that.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
It ends up being like slightly over 1%. I don't know why it's that way, but that's how it is.
It's because they're meant to be down. Put them down.
Yeah,
I got nothing.
You're getting more energy from them because they're cosmic beings, whatever. I don't know.
Yeah, it's weird, but I mean, still, like he's just a really good looper.
Yeah. So A tier, A plus. Is A plus too high? Maybe, I don't know.
I think A plus way too high.
Remind me.
Yeah, A then. Yeah.
I don't even think he's Shiba, but I think Shiba's kid is better.
It is better, flat out. It straight up is. He's only carried by his MP numbers. That's it.
A plus is way too high. Like at most, he's like Coup caster tier. At most, because like Coup caster does have the weakness of being tied to a BG, essentially. But I don't know.
Well, there you go. There's your cardboard.
How about you, Otto? Did you have anything to
add? I feel like he's a more reliable farmer than Nitocris, but I would not put him on the same level as Gil. So
yeah, for sure.
But Nitocris at least has the instant kill shenanigans, which can amount to something. It's not nothing, because we can always do Dolman and whatnot.
I just fucked up my login on JP.
Oh, what? You forgot to log in or something?
Yeah, my login streak broke again.
Oh wow!
Mine already broke.
Was it like a flawless up until this point?
No, no. I broke one that was like 1300 or 1400.
Oh, okay. So it's not the end of the world then.
Yeah. I mean, I broke mine multiple times already, so I stopped caring.
I would still have a flawless one from NA day one if it wasn't for that Christmas 2 bug that was over 24 hours. That broke everyone's streak.
Didn't they restore it though?
No.
They gave everyone like 10 apples and 30 SQ.
Yeah.
Oh.
I would trade all of that to get like a perfect streak from release. I don't care about that shit.
No, I'd drop my streak for that in a heartbeat. You kidding me?
I mean, you didn't have a day one streak though that you had a lot of pride in.
At least let me wait until the end of the week so I can get the faux pas though. I need that.
Fair enough.
Shiba is almost perfect, but not quite.
All right.
Yeah.
Also, damn.
Anyway,
Another
let's
favorite
talk
of mine.
about the next servant. We got another welfare. Single target buster DPS in Shuten Doji Caster. Wow, there she is. Now her attack at 9.5k, now that is high for a 4-star caster. Probably one of the highest, if not the highest among 4-star casters. So she does pretty well there at least. She does have the standard caster deck though of the triple arts, which again, I think I would have liked to have seen double buster, but it is what it is. First skill 6 turn cooldown, MP seals 1 enemy for 1 turn, and then also minus 50% crit damage on them for 3 turns. So yeah, they won't be critting, needless to say. Like even against assassins that have the highest base rates, yeah, it's gonna be hard. They would need to buff their crit rate like way higher to get through this. It's an okay skill actually, I don't mind it. Second skill, this one though, oof. 6 turn cooldown, she gets 30% arts and buster for 1 turn and then 500% absorb for 1 turn. Like, why is all of this 1 turn? Why the number is so low? Yeah. Oh yeah, she was added to the shop, right? Where's the buff? Like, bro
just add a
No
30% battery and make that 3 turns. You don't
like
have to make
the numbers are
absorb 3
so
turns.
low for a 5-turn downtime. What?
Yeah, it shouldn't be 1 turn lasting. It's kinda
Yeah,
dumb.
this could easily all be 3 turns and still be like, yeah, that's fair. It's not OP, it's just fair at that point.
It's still
Well.
kind of what. Okay, yeah. It's I would have even called it whatever. Like if it was 3 turn. Like we wouldn't need like a battery, like Otto said. I would just
Yeah.
be like, oh, that's really good now. But yeah.
Anyway, third skill, 5-turn cooldown. Everyone gets 20% attack for 3 turns, and then she herself gets anti-demonic damage mod 50% for 3 turns. Pretty okay, you know, demonic fairly common trait, and it's not just against servants, it's against any enemy that is demonic. 8% arts on the passive, pretty cool. I mean, I guess again the caster deck benefits from that, but still I think double buster would make more sense. 8% debuff success rate, cool. She's got those debuffs as well. Divinity, not so cool. Anti-Berserker, pretty cool though. That's nice. She's gonna hit very hard against Berserkers. The MP, it's pretty bare bones, but hey, before damage, she gets sure hit for 1 turn. Actually, kind of rare for casters to have Invul Pierce or sure hit, so there's that. And then the overcharge is a base 1k poison for the enemy for 5 turns, scaling up to 5k. And then it's a 13 hitter.
You know what caster has Invuln Pierce though?
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, true. I know where you're going with this, but yeah, it is rare, yeah. Anyway, yeah, 13 hits. So even if it's single target and buster, you can still get some stars out of this too. For sure. I think she's fine. She's nothing like broken. She's just a fine single target DPS, right? Kind of bland though. But you know, it's just fine. What do you guys think about her? She's fine.
I think when you're up against demonic, and there's like a lot of demonic berserkers, she is pretty solid because she does have pretty good burst damage. Her second skill really hurts her though. Like I hate
Yeah.
that she has basically no steroids other than the 20% attack buff. Like outside of her niche, it's just like okay, free NP5. That's it.
Yeah, if you need a big damage like beat stick against, but like even here's the thing with like buster damage beat sticks though, that is free. Like Summer Jolter exists, so like unless she's hitting traits, maybe I'm not even sure if I'll like. Yeah, I know for like anti-assassin boss fights, maybe I like it's a boss killer as well. Like if it's not a fast fight, the use cases are very narrow. Is what I'm trying to say. Like her use cases, in my opinion, is very narrow. So I'm not 100% sure about how I feel about that. It's like she's like whatever.
I actually kind of like her deck because her gains are pretty good, and I like the sound effects on the cards. I don't know why, but
they're kind of they kind of sound like they have pack and punch, right?
Yeah,
there's some impact,
like slashing and bashing sounds basically. But like it means she does spam pretty good. It's just the problem is her second skill is not the type of deck that likes that.
Yeah.
Oh shit, she's chaotic evil. I gotta do something with that.
Oh, she's chaotic evil. Okay,
Yeah.
Dolman synergy is real though. Like that's
True.
it though.
Bro, that should have came up so many times. Like, come on, we could have brought Caster Geel up a tier for that.
Oh, Caster Geo.
Oh,
I
as he's
mean, Caster
chaotic
Geo's
evil
not
too. I mean, I would
yeah.
not use him in the same way as DPS though.
I'm joking though.
I mean, with Dolman, I even more so prefer Double Buster, but
Yeah.
Yeah, but I've never used her with Domon. I don't know if they actually do have the synergy, and I'm not sure if it's even worth it because she's a caster.
I think she's like B tier.
I think B's okay.
Yeah, B's. I don't know. She's kind of a weird unit to rate. B's one.
She's got some okay utility and decent damage, but downtime is not the prettiest.
Yeah.
All right. Next up, a pretty interesting servant as well. Take a shot every time I say that on this list. We got Miyu, support caster once again, and certainly looking way better than she was on launch, but we'll see the glaring issue sooner than later. But yeah, 12k attack or HP could be higher, of course, because you don't really expect her to DPS. She actually does have some DPS stats for herself or skills, but yeah, I would just rather see a trash attack and higher HP and just support others instead. She's got the full caster deck. That's totally cool. First skill, here we go. So yeah, why? 5-turn cooldown. She gets 30% arts for 3 turns and then 30% crit damage for 3 attacks, 3 turns. So yeah, the glaring issue. The skills. They're weird and not great for supports, but yeah, this is just, I don't get it. It makes no sense. It helps with getting her MP though. I'll say that much. That's nice because her MP post buff is really ridiculous. But besides that, weird. Alright, second skill, 6-turn cooldown. She gets a Guts for 1 time 3 turns with 2k revive and then a debuff immune buff for 1 time 3 turns. It's okay. We'll see a better one later though, via power creep, but it's okay as a defensive option for herself. And then the third skill, at least she does something to buff the allies with her skills. So 6-turn cooldown, targeted 30% battery with 40% buff success rate up for 3 turns as well. So you can bring her with Imperial privilege characters and whatnot to, make their buffs guaranteed, yay. Besides that, is a very basic skill. The battery is cool and all, but yeah, sometimes that's all there is to it. Skill set, the biggest problem for sure for her. Alright, first passive, 17.5% debuff rest. There's another one of those. Cool. Then even better, she gets 4% gauge per turn. Very nice. Anti-ruler. Yeah, okay, no. And then the buffed MP. Thank God for this. This really made her actually usable. So for 3 turns, she gets her own special regen buff. And then what that regen buff does is that every turn, the full party gets 10% gauge for 3 turns. Full party gets, on MP1, 10% attack for 3 turns. Every turn, by the way. And that effect lasts for 3 turns as well. The full party gets 1k heal every turn for 3 turns, again on MP1. And then also overcharge base 5 stars per turn for 3 turns, scaling up to 25 per turn. Yeah, it's a very nice MP. It's basically Merlin's MP, but better. Right?
In ways. There's some ways where it's a problem. It's not as good.
The attack ramps up.
Yeah.
But yeah. So even with 1 MP, it's 10% on the first turn, 20% on the second turn, 30% on the third turn. So if you use the MP twice, it ramps up the ramp up. And initially I thought this was good, but I guess I'll let you finish and then I'll say what I want to say.
Me?
No.
I was just saying that this MP really is, I think it's better than Merlin's. I think this is an amazing MP, especially if you have some MP levels under her as well. The scaling is ridiculous for her MP levels, but it's the only nice thing about her, the MP, but it is really freaking nice.
So there are a couple of problems with this. Obviously it's niche cases. But first of all, if she dies, it's gone. Right?
True,
so
it's tied to her.
It's tied to her. If she swaps out, it's gone. If she gets buff removed, specifically single target buff, I know that's a weird one to say, but it's gone. it doesn't work with specifically Summer Babanshi. I don't know how relevant that is, but like Summer Babanshi extends per turn, like end of turn effects, basically extend duration. Doesn't work with her.
I don't
'cause
think
this is
that's
not
all
an
that
end of turn.
relevant, but hey, cool to know.
Yeah, but I don't know, and also like her skill set is just so bad. Like it's because like if you ask me, is Merlin worth using if his skills were dog shit? I would say no. Like Merlin's
Yeah.
MP, like Merlin's skill set working in tandem with his MP is what makes him good. Like, and that's also why people like Lady Avalon more. I feel
Yeah,
like
they're
at least
complete
some people.
packages. She is not.
Yeah, because like, and like you want to use the MP as fast as possible. Like some people even think Buster Merlin's too slow with his like he might needs to like equip K scope to like immediately pop it, for example, compared to someone like.
That's more so the problems with Buster, though.
I guess yeah, with Castoria, this is probably fine. But like I don't know. I just think this is like I thought this was good because I really think the attack up can go out of control, but it's not worth it. It's so slow. Like I'd rather use a Castoria MP for the attack up instead. I don't know. I think this is too slow. I think this is too slow.
I will say at
Mm.
high NP levels, it is really ridiculous because then you have 60% from 1 NP.
Yeah, true.
so-
It really depends on what your MP level on her, because she kills so
guess,
well with
yeah.
MP levels. It's ridiculous how much she gets from MP levels.
Yeah,
It's like better than
MP5
Ryan's
maybe.
MP levels, and that says a lot.
Maybe.
I don't know if I'd go that far, but so the comparison between her NP and Merlin's NP, I understand like the offensive aspect is very appealing. There are there's a couple things though, like not only is there uh the problem that it is attached to her and her alone, which I do think is a bit of a problem because like sometimes like maybe she dies before other people. That could be a bit of a problem. Another problem is his NP lasts longer. So even if you're getting more charge per turn from her, he is ramping up his stuff over a longer period of time. So his is in ways it's very rewarding as well for him to keep using his NP over and over again. And
The comparison should be Lady Avalon because I'm pretty sure it's
Yeah.
it's better than Lady Avalon. Yeah, like the MP itself, I think it's straight up better than Avalon. I'm not sure how it scales with the level, but like
oh yeah,
It is
like
better.
in terms of numbers, probably better than Avalon. Like just straight up because Avalon says 3-turn stuff as well, right? Yeah, it's just better than
that makes
Avalon.
sense.
Yeah.
Also, like the 10 stars per turn, that's very comparable because Lady Avalon has
Overcharge.
yeah, she has the overcharge, so she actually starts at 10 stars. But that is a 5-turn effect versus.
Oh yeah,
3 turns.
stars is still 5 turns. You're right. Yeah. So
So
like the heal and the MP gen is like, I mean the heal is a HP up, so it's hard to say. But like even at MP1, Miyu's heal after 3 turns is the same amount as Avalon at MP1. So
yeah.
I'm personally thinking like an A tier for her.
Yeah, A is.
Well, her potential is really good, but definitely still held back by lackluster skills as a support.
I don't know why though. I tried to use her and she's so bad. I don't know. I really tried to use her.
Interesting.
So
I wonder why.
It's sort of like with Merlin. With Merlin, see, Merlin has his own regen, which means he can get his NP out every once in a while. But part of the reason why Merlin was insane for a long time, and he still is really solid because of it, is because he gets paired with other supports that can help him get his NP. And the number one for a long time was another Merlin. So
I
you
guess
just
yeah.
ramped up the
Midterm brain rot, bro. Obviously, I'm not using her in a midterm context. Like, are you high?
So on another note, have you guys seen a Mew solo before? Like,
Not really.
It is actually crazy because
It sounds cool on paper, though.
It has to be against stuff like DB, like weak sauce, like basically they don't do damage. It has to be like I've seen Rio try to solo like an assassin that's strong. She got one shot. Like there's no time for her to.
That's probably because she didn't ramp up. Because if you have her in P5,
well, yeah, because of course she didn't ramp up. That she died on turn 2.
How the fuck she died that fast with guts?
Yeah, turn 1 guts proc, turn 2 she died.
Oh my god.
How the fuck did she not?
I mean, I guess you should bring Habertron.
No, that doesn't mean she sucks. That means Rio sucks, and I think.
Yeah, I feel like that was a user error more than they serving, but that's funny.
Maybe it wasn't against assassins. Sorry, I don't mean to like put things.
It must be riders or something. There's no way it was assassins.
I saw her solo this rider node, like during it was Summer 6. You know how there was that side node with Ivan? She soloed that shit. There was only like 2 casters that could solo it at that time, and she was one of them. And the reason why is because not only does she ramp up her damage ridiculously high, she can also like ramp up her healing. Like if you're using the heal code.
Oh, hey, look, just forget about the thing I said.
And if you're NPing every
wrong.
turn, then you're also like you're making 7k HP per turn. And then you also have guts that's up half of the time. So oftentimes you can time that with someone else's NP. You are always critting because you got 10 stars per turn 3 times. So you got 30 stars in your... and then once you get ramped up 3 turns, it would actually be 6 turns. You have 180% attack. And holy shit, 180%.
That's good
attack.
for extra attack as a full arch chains.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and then the triple bonus on the extra attack.
So compared to the other heal tanks, how does she do?
In a solo, you mean?
Yeah. Compared to like, okay, so I'll just bring up a couple of examples, like Summer Bavanshi, Barghest, fucking what's her Osakabe Hime, right? Like
I would say once she ramps up, I'd say she's better at soloing than Barghest. Because Barghest, she has downtime, whereas if your survival is tied to your NP, you don't have as much survival issues. With Bob,
there's no way she's beating Bob and I guarantee you, there's no way she's beating her unless she misses the attack down. There's no way. It's not even close. I will die on this hill. She's not good.
The one thing, and that's kind of hard to say because it affects.
I mean,
her
A isn't that.
The one
high,
thing
though.
I would give her, the one thing I would give her credit on would be
A isn't even that high.
Ramp up.
It's not like they put it in
Yeah, I like that someone in chat said new video incoming. Hey, you guys should do that again. Do the solo competition.
Oh yes. Oh, I mean,
write that down. Yeah, you guys can do that. Summer Sith versus Miu solo on something in the future.
I got a friend who has, I don't know if she's...
I mean, you need a good copy to match Plushie's Sith, right?
Yeah.
I think she's over 106. The guy's got Honey Lake, and I think her first append as well. So she's just fucking...
all right, I mean, hey, there you go. Coming to YouTube inbox near you soon, hopefully. I don't know when though.
I'm going as far as saying this. All right,
subscribe to both of us so you can see it when it comes out.
Pretender gets countered by foreigners, right? So anything that isn't a foreigner,
I mean, it has to be a fair class if it is T1 for sure.
Anything that isn't a foreigner, I'll beat you. You can bring an assassin. You can fight an assassin. I'll beat you.
All right.
Okay. Well, there you go. Fighting words.
Like we'll just have to find
anyway,
an advanced quest because we don't have her.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry.
All right. So yeah, I placed Miu on A. By the way, I think she's good. With the MP is really, really insane, but still held back by lackluster skills overall.
Skills.
But yeah, I don't even know how long we wrote that segment, but moving on for now. Gonna talk about another Summer Servant. This time a little bit better than Marie caster. We got Charlotte caster. There she is. Single target arts DPS. Pretty a good example of single target casters, I would say. Attack hovering around average for 4-star casters. She is full arts on the deck, which completes since she lives and dies by the MP spab after all. For her skill on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets 30% arts for 3 turns. All enemies get a 3-turn confusion with a 30% chance to activate every turn for a 1-turn skill seal. And then the full party gets in a 1-hit, 1-turn evasion. Confusion, very important though in her playstyle. And you'll see more of this similar stuff in the second skill, because the second skill on a 6-turn cooldown skill seals the enemy for 1 turn, 100% chance on max rank, and then she gets 10 stars per turn for 3 turns, and the full party gets 20% MP damage for 3 turns. Kind of wish it was self only, because she's probably gonna be your only DPS, chances are, depending on what the node is, the boss that is. But yeah, skill seal, very important. Third skill, this is an interesting one. It's basic, but it's cool. So it's a 6-turn cooldown. She gets 30% battery, and then she can target another 30%. And you can target this on herself too if you want 60% for her. I like the flexibility. It's a basic skill for sure. Like a 6-turn cooldown, you could maybe even ask for a little bit more. But, I do love the flexibility of it. Definitely, like, Castorias are going to be very happy about this too. It's a nice skill set, I think it makes sense, especially when you see the MP, of course. Let's see here. Passives, 5% arts up and 10% arts crit damage. Cool. 6% debuff success rate, very important, because you do need her to land those skill seals. And then 10% star gen. That's like a cool bonus, doesn't really do too much. Anti-alter ego on the append, that is very unfortunate. Alright, the MP. 20 star bomb on use every time, very cool. No scaling. And then the overcharge is a good 150 to 200 base range against skill sealed enemies. So there it is. That's why you really want those skill seals to land. Because man, the MP hits so much harder with that power mod. Actually makes sense. She's really good. What do you guys think? Overrated, underrated? Deserves the hype? I think she's really good.
I think she's a bit overrated. Just because I don't... Just because skill seal is like a little bit, it's not that easy to get. Like she has a confusion, which is not consistent. Like I think her damage is at least, I'm not gonna say her entire thing is overrated. I'm just gonna say her damage is way over. Like her damage is very overrated. Like people very much look at the sheet and whatnot, and then the sheet is gonna include her damage. Mostly, I'm not saying this sheet in particular, but like a lot of the sheets would include her damage with the skill seal, and no, you cannot count that all the time. Like it is just not that consistent. I think her kit is fine, but I think like her damage is too over it. Like people are saying like she should be in the X or whatever. Like no, I don't agree with that at all. I think yeah, but like. As a servant, it's herself. It's fine. Like I really like the split battery. I like the self 30, and then she can choose to give herself 60 or to give someone else 30. Right?
Yeah, it's great flexibility.
That's a great spread. And like party MP damage up as well. Like there are some multi-core utility for farming, but as like a main caster DPS, for example, like if you're fighting a boss, I'd take Shiva over her maybe.
Oh wow,
even
really now?
Yeah,
she is more spammy.
I think I would take Charlotte over Sheba on the same MP level.
I guess for the MP seal turn, it's a lot better damage, but I don't know. I might even take Sheba. I mean, okay, I'm saying like Sheba's bad, but like I might take Sheba over her in like normal challenge quests. Like at least it's not a clear cut like who wins. It depends. So
yeah,
like farming, she's better, but I don't know. I think she's a little bit over it. Just yeah. Like people really like the hyper damage, but
anything to add, Otto?
I don't have.
Oh no, Rio's here. I just shit talked him out of. I pulled it on my ass. By the way, I apologize. Don't take that seriously.
There's a lot of strays going on this stream, so yeah, everyone's getting hit.
Yeah. Wait, who?
Okay.
Like
sorry,
like
I was finishing a draft challenge.
No, mostly against servants, though.
Like Shakespeare.
So I do agree with Plushy on a lot of that. I think she's really solid because like I really do like the team evade, although I don't like that it's only 1 turn, so it can be a bit awkward to time. The fact that she is skill seal dependent, can make her a bit inconsistent after that one turn on her second skill. But like there are some decent supports that can help you with that. Like the main one that comes to mind is Matahari. But to be fair, that's only one turn. So like I don't know, you could Caligula it if you're. If you're
I
a
do
funny person.
understand that she doesn't need the skill seal to do damage. Like, yes, that is pretty obvious the case, obviously the case, but like, I just think like her MP without the skill seal damage is kind of not a lot. Like, yeah, the star bomb is nice, but like, I don't know. I think her MP without the skill seal damage is a little bit lackluster, and that's why
I still think it's nice that she can make her own niche though, and she has 2 of them in her skill sets, 2 skill seals. I mean, obviously the other one is not 100% consistent, of course, but it is very nice. It makes her so
It is very
easy
nice.
to use, you know?
it is.
It's
very
like, in
nice,
a way,
but,
I like to
yeah.
compare her to Summer Ares. Obviously, she's not even that easy to use as Summer Ares is, but even then, she is similar. Very similar. They both make their own damage niches, you know?
I mean, okay,
I feel like
but the thing with Summer Eris is you can command code and essentially.
Yes, yes. I'm saying, yes, I think she is better for sure, but I'm saying they're similar in that sense.
so. Shiba is a lot more consistent, I would say. Like her peak is lower, and like her team support, I would say, is a bit lower. Yeah, a good bit lower, I'd say. But
Mhm.
the thing about Shiba is she doesn't have the downtime that Charlotte has, because you can't really count on her skill seal outside of her second skill, because like you count like what is it,
I mean,
30%?
she has a lot of 3-turn effects though.
Yeah, but it's on like her first skill is only going to be up 3 turns out of 6, and then like you get the second one, you might
It's just
use
the
that
second
immediately.
skill.
Like
Like the
you,
the
you're
steroids
probably
is just the second skill basically, but I mean
yeah,
it's not horrible. It's
yeah.
just I just think her damage is because like I don't know because like
I think her skills are better than Shiva's.
yeah,
Oh,
but like
well, yeah.
uh,
It's just the thing is Shiba has less downtime because she's spamming the attack, not the attack, the defense
I could
down.
be wrong. I also think
Mm.
Shiba spams her MP easier. like
Oh
She
yeah,
does, yeah, for sure.
like a lot easier. Like I think I don't know.
Yeah.
I because I was one of the camp that really hyped up Charlotte. Like when she came out, I was like, this character is fucking nuts. But I'm sorry, pardon my language, but like I was like, this character is nuts. But I just started as I use her more, I feel like that's not necessarily the case. It's just like yeah, but her farming is still good, I guess. I don't know. I
There
mean,
is
you
that,
cast
yeah.
her, yeah.
So should we put them together then?
now kiss.
I'm not gonna lie. I would kind of like to personally put like Charlotte a plus higher, but I might be willing to put them together.
Wait, where's Sheba again? B plus.
B plus for now.
Who's
Put 'em both on A.
I was thinking maybe
I
A, but then
Put 'em
yeah.
both on A.
Ye-
That works.
Okay, fine. I can put both on A. Fuck it, dude.
Yeah.
I think it's both in B plus. Okay, I don't know about Sheba. I think Charlotte is B plus. I could be wrong, but it's just me.
Damn.
It's just me. I really think Charlotte is B plus.
I like her in A. Her damage potential is really good, and it's not even that hard to activate. Again, it's not gonna be always there, of course, but you know, and the downtime is not even that bad. I think she has a lot of good
What?
uptime.
6 turns?
Yeah, but 3-turn
So-
effects, bro.
What 3 turn of? Okay, yeah. I mean, you're not
Arts
wrong.
up,
Okay, yeah,
MP
arts
damage,
up, sure.
stars. There's all often,
So-
bro.
So I did the math without the niche. She's hitting about the same number as Shiva with her skills active. That's why I brought up the ramp up.
Yeah, that's not bad at all. Then actually, that's still really good. Like,
I
bro,
guess,
now I'm even more tempted to put her a plus higher.
Then I mean,
Obviously, it's
she's
less
not
spammy,
A+.
but it just means that it's not a problem if she doesn't always have the skill seal up.
Okay, then I apologize to Otto. Then if you want to put her higher than Shiba, you have to put Shiba. I don't think she's A plus. There's no way she's A plus. She's not even close to any of
Well,
the
I
characters.
didn't
in
know
A
that was
plus.
in contention. Wait,
Like,
whoa. Oh.
I'm just
I
saying
like
if you want
like
to bring
it
her
all.
down, I'm just saying if you want to bring her down, If you want to make her half a tier higher than Shiva, then it's never put her in A plus. In my opinion, I don't think she's ever in A plus. I'm sorry.
Well,
Yeah, I wouldn't go
I
A plus
mean,
for either of them.
well, I mean, they could be the same tier.
Okay, I'll leave it
I
at this
am
for now,
yeah.
but I don't know. I kind of like her being a bit higher. It's a half a tier. We'll see. Again, shuffle will happen. Okay. Tell you what, I might need a bathroom break real fast though.
All right.
All right.
Although,
I
do you
mean, we
guys
can
want to
say-
cover the next servant while I'm?
What's the
on?
next one?
It's
Martha?
Martha Caster.
Sure. I mean, we can cover.
Sure,
it a
I'll
little
leave.
bit.
Yeah, sure.
Hmm.
You guys can talk about her. I'm probably gonna put up my BRB screen though, so you don't see my underwear. But yeah,
Oh.
just yeah, you can talk about her. I'll try to be fast. Okay, enjoy.
All right, so it's kind of hard to do this without the visuals.
Yeah. I mean, I guess we can just talk about what her role is, like, and then later we can look more into her skills again. Like, Summer Martha is the best anti-divine support in the game. I don't think anyone who's gonna disagree with that. Like,
well, as far as damage goes, yeah, she just has so much.
Yeah.
Also, while he's gone, I'm gonna sneak one of those in. So, don't no one tell him. All right. So yeah, like one of
oh,
the things
that's
that
Summer
really
Santa.
one of the things that really appeals to me is not only is like she has good niche damage, she also has like a lot of these attack buffs.
Yeah,
The
defense down, attack up.
yeah, the attack buffs since like her role is you are going for like high damage.
Yeah.
Because of where her buffs are allocated, she ends up like multiplicatively being ideal for comps with like Vitch, for example, or maybe not so much Quick because they do skew more so attack wise, but
I mean, it doesn't matter. Like, it really doesn't matter because of the P mod. Like, yeah, P mod overlaps with both crits and MP damage, but it's just so high and it buffs both sides that, like, if you're up against Divine, it's like almost always optimal to bring this servant, in my opinion. Like,
there are some situations where I'd prefer like more battery, because like 20% can be suboptimal for what I'm
yes,
trying to do.
for sure. I do understand that.
And part of the thing is she just has no utility. Like she has NP seal, that's it. She's
She has a
just a
heal.
numbers character. She has
Yeah,
3K heal.
I know you don't use the heal, but like,
Yeah.
and
and she has the max HP. I suppose that is fair.
okay, so here's the thing with utility versus damage, right? Like, everybody is calling me TA brain rot, right? But like, do you know what utility a damage like centric servant has? It fucking ends the fight, and you win.
Yeah, but
Do you know
like,
winning is a good utility? Winning is a better utility than living an MP, for example. Like, I don't get why people are like, oh my god, he hates offensive. He's TA brain. Like, no.
counterpoint, evade.
I don't Invo Pierce. There's so many Invo Pierce. They gave you like a bunch. They gave you one every white day for free. They gave you a bunch of free like welfare ones. I don't understand. Like, I genuinely don't understand why like an offensive centric support, and I say this character is good, but like they don't have any other utility. I'm TA Brainrot. When y'all really like Koyan Light, and that's literally what she is. Her support is just offense. Her support actually cuts your defense down. Like, I don't understand.
Hello?
It's so dumb. Hi.
I come back at a heated moment. Okay.
And they're dumb doo-doo heads. That's it.
No, I'm just tired. I'm very tired of, people denying the like offense being a utility. Like, offense is a utility because you win.
We
Anyways.
didn't go through the individual.
Yeah, sorry.
skills, by the way.
Yeah, we
Oh,
didn't go through.
where were you
So
at?
it's
We did.
just in general.
We just talked about what the servant's role is, but because we didn't have the.
Oh,
We didn't
okay.
have the
You want me to
visual.
go through the kid now then?
Yeah.
Sure,
My bad.
okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, she's something like what they were talking about. There you go, and we'll check her skills next. All right, 6-turn cooldown for a skill. It's a targeted skill. One ally gets 30% attack for 3 turns, 2k max HP for 3 turns, and then a flat 20% battery. Very cool. I like it. Lots of good stuff. Second skill, 6-turn cooldown as well. AoE MP seal on all enemies for 1 turn, and they all get minus 20% defense down for 3 turns. Also pretty cool. I like it. Third skill, 6-turn cooldown. One ally gets 5k absorb for 1 turn, 10 star bomb, and then she herself gets a 30% battery. Helps getting her MP, which is actually not pretty cool too. But yeah, the skill set, I mean, it's pretty basic, but honestly, I'm surprised it's as decent as it is, because usually free supports, I really feel tends to get up, you know, they're kind of afraid of them, but at least Martha got some nice stuff going for her. She's got 8%. Yeah.
So that second skill though, so like 100% chance of NP seal and defense down. You know, like you got Benkei, 80% chance,
True.
8-turn cooldown, and nothing else.
Makes you think.
This is a character that is in this
Yeah.
game.
Anyway, positives. 8% arts, very cool. She got a double arts, double quick deck. And then speaking of quick, 12% quick up as well. Nice. She got 4% debuff success rate, which, you know, helps with the second skill. Anti-ruler. She's not going to do damage to begin with. Definitely not against rulers. The MP. So free MP5. Full party gets 20% attack for 3 turns. They get 50% demon, divine, or undead damage for 3 turns. Not separate mods. It's the same one. 20 stars flat. And then everyone gets healed by 2k on OC base, scaling up to 4k. Yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah.
It's like a better charisma. That's on crack. It's a solid MP.
It's not 3P mods,
It's
person in
2.
chat.
It's
actually
1.
It's
Yeah,
1
yeah,
versus all
exactly.
3.
And also demon.
Yeah, I was about
Not
to say
demonic.
it's not demonic. It's demon. Demon is pretty not so common.
Demon is kind of.
Wait,
If it was demonic, she'd be.
It's
Oh my
so
god.
dumb, dude. We have demon, we have demonic, we have oni, and then we have demon god pillars that aren't even demon. Demonic or
Are there
anything.
onis that are not demonic though? I'm not sure.
Probably not.
No, I
mean,
think they're
there
all
could
demonic.
be one. Yeah. But yeah.
It's like why?
I mean, I'll be the first to say I like Santa Martha a lot. I use her a lot in my free-to-play. I mean, granted, I don't have any mainstream supports or like many supports much at all besides her and Hans on my free-to-play, but I like her. She's great. Like, she's fine for farming. Obviously not for like mid-turn farming necessarily. Can be good there too, but you know, just like everything she does fine. You know, everything I use her in.
I mean, I'm just gonna repeat what I said earlier since you weren't here. Santa Martha is the best anti-divine unit in the entire game, support unit in the entire game, and I think it's almost always optimal to bring her. Like, for example, against a divine boss, I think Arts DPS Martha Castoria is a better team than Arts DPS double Castoria. Like, obviously it depends on the situation, but like a lot of times I actually think that's the case, which is, you can't really say that for a lot of supports, to be honest. Like, I think this character is, you know, when there's a 4-star that outdoes, like, there's no 5-star equivalent to it, you know, like right now she's at the top, then she's at the top. At least that's my opinion. Yeah.
And she even has a bit of bonus synergy with the servant we're going to talk about in 2 entries because of the undead thing as well. Same class shared and everything. Sure. Cool bonus. And yeah, she is free, obviously. She's a welfare, so that MP5 comes easy.
Doesn't she provide similar damage to super versus? I didn't calculate it, but could be, yeah. I mean, like for most like anti-divine min turns, you're either bring her or bring super versus, which is so expensive. I don't even have that.
I don't
I'm
have
not
that
even
either.
Sure if I'm not sure if I'm gonna roll for it if it comes out ever. It's so expensive. But Otto, what do you have to add on Martha?
A plus or EX, like what she is able to do, it is just so. She's a big numbers servant. I already mentioned that before this. It's just like she has really big modifiers for NPs, and sometimes that is just like really big. And there's so many divine bosses that it's not really that big of a problem. And also, if you're a
Yeah.
big fan of Summer Woo, you can use her to support her.
Oh.
And
Yeah,
then you can also use Jufu because Jufu has anti-undead 30%.
Oh yeah, that is so weird. I don't remember. I didn't remember that
Yeah,
until
it's
it
so
had popped up
forgettable.
once.
Why?
Okay, so for me, it's either A plus or EX, and but just because I'm scared of people calling me TA brain rot,
Bro,
psych EX, not even close. It's just EX. Like, get out
Wow.
of here.
yeah, that's the spirit. Yeah,
You know
put your
what?
foot
I'll do
down,
it.
man.
I like her enough. I'll do it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's an homage to my
I think-
free-to-play
I think it's
account.
EX.
Yeah.
I think it is EX. I think it's
Let's
EX.
do it.
And
Let's
especially
freaking
with
do it.
NA, like NA is starting Super Recollection.
Yeah, we just started this week, yeah.
Yep, and then as you will realize, a lot of them are divine, and yeah,
Yeah.
there you go. I mean, not in the first couple of ones though. Oh no, on the second one, maybe not on the third one, depending on the situation. But yeah,
Yeah.
like she popped up a bunch during that, basically.
All right. There you go. Wow. Probably a fairly unlikely first DX, I have to say. I mean, we might change some of the earlier ones up later. Who knows? But yeah. Like from the initial placements at least.
Yeah.
All right. Next one is a cool servant also coming out to NA probably late next month, if I had to guess. We got the Rats. Daikokten. There they are. Cool servant. I'll be rolling for, probably MP6 Super Bunny, and so I'm guaranteed like free MP5 on NA as well. And they're cool.
This is good.
They're AoE quick, which again, rare. The old man is not the only one. We got them too. And they're like a DPS. They can also loot farm a bit, so they can do both. They have presence in both.
A little bit. Bro, this is like the best quick refund in the game here.
I think so. Yeah.
Is their refund that
Because-
good?
Yeah. Because she has
Yeah.
charge per turn as well. Like if you include
Yeah. Okay. Factoring in that
Black
stuff.
Grail against not casters, against Berserkers easy. Like,
All right.
it is really good.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Anyway, stat-wise, hovering above average among 4-star casters. Not too shabby. Double quick, double arts. I think I would like to see double buster, double quick. As weird as that would be for casters. Maybe not even possible, but, Because they have a lot of
Okay with
stars
that, yeah.
like everywhere.
Yeah. The caster cards are wimpy.
Yeah, true.
So I'm not sure. I'm not. I mean, I'm like less upset about this.
Ooh,
than,
this
like,
skill,
Achilles,
though.
for example.
Ooh, you can tell we're dealing with
if
a
I
modern
may-
servant here.
If I may interject,
Yeah.
something unrelated. Chat, should I grail Suzuka Saber, or should I grail Shooting Caster next?
I thought you were gonna
Suzuka.
ask about Taiko.
Suzuka.
No, sorry.
I'm gonna grill
yeah.
my Daikokten on JP, actually. She's one of my candidates. Or they're one of my
No,
candidates.
I already grailed them. I got them 100 NP5.
I mean,
Nice.
you are you're the Raita guy, right? So you should. I mean, okay. I don't know. Depends on you.
I got her grilled on JP, and I was considering like trying to do some crit comp with the shooting just to try that shit out.
Okay, everybody's saying Suzuka. You should probably grill
Yeah, go
Suzuka.
for that.
Um,
Anyway, back to Daikokten skills. First one, 5-turn cooldown. They get 30% quick up for 3 turns, 10 stars per turn for 3 turns, and then full party gets 1k healing every turn for 3 turns. That's a great skill, actually. For both farming and DPSing, that's really good. Great uptimes as well. Second skill, 6-turn cooldown, they get 30% battery, and then the full party gets 10% battery per turn for 3 turns, helping that refund, of course. Pretty basic, but it works. There's all these effects happening. third skill, 6-turn cooldown. Full party gets an evasion for 1 hit, 3 turns, and then also 30% MP generation for 3 turns. Wow. So they like helping themselves and everyone else, basically. It's a nice skill set, actually. Like, really. Wow. There's a lot to like here. Good uptimes, good AoEs, good self-stuffs. 2% arts up, though. That's literally the minimum, but okay, fair enough. 4% debuff success rate. Cool. Divinity E minus. Yeah. Cool. They are anti-moon cancer. Yeah, of course. Interesting.
I think that's Janako. I think that's why.
Yeah, of course.
Oh, true. They're related.
Alright, the MP. So before damage, minus 20% quick resistance down on all enemies for 1 turn. Great. Usually these are after, so before, you know, again, helps with the crazy refund. 20% crit damage for everyone for 3 turns. And then their power mod is against Earth, so the standard 150 to 200 range on overcharge. It's a great MP. Like, it's great for refund, it helps with the damage, the crit damage is a cool bonus because they're going to generate a lot of stars anyway, and then Earth, the power mod, very common. And it's a 9-hitter AoE, so, you know, good stars. Wow, they're way better than I remembered, actually. Wow.
So one thing I really like about them, the way their kit works, it's sort of like they're trying to compensate for some of the weaknesses of Quick, and like the weaknesses of Quick, it's just generally longevity and more defensive aspects. And then also with Caster Scotty, her inability to get her NP most of the time, because they've got charge per turn, they got NP gain, they've got just several tools that can help the entire team. And I fucking love that, dude. Like they have so much team support. Like I have I've had some situations where I use them as a support instead of like a DPS. But part of the reason why is because I do feel like their damage is kind of lacking. But
yeah, I was about to say the one drawback besides them looking nice is that neither the crits nor the MP seem to have like the craziest damage out there.
Yeah, it's super easy to crit with them. Unfortunately, it's just like you get 20% per NP. The cap's at 60%, so it's.
But if they ever give them buffs, it should scale really well because of how nice, you know, the kit already is.
I'm not sure if they're gonna buff them though. Like out of all of the 4-star casters,
they're already so strong.
Yeah,
their issue is like only damage, and like the damage issue is not because that they actually have a damage issue among casters. It's because like people are trying to compare them to other quick loopers, for example. Then yeah, of course, you know, they have the inherent worst class issue, but for DPS at least. But like other than that, man, so solid.
So I'm thinking A or A plus.
This sounds fun.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if A plus is too much. I do think she's so good though. I want to put her in A plus kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah, because like they can go both like support and DPS as well. Like I don't think there's like either of their singular roles are as strong as someone like, you know, maybe Edison or Cascu, but like because she can do both, I kind of like to.
Yeah, it's farm, DPS, support. Pretty good presence in all of them.
Yeah.
Sure, we'll put the rats on it. A plus.
Yeah.
All right, 2 more 4 stars to go.
Ratatouille. Oh, all right.
And it's totally not because of the Ibuki synergy. There's
other stuff.
Yeah. But yeah, we briefly mentioned Summer Wu Zetian just earlier because of certain Santa Martha. But here she is. Interesting DPS we got going on here. 9.4k attack. Again, very high. I think it's only like second to shoot then caster, but Very nice number among 4 stars. She is double Buster, double arts, which I like. She is Buster on the MP, right? Yeah, she is. Okay, I had to check just in case. But yeah, I like the deck. It's good. First skill, very interesting. 6-turn cooldown. Full party gets 15% attack for 3 turns, 15% Buster for 3 turns, and then 20% MP generation for 3 turns. Now that is a charisma right there. I'll gladly take a +1 cooldown for all these, added effects. Pretty cool. Lots of supporting. Alright, second skill though. On a 7-turn cooldown, all enemies get a tick down. Guaranteed. Very nice. And then the full party gets 30% undead damage mod for 3 turns. And then also a 20% battery. So there you go. There's some Santa Martha synergy, I guess. More undead stuff. Well, I guess the MP really is the actual thing. But, more anti-undead. Speaking of undead, third skill, 7-turn cooldown. All undead enemies are stunned for 1 turn. 100% base chance, that is. Full party heals 3k, and then also cleanses the full party of debuffs. Pretty cool. I like that they put the heal and the cleanse here, because those are both effects that you would probably don't want to have on turn 1 anyway, and because you will most likely have to wait until the stun anyway, because you have to MP first, right? So I like the way they split these effects, because all of these are effects you're not going to use on turn 1 anyway in her case. So it's good that they did like this.
It's not like tied to a offensive buff, for example.
Yeah, like the chances are the more you wait, the better the skill becomes for, the undead trait, of course, and then, the heal and the cleanse getting more value as well, hopefully.
Yeah.
So it's a nice skill set, actually. Some high cooldowns, yes, of course. So the downtime will be there at times, but, effects-wise, I'm liking what I'm seeing. She's got 10% arts on passive.
To be fair, of all the card types, like cooldown issues, come on.
Yeah, I guess so.
you might not want to throw it on her though, like the Koya's battery.
Depends, because you could bring her as like a secondary as well.
Yeah, I like her a lot as a DPS. Though.
Yeah,
she's not horrible as a DPS for sure. She's like decent.
Yeah. Anyway, regardless, also 10% debuff success rate up. Very cool for her. Helps with her debuffs. And then she is mental debuff immune, straight up. That's a nice passive.
Right.
Just straight up.
She has that. It's
just a really good passive in there. Yeah.
I remember using her at. I used her against was it Abby in Salem? And I was
all the terrors that she spams.
Yeah. She just like resisted the terror, and she just removed the terror from everyone. It's like, wow.
I think the reason's because she runs like a haunted house during the event, but I'm not 100% sure. But like
the name of the thing seems to imply lore, like her real life lore, but who knows?
I don't know.
Yeah,
I could be wrong.
That's this passive.
Yeah, this is a really nice passive there. Just starting to throw into anything. Like remember when Charm Immune was kind of insane? Like, oh wow, Charm Immune. Okay.
You have all these other stuffs too.
Yeah, and it's just on a random 4-star. It's kind of crazy.
Anyway, anti-foreigner in the append can be relevant because again, she has some support presence too, so a bit more damage doesn't hurt. The MP then, so this is cool. So before damage, all enemies become undead for 3 turns. They get the trait on them, and then her MP has another power mod, straight up 150% damage against man attribute enemies. Most common one, if you will, for attributes.
That's actually super effective, not power mod. It's got the same icon, but...
Well, yeah, sure. My terminology is like all over the place half the time, but yeah, fair enough. She does a minus 20% defense down on enemies for 3 turns. This is after damage, sadly, but no worries. And then before damage on overcharge, she gets 10% MP damage for 1 turn, scaling up to 30%. It's a lot. That's a pretty loaded MP. You think this would be like post buff or something for a DPS MP, but no, it just does all that. Yeah, and of course, the undead thing is nice because she has the second skill with the 30% anti-undead for full party, by the way. So not just her. And then, of course, the Santa Martha thing. becoming more
Dude, I
relevant.
do that all the time. I call her Summer Martha by accident. Like,
Yeah, it's because we already have a Summer Martha, so it also messes with my brain.
The anti-man is so out of nowhere, but like it's really good. So yeah, I forgot about that effect, which is embarrassing.
It's just a nice big bonus there. Like holy.
Yeah. So she's pretty stacked. I think she's like
That's so.
once again.
She
great
feels like a
support, great
5-star.
she has,
Yeah.
she has so many effects. It's just kind of
Wow.
nuts.
Yeah.
Great support, great DPS. Like,
but
Wow.
yeah, like she is very very nice as like a multi-core type DPS, like a sub DPS. That's the
Yeah.
term people like to use. Because like you use her in P once, and look what you got. You got attack buff from her first skill plus the defense debuff. Then you got 30% anti undead from her second skill. You got buster. You have so many modifiers applied,
And a big team
those aren't
battery.
even crit specific.
yeah,
Yeah.
team battery.
Yeah, and team battery, and then you got drain and the stun, which can help you stall in peace. She is usable
Wow.
as just a flat out support, and I do take offense from what you said like a month ago, where you called her a meme for Saber Ibuki, because she is unironically like this is not a meme here. She is unironically like a really solid support for her, because she's got the longevity. She's got like the stall effects can synergize with her NP seal. Then you got the healing, and then you've got like the biggest 3-turn boost in damage that Saber Ibuki can have, which is like 80% P mod, and then 35% attack mod, and 15% buster. I think it's something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
It's
Fair
just
enough.
so much. And then you've also got other ones like Gray has 100% anti-undead for 3 turns. Scath has 100% for 1 turn, but it's still pretty noticeable, especially if you're up against the divine, because then you got 200%.
Yeah, it's not as good. I would say it's not as good. That's hard to say, actually. I'm not confident. Never mind. I take it back. I'm not that confident.
It's just like up until she came out, anti-undead was basically a meme effect, and they always overtuned it because it was just useless. Like the only things that were undead were too low HP for any sort of damage mods to matter. But now you can force them. So the scaling is suddenly really good.
Yeah.
So, A
is
plus?
fine. Yeah, she is so flexible. Like you can use her as DPS support. I've already said this before, but she's so flexible. A plus. Her versus Casgill though. I want to put them on the same.
I mean, I feel like they're kind of different anyway.
I do like what's her face?
I feel like they have a lot of overlap.
Yeah. I do like Casco more than her because of stuff.
So should we
Casco
already
did.
do the bump then? Because I feel like she should be A plus. So do you think then this should
Are we
happen?
bumping Casco? Yeah, maybe.
We were. I mean, he was one of the more likely ones to go there anyway. I said we were either going to do it at the shuffle or just even before that. Is this the moment now?
I guess this is the moment.
Because I would feel dirty if she was like, "Hey, honestly."
Yeah.
Let's fucking go.
All right, frigate, dude. There you go. First adjustment. All right. Let's talk about the final 4-star and the one of 2 new servants for casters added between these lists. And yeah, it's a pretty interesting one. I feel like both of them are interesting, but this one maybe even more so, honestly. So yeah, I mean, we've been talking about her here and there. We got Yui Shosets. There she is. One of the many servants released with the Samurai Remnant collab, of course, in January. So fairly new servant regardless. She's like she's just a great support. She's a really, like, if you want offense and you can fill up some conditions, yeah, look no further. Even as a 4-star, she does bring a lot to the table. Stat-wise, 13k HP is great, because, you know, she doesn't really need to do any damage herself. So the tankier, the better for most use cases. Full caster deck is totally cool and nice for her. The triple arts, that is. First skill, already better than, I forgot who I was going to compare it to. I said someone I earlier had. Oh, it's Miyu, right? Yeah.
Miyu,
So yeah,
Miyu.
6-turn cooldown. She gets a 1-turn or 1-time 5-turn guts with 3k revive on it. She gets 1k healing per turn for 5 turns, and then also 1-time debuff immune for 3 turns. It's a great, it's really good. Like, it's all defensive and all good uptimes, flexible. It's just a nice defensive skill to keep her, you know, going easier. All right, let's see here. Give me a second. Where is she? There, and then let's also click on him. So we got Helena's first skill, right? On a 7-turn cooldown. It's the 20% battery. That's cool and all. But then we got Asclepius, who's got a 20% battery and a 7-turn cooldown, which also cleanses your party. But then we have Yui. On a 7-turn cooldown, we get 20% battery, and then the party gets 30% MP damage for 3 turns, 15 stars per turn for 3 turns, and then all enemies get a minus 20% attack for 3 turns. Like 4-star casters, they're both the same? Excuse me?
Technically, slightly better than Oberon's skill 1. I know that's a stupid meme, but like...
Yeah, I'm just not even over this thing right here. Like, they're the same rarity in the same class. I just don't understand.
Yeah.
So, fun fact: the attack down has posed more issues to me than
because you want
benefits.
people to die.
No, it's because when I use her, I've used her a ton in that max damage test with the one with Duryodhana. And
you can't
if you
debuff
him, he removes
that is
buffs
super
from you.
specific. Yeah.
Interesting.
So I have to use it on turn 3.
Okay, well, anyway.
It's during our like competition thing, but yeah, it's so funny.
Yeah, which I won, by the way.
Okay.
I did see that video. That was crazy. I thought Plushy was going to win.
Third guy's failed me once again.
Because your copy wasn't even as good on numbers.
Yeah, but triple anti-trait, man.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, needless to say, this skill is pretty nuts. Obviously, there's some downtime if you're gonna, you know, not min-turn, but man, like, look at what he's doing. Just look at all this skill he's doing, and that's just one skill of hers. Like, bro. Anyway, third skill. 6-turn cooldown. Target ally gets 30% arts for 3 turns. They get 30% crit damage for 3 turns, and then she herself gets 30% battery. And you know, if you're using her correctly, you definitely want to take advantage of the MP as well. But it's not as simple as it might seem. But, you know, again, if you know what you're doing, then, you know, it's going to be good. All right, passive 7% arts for herself, very good. 6% debuff success rate, you know, doesn't hurt. There's not much to go on with that, but, you know, helps with the attack down. Anti-caster, irrelevant for her on the append. All right, the MP. So what always happens is the overcharge. So on base, everyone gets healed by 3k, scaling up to 7k on max overcharge. And then we get the checks. So all allies that have a quick up on them get on MP1 20% attack for 3 turns. For arts of the same type, they get 30% crit damage for 3 turns. And then Buster, they get 20% MP damage for 3 turns. So obviously she herself provides the arts up if needed, because of the third skill. But then if you really want better, like, max usage out of her, you're going to have to look elsewhere. Either your DPS themselves are going to have the quick and or the buster up, depending on if you want and need all of them, or you're going to have to, like, use other supports or like stuff like that. Now, it is worth noting, it says it cannot be an unremovable one. So stuff like, you know, like, let's say territory creation, that is an unremovable arts up. This does not count. Passives and CEs, you name it, they do not count for this, sadly. So again, it has to be an active buff for this to work. But again, there are ways to, you know, combo with this. And obviously, I want to add that I think MP levels are fairly good with her as well, because they're all 3-turn buffs and there's triple scaling effects. So if you happen to get some MP levels, you're going to be a pretty happy camper with this. Not that the numbers are terrible on base either, honestly. They're still good.
Yeah, 20% attack up, 30% crit up, 20% MP damage on one.
So
MP.
she actually has the potential to bring a crazy amount of damage to the team. Is the funny part as a 4-star, like even better than 5 stars.
Yeah. So like,
Uh,
first to answer one guy's are there any arguments to bring her over second caster for arts looping? Only very rarely. Only if your DPS has like a 3-turn rainbow and you can handle the refund. Then her damage will be better because like she has even at MP1 she would give 50% MP damage up, and then when you flip that with Oberon, yeah, it's
yeah.
100% MP damage. So it will be more damage, but like it's very rare. Like there's not a lot of servants that allow you to do that. Like Durga and Bakin are the only two that I can really think of that allow you to do that. Or maybe like if you do Muramasa and you only pop the skill 1 on turn 3, it's a little bit less easy to do, but maybe. But
then you're sacrificing something like, or either. Wait, you might be. Are you sacrificing Oberon for that? I don't know.
No.
No, it was over a second Castoria in farming.
Oh yeah,
I'm not sure
yeah,
you can
yeah,
move,
yeah,
but
yeah, that's true. Right.
But like, yeah, I mean, I do have a lot more experience with this character than me compared to a lot of other characters that we talked about. Obviously because TA. Okay, I'm not gonna use that term. I hate that term. But like, her damage is so good. She has so much damage. She is able to provide so much damage at MP1 with a single MP, including all of her skills. If she can get all the 3 card types together, it's 50% MP damage up, 20% attack up, 30% crit up, all for 3 turns. I'm not even counting the arts up because it's harder to get all 3 color types buffs on arts. So
yeah.
Wait,
and like I also like to.
If we're not counting the arts buff, would you still count the crit buff? Because both of the crit buffs can come from third skill.
I'm saying like it's not. We're not counting the arts up for MP damage. Because like, what if it's not an art servant? Like essentially.
I gotcha.
Yeah.
And then also like a lot of the servants that really benefit a lot from her support are servants that have buster quick buffs, and most of those are quick servants. So so you still get like all 3 effects on them, even though they don't get any sort of card buff for their NP. Like, yeah.
Like Summer Scotty is probably the easiest person to trigger this. She gives the party quick buster up, and then Yui gives arts up, so you already have all the rainbow. So it is more of a puzzle, I will admit, like, but it's not that hard of a puzzle to actually make work. And like once again, like just with 1 MP. And a way I like to think about this is even if we just strip down to the bare bones, like if you treat her as arts crit support, right? Let's just say let's forget how unique her MP is. Let's just pretend she's an arts crit support. So it's she still has the second skill. She still has 30% arts up, 30% crit up from the skill, and then another 30% crit up from the MP. So it would still be like 60% 3-turn arts crit up if you use her MP. So it's not even horrible if you use her in the most bare bone ways possible, which is, in my opinion, the incorrect way to use her. But like, I don't know. I think this character is absolutely nuts. Like her.
Like, how is she a 4-star? Like, what?
I don't
how?
Understand.
It's a 5-star kit.
Yeah, it's for sure a 5-star kit. Like the amount of buffs numbers she can provide is higher than most 5-star support MPs. If you get the rainbow, like sometimes even if you just get 2 out of 3 of the rainbows, it's already more buffs than a lot of 5-stars. Like if you look at stuff like like Himiko, like Crane, their buff numbers are not as high as Yui shows. Like obviously she has her weaknesses, but just because of how much damage she provides, just I think she's EX. I think she's very easy EX, at least to me. But
I was like before stream, I was thinking about contesting it, but considering how we have Santa Martha there, I think it's completely fair.
I mean, like even the cases, like even at MP1, she's still good. Like obviously MP levels do benefit her. It's nice if you get them, but even at MP1, you still get a lot of freaking damage.
Yeah.
So just 1 copy and just max your skills, and you already have a bunch of damage potential. I'm still sad, like how crazy the power creep on the second skill is compared to like Asclepius and especially Helena in particular.
Yeah, the second skill is kind of ridiculous, and then of course the MP. If you can figure out the puzzle, it's just also
and if you don't, it's like the saddest MP ever because it's a 3k heal.
I mean, at the very least, you get the crit up though.
Yeah.
Because you can give the Rs. Yeah.
Okay, here's a question though. I was thinking about this when I was going through the new servants myself before the stream. You were describing a way that I think you like it, but I don't know. I feel like I would like to shuffle these effects a little bit. I'm not sure how I feel about the crit damage being on the art sub. Like I would maybe like to shuffle some of these like around, like
for
which triggers
sure.
which. Yeah.
No, for sure. If I could shuffle it, I would. I would put the
Yeah.
arts up on the Buster, on the MP damage up, or
Yeah.
But like, I think it's for like I guess for balance. I don't know. They're trying
Yeah,
to
maybe.
like nerf her in a way, but like once again, if you just use like Summer Scotty, you already got all three. So it's not that hard to get the the Exodia.
I kind of like it, honestly, because it means you have to be a little more adventurous about it. Because if it was just like, okay, Quick gives you crit up, like, well, yeah, of course Quick is going to benefit from crit, and then Buster attack, and then Arts NP damage. Like, it makes it too brain dead, you know? It makes it too simple.
This also unironically makes her like a better Arts crit support sometimes than Pope Joan, depending on your MP.
Yeah,
which is really sad.
That's kind of sad.
Like, it is so sad, but I like Pope Joan, but damn.
Yeah, we'll get to that in like a few weeks, but yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Bro,
Anyway,
it's been over a month since we started this.
It has, dude. Time flies. I swear. Yeah, crazy.
That long. What the?
Wow,
anyway, with that,
finally.
Yeah, with that, we have also finished the initial placements of the 4-star casters. Yay! And then, well, let's not celebrate too early because we still have 15 SSR casters to go, 5 stars. So yeah, we're still gonna be here for a while. I feel like. But yeah, let us proceed onwards. Back to day 1.
I'm gonna be right back. I need to get some sort of snack because
go
last
for
time I ate was before I took a
Bro,
second.
I've been snacking all this time. You gotta go get something. Go, dude.
Yeah, dude. I ate like this fucking breakfast bowl thing, and it was so disappointing. It was like 80% potato. It's sausage. It says sausage on it, and it's 90% potato. Like,
yeah, good old scam.
Jimmy Dean, suck my ass.
All right.
I'll be right back.
All right, so our first SSR servant, one of the only day 1 SSRs. We got Zug, as I like to call him, aka Waver. There he is, the big boy. He's like, if there ever is a servant, when you say the term good old reliable, I think he still encapsulates that perfectly. Like, he's the good old reliable. Is he like amazing and broken like some others? No. But is he still relevant and, good old reliable? Yeah, absolutely. So let's see what he looks like in 2024. So stat-wise, 14k and then some for HP. Pretty good. Could be higher, but, definitely hard to kill, which is good for your supports. He's got the standard caster deck as well. And even though he has one-hitter arts, he can still generate a little bit, especially if, he lands some overkill. Which is not often, of course, but, sometimes. And then the skills. We got some basic stuff, but hey, 5-turn cooldown, 30% or 50% targeted crit damage for 3 turns with a 30% battery targeted as well. Very cool. Again, this is a very solid skill on a 5-turn cooldown. Second skill, 6-turn cooldown. Full party gets 30% defense for 3 turns, 500 damage cut for 3 turns, and then a 10% gauge up. Very good. Like, it's the best rank of this skill that we have on game. So, yeah, it's a lot of defense. Good. And then the third skill, very similar. So 6-turn cooldown, all allies get 30% attack for 3 turns, then 500 flat damage for 3 turns. Yikes. And then 10% battery. So everything besides the flat damage is good. So again, you got 10, 10, 30. So you can give someone 50 if you want in batteries. And obviously, if someone can give that much battery, they're at least going to be, really good, if not top tier, depending on who the servant is. So, cool. Very cool. Basic kit, but it makes sense. It works. Alright, 10% arts on that first passive. Cool. 8% debuff success rate. Actually, nothing when you see the MP. Anti-caster on the append. No. Buffed MP then. So all enemies tick down. Very nice. Then maybe not so douse. They get a 1k curse on them for 6 turns. basically guaranteed unless they're also immune or super high resistance. Also basically guaranteed to on MP1 to give them minus 30% defense down for 3 turns. And then the overcharge base 50% chance to stun all enemies for 1 turn, scaling up to 80% individual calculations. Now, I guess it's in reality it's like 58% because of the debuff success rate up. So cool, a little bit easier. It's honestly it's an alright MP. I like it. You know, it helps of course, but it's nothing like crazy. Like especially like it was mostly compared to Rhina's MP, but that was before her buff as well. And I think after the buffs, her MP definitely overshadows this. I mean, the tick down is nice, of course, and if you land the stuns, it's even way nicer, but the curse is like, yikes. So, yeah. Otherwise, the defense is the same as Rhinus.
Rhinus kinda... Damn.
Yeah, after her 2 buffs, she kind of just dumps him.
I really hate the saying that Waver is washed, because he's still good. But like, Rhinus just makes him look so bad. Like it's like his skills are still good, and his skills are actually a special spread compared to Rhinus. It is team 20, targeted 30. It can make a difference. It can make but like, damn, bro, oh man, I don't know.
I still think he should be like A+ though, because he is that good overall. He will always be relevant.
I don't think he should ever be lower than A+ for sure. But it really is like
if you don't have a good support when you're starting out, he's your free SSR. Like 100%. He is your free SSR of the choices.
I mean, I don't know if Otto's gonna disagree, because like he might want to put him at EX, but. Yeah.
Does he actually value Waver that high? Okay, fair enough.
I don't know. I have no idea. But like maybe because like I think Waver is not washed.
He is and he isn't. Is the funny thing.
Yeah. It's like he's not that washed, you know. Like it's not like, oh my god, he's unusable, right? That is clearly not the case. But it's just...
I guess, do we just keep going for now, and then when Otto comes back, we can ask him, because we don't know how long he's going to be gone.
Yeah.
All right, well, there you go. I mean, again, good old reliable. He embodies that archetype. All right, moving along. We got a near day 1 SSR, but, you know, not quite, but still a very oldie but goldie as well. I'm going to phrase that in so many different ways. So, Tamamo, art support. She's like the OG Castoria. She's like Castoria prototype. Maybe in not the best way possible, but personally, I'm still a big Tamamo enjoyer, of course. So let's see what she's made out of in 2024. Again, much like Waver, basically identical on the HP, 14.2k. Pretty good. Easy to keep alive, especially when the skills are active. Full caster deck as usual, makes sense. Wouldn't have it otherwise. Unless you're Rhinus, then it's fine if you have double quick, because your arts are broken. First skill, 5-turn cooldown. 100% chance to drain the target by 1 tick. Cool. And then the party, besides her, gets 30% MP damage for 3 turns. This was a good buff. Very good. Like that MP damage. More offense. And the drain is guaranteed, which is cool. Second skill, not even that bad, honestly. So 5-turn cooldown, she gets 30% defense for 1 turn and then 30% defense for 3 turns. So it's a bit worse than the nursery rhyme one that we saw earlier, but it's still fine. I mean, they could and they probably should buff this, of course, because she could use more love. But even as is, it's fine. Like, turn you activate it on, 60% defense for herself. Like, you're not going to get damaged at all at that point.
Yeah.
Only if it's like really hard hitting MPs, then you're dead. But besides that, you can take any damage.
I do think it's only like fine because of her cooldown reduction on the MP, though. Like,
yeah, true. It gives a good uptime.
Hime has a better shapeshift, I think.
Yeah, they even buffed hers too.
Yeah, hers has
back.
50%.
I'm listening, but I'm eating.
Yeah, sure, that's fine. Yeah.
Oh yeah. How do you feel about Waver A+?
That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't have much else to say. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there is not much to say about Waver. He's a good old reliable, right? So, but yeah, you keep eating. You don't have to like pause to comment. So yeah, this is pretty cool with the cooldown reductions because it gives her like a near 100% uptime on this, 30% defense, and way more on the 60% too. But yeah, like you said, even before they buffed Osaka Behemoth's morph, it was already better before the buff, I believe. So yeah, they should do something with this too.
Yeah.
All right, third skill. This is still relevant though. 5-turn cooldown. One ally gets 50% arts up for 3 turns and a 2.5k heal. As a buff, it's pretty lame though because it only included that heal. Didn't need to get buffed maybe anyway, but there it is. Obviously, compared to Casdoria, it's way worse because you'd rather have the invul and then the sometimes the humanity damage is good too. But yeah, it's lower cooldown though, right? So it's got to amount to something. It's better uptime, especially because the MP too.
Yeah.
The kit's fine. It's not amazing. It's fine. It makes sense though, but it's fine. All right, 6% arts up, cool. 200 flat damage on Divinity A, nah. Anti-moon cancer, yeah, no. Buffed MP, like it's so basic on the effects. MP1, everyone gets healed by 2k. Everyone's cooldowns are reduced by 1, and then she on base everyone gets 25% gauge, scaling up to 50. So much like Castoria, which is actually one of the problems as well. She loves OC, so they'll be competing about OC a lot of the times, which is the annoying part because they both have really, really strong overcharges. And then of course the full party wide cooldown reduction can be absolutely bunkers. But besides that, the heal is like whatever, and that's it for the FX. Interesting. I do like it though. I've always liked the MP. Man.
Yeah. It's very much like the MP is still standing there just because
like let's be real, we're not gonna really we're just gonna place her here as a challenge quest support because even at farming she is now heavily overshadowed. Even Shufu does a better job at supporting looping, sadly, because she has 0 gauge that is not on her MP, which is a problem obviously for farming because she doesn't even have a gauge for herself, so getting that MP, good luck with that.
Yeah. So first and foremost, I don't think she's EX anymore.
No.
As much as I like Kamiko, I don't think she's EX anymore. She's like the thing is the MP is very powerful. The MP is literally the reason why they're scared to buff her. Her MP is probably the most likely to accidentally snowball out of control MP in the entire game. So they were very scared of that. But like, why are you scared of that again? Because you guys made Castoria. So like, what are you scared of? Like actual question. Like so honestly, I think she should absolutely get a buff at this point. It's just you need more on her skills. She needs so much more on her skills. Like the MP, I don't think needs a buff because the MP is just that.
I mean, wasn't it already buffed? Oh wait, no, it's just buffed, always.
Yeah. No.
Oh, it is. Okay, yeah.
It didn't even have the heal, I think, right? Oh
no, it did just add. They just added more to the heal.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the skill 3 didn't have a heal. I remember that. But like, she is just I still think she's really good because like there are still cases where she's irreplaceable. Like the MP would always be irreplaceable, spammable, cooldown reduction by 1, right, for the entire
team wide always... team wide,
team wide, and it's spam because it's on MP, right? So like, other than that, she needs another buff.
Do we just give Waver a friend?
Yeah, I think putting her in A+ is quite. I use her more than Waver, by the way, but like I don't think she's a better support than Waver. Like in cases, it's just I don't know.
No.
So she's.
They could always just flip the switch and suddenly she's broken. So who knows?
Yeah.
So to me, she's a lot like Edison in that regard, and I think that's largely because of the cooldown reduction. She's not so much a DPS support as she is a team support, and like she's a support. Because what she does, she makes that other support do their job better. Like they got their skills up more often. They're a little bit more durable. I understand. Like I think a big part of it is just she doesn't have very many effects, and also the team style. Once again, The type of teams you run her in are longer term teams. It's just not as fun for people, but yeah.
You do get a
Have fun
lot
with
out of
Aprils.
in a longer team you get a lot out of the cooldown reduction.
Yeah,
Like,
for sure. I'm gonna eat some applesauce, so I'm gonna mute again.
Sure. Interesting.
but like,
Alright.
yeah, I don't know, man. This character is just
But for real, this stuff is great. It's such an easy way of getting some fruit. It's so cheap. Like you can get like 6 of them for like $2.50. That's so cheap.
All right, food tips from Otto. Okay.
Yeah, dude. I'm in that age where I gotta find the meta with all the cheap food that you can get at Walmart.
Yeah, I'm kind of the same. So you know what? Hey, I might write that shit down.
Great value mini wheats, by the way. That shit's great too.
Okay. You're gonna DM all this stuff to me.
Yeah. Hey, there's 400 people here. Maybe
true.
some of them are struggling. Out of college teens, not teens. Out of college people.
Hey, chat. Subscribe to twitch.tv/Myst for your food tips. Only here, not on Auto Stream, of course.
Yeah, once a week you'll have the opportunity to be annoyed at me for distracting you guys from what you want to hear.
True, but it could be useful. You never know.
Yeah.
Anyway, next servant. Taking a break from the pure supports, we got Sanzang. Good old titty monk. I still use that title every time. So yeah, single target buster DPS caster of the they're still kind of rare single target casters, I guess, even to this day. There's not that many of them. Now let's see. Among 5-star casters, her attack ranks very high actually. For what it's worth. I feel like supports are definitely bringing it down though, but yeah, even then, taking that into account, it's still like almost 1k above average, so that's pretty cool. I don't like the deck though. The triple arts I don't think matches her really well, but she was released so early on, they didn't really want to change too much of the formula. First skill 7 turn cooldown, she gets 80% battery and then 20% MP damage for 1 turn. 21 turn, 7 turn cooldown. What? Nani? I don't get it. Obviously, it's because of the battery, but man, that MP damage is sad. It's just so sad. So sad. Second skill, 5 turn cooldown. She gets a taunt for 1 turn, a 1500 damage cut for 1 turn, and then the full party gets 20% attack for 3 turns. On a 5 turn cooldown is fair. If they're not MPing you, you're probably going to be totally fine tanking with this for a turn. And then, everyone gets more damage. Yay. Cool. Third skill, 5 turn cooldown. The full party gets 30% MP gen for 3 turns, 30% star gen for 3 turns, and then debuff immune for 1 turn flat. I really wish it was like 1 time 3 turns. But I think back then they probably weren't doing these effects yet. I think that would make a lot more sense. Because, you would like to, because it's otherwise a 4 turn downtime for the debuff immune. I don't know. This skill set, it's okay. It's alright. But it's nothing like spectacular. 11% arts up on passive. Well, again, there's the bonus for the caster deck. Easier to spam that MP. Divinity D, not good. Anti-Berserker, very nice though. Easy fistings. The MP has been buffed. It ignores defense on damage. Very cool. And then the overcharge is literally overcharged because on base it's an 80% crit chance down for an enemy for 1 turn. It's getting up to 120%. There's no reason for it to be that high. Make it lower in 3 turns. Like, why? I don't get it. It's like the craziest crit chance down in the whole game.
Just put like no crit. You cannot crit. You will never crit or something. Like
it's
why
too
even
overkill.
Yeah.
Again, for those that don't realize, enemy classes have like a base crit chance. So unless they have like a bunch of crit chance buffs on top, this is way overkill. Because the highest is like Assassin on base and it's like 30% chance to crit. So a minus 30% would already eliminate like basically every normal enemy's crits on you. Granted, they don't have any bonus buffs on top, of course. But even 80%, that's so much, dude. That's overkill. Like I would like it for it to be lower in 3 turns instead, but you know, it's not a bad MP though. At least it still has the ignore defense and the buff, of course. San Zhang, I think she's aged kind of like she's just stagnated, maybe.
FGO hot takes. I think she's a little bit washed.
Okay, yeah, fair. I don't blame you.
Like, okay, her only place is like a bigger Cersei.
Yeah,
Like what else
She
do you
is,
use
yeah.
her for? She's just a bigger Cersei. Like, I guess it's not a like being a bigger Cersei is not bad, but I don't think being a bigger Cersei is that great either. Her MP damage is great for 1 turn. There's no sustains like there's no sustain steroids. She synergizes extremely horribly with Koyan Light, with the cooldown reduction. Like it's just I don't think she's horrible, but I think she is like people really liked her, and she was really good back in the because like 80 charge on a
Yeah, because
boss
batteries
killer.
were so few and far between,
Yeah.
especially huge ones.
Yeah, I think she's kind of washed, low key.
And back then, we only had like her, Medea, and Ilya for single target casters as well. And then they added Sheba and Cersei a bit later. But yeah, even then, like slim pickings.
Yeah,
So she stood out easily, you know, because of that.
Yeah, I think she is just a little bit washed, unfortunately. I think her skills maybe need to be a little bit better, or at least like as once again, especially her skills synergizes horribly with Koyan.
Yeah, it's a
Koyan,
random
like,
mix of stuff as well.
yeah, you don't really want to. You almost never want to like how do I put this? You almost never want to like recast those skills, like or you can't rather because of the cooldown. It's just very bad uptime, very long downtime. It's just she's just one shot, fire half her MP.
There's
and
some decent uptimes on there, but yeah, it's like some
I mean,
are not.
offensively, yeah. For this defensive, I actually quite like the debuff immune and stuff, but like it's kind of
Yeah.
it depends on what node you're fighting against. And like as a boss killer, I just think she is not that great anymore, unfortunately. So
Yeah.
How about you, Otto?
Is he done
I like
eating
her
his
third skill,
applesauce?
Oh yeah, I keep
no,
chewing
no,
it when
I'm
he
done.
wants to eat
It's
apple.
not that much. There's
Okay.
not that much to eat there. So I like her third skill and I like her second skill because like her third skill is good for getting her team that NP, and then like the debuff immune is it can be pretty clutch at times. And then the second skill, like I like that she can defend the team for a turn. And since and one nice thing about that, which is easy to forget, that basically gets you more NP gain because
It
you
does,
got
yeah.
NP gain from her third
True.
skill, then you're getting hit a bunch there. So there are some situations where between her cards and being attacked, she can get close enough to an NP where she can NP another turn. So
That's
Yeah.
fair. I guess she just doesn't play well with Koyan Light, which I don't know how many points I should dock from that.
yeah, that's just kind of how it is with Buster Servants. Generally, it's either you got the slower ones that work better with Merlin, or you have the faster ones that have good like low cooldown skills and stuff that synergize more so with Korean
Koyan
Sky.
Light,
And since she has an art stack, like she's definitely the former.
Yeah, she's better with Merlin.
I'm between B plus and A.
Yeah, she's really solid in multi-core. It's a good thing to bring up.
Yeah, it's big Cersei. I mean, okay, it's better than big Cersei because she has
Dude, her damage is way better than
Okay.
Cersei, bro.
Yeah,
'Cause
yeah.
She has more than just a little defense debuff. She
Yeah.
actually has stat. Oh yeah, she actually has the highest caster attack stat in the game. I feel like.
Yeah, no wonder it was so high above the average.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
Second
mean,
highest is Murasaki. I'm winning there.
Holy
shit,
like,
she's so far away.
yeah, B plus and A is weird. I
I'm
put
fine
her
with A.
B. I put her B plus
I
for
dig it.
sure. I mean, yeah, I feel like more people agree with A, but I feel like more, yeah. Hey, Cersei out there, yeah. I don't know.
I don't know. That's tough. Cool. Do
I
you
guess
have
A is
preference,
fine.
Otto? B plus A?
I'm going with A. I'm locking it in.
Yeah, sure. I'll go A. Okay.
All right.
Frigate. Okay. Next up, the first anniversary servant, actually. We got OG Da Vinci. We talked about Ryder last week, and now we get the caster. I'll be the first to say I think she's a bit underrated. I don't think she's like amazing, but I think she's, a bit overlooked. So attack at 10.5k is sadly a bit low, even among casters. But, she's got some other nice stuff going for her anyway. I kind of like the full art stick, because, she's all about the blue. First skill, very cool actually. So on a 5-turn cooldown, it's a targeted skill. So an ally gets overcharged by 2 steps 1 time 3 turns. They get 30% defense for 3 turns, 30% MP damage for 3 turns, and then also a guts for 1 time 3 turns with 3k revive. That on a 5-turn cooldown, all of it targeted. Wow. Now that's a buff right there. Like, holy. I like it a lot. Sometimes a bit awkward with the MP damage, in case you want to give it to like a Castoria, then it's, wasted on that sense. But besides that, very good and flexible, although chances are you're going to use it on herself anyway. Second skill...
Yeah, that reminds me. Like, as soon as that happened, I saw some multi-core comps come up with the rash double NPing with her.
Oh, yeah.
Because, like, you get the bonus NP damage, and he's able to NP twice because of the guts.
True.
It's pretty interesting.
She can work with Tonalico as well, because of the overcharge.
Yeah, true. She loves that too.
It's true.
So yeah, definitely a flexible skill. Cool. Alright, second skill, 6-turn cooldown. She gets debuff immune for 2 turns. She gets 1k healing every turn for 3 turns. She gets 10% battery every turn for 3 turns. And then the full party gets 20% arts for 3 turns. Kind of weird numbers in places, like a 2-turn debuff immune on a 6-turn cooldown. But, I like all the stuff it gives. I kind of wish the healing was AoE as well. Because, Castoria doesn't heal, of course. But, yeah, it's not bad at all. It's also a good skill. And then third skill, we got the Return of Pioneer of the Stars. So 6-turn cooldown, she gets 50% battery, Invul Pierce for 3 turns, and then a 10 Star Bomb flat. Honestly, her skills are looking really nice nowadays. Yeah. I'll say it. Yeah, they look nice. Cool. 10% arts on the passive, very nice. 10% debuff success rate up. Cool with the MP, I suppose. Anti-alter ego, that's a big miss right there. Alright, MP also ignores defense on damage. Cool. And then all enemies get minus 30% crit chance for 3 turns. Again, the assassin sweet spot also as a caster makes sense. And then also before damage, she gets 30% MP damage for 1 turn from the OC base, scaling up to 70%. Now, obviously the big problem, the glaring problem, is that the MP on AoE arts is a one-hitter. So, farming is like Sag, not really happening. But honestly, against bosses, yeah.
Only loop farming.
True.
Not multicore.
Yeah, true. There's that too. But yeah, I feel like even then, I still like her mostly against bosses anyway.
She's actually fairly close to being able to
loop farm
0%. Like with the 50%, you can definitely get there because she has so much charge. Because it's easy to refund 10%, that you got 10% from her second skill, then another 50%, that, and then Oberon. It's sort of like with shooting, except it's more consistent because she has more battery. Like a lot more battery, yeah.
I think she's just like she has the Saber Shiki syndrome where people are like, oh my god, arts AoE 1 hit insta trash, but like that is obviously not the case. She is very much like caster Tesla almost, like probably not as good, of course. She doesn't have any trait on her MP, but like it is similar, they have, there's good survival, but like instead of having just more for herself, she has like targetable skills that can work with other people. Her damage is also really nice post upgrade. I don't know. I think Da Vinci is pretty underrated for sure.
Yeah, very underrated.
I like she also has the god combo of Invul Pierce ignore defense, right? Like one's on Voyager's Pioneer the Star, one is on the MP. So like I don't know. I think she is very good. I think she is very good. Just not good at loop farming. That's it. Everything like even in like multi-core as we mentioned earlier is she's decent. So yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think I might honestly go with like A plus. As crazy as it sounds. I think she's never been that high, but I think is the first skill buff new compared to last year? I think it might be actually.
I like her better than Sanzong at least. I don't know. But
Yeah,
but like
same.
but also I wanted Sanzong in I mean it's a weird comparison for sure. I'm just saying like it's a
I mean they're both DPS casters, even if one is AoE and single target still, 5 stars each.
Yeah. Like I'm not sure about her in A plus, but I do think she should be better than Sanzong. So
I think she's really good.
Damage-wise, she's like I think as far as being a DPS, I feel like she's top tier as far as AoE casters go. Like,
probably.
She is unimpeded because she's got ignore defense and offense. Then she's got really good survival between the guts defense and then also health regen. And then debuff immune. She's so self-reliant. And like the one downside is no NP refund, but like she has so much other ways of getting her NP. Like
this is kind of crazy though. Like she was always bashed, and but the years, like a lot of servants look worse every year. She like almost looks better every year. And the fun, what's also funny? That's also gonna make so many people mad. Is that I think we placed her now. If I go with A plus, she's gonna be higher than Ryder on the Ryder tier list.
I agree with that, by the way.
Yeah, I do as well. About time people realize caster actually has value, especially after all those buffs. She's good. Try her out, dude.
I mean that all stands true until DVR gets an MP upgrade, then it's all over. But like, let's
not get ahead of ourselves. But yeah,
she hasn't gotten it yet, so it's not over. It's not over.
Yeah.
Bro, that guy on the writer tier list comments, he's gonna be upset at me for agreeing to this. I wholeheartedly promote this sentiment.
Well, there you go. Wow, this list is it's gonna be so hot on the comments and whatnot. But yeah, I guess next servant we're gonna talk about basically the main comparison of Sanzang. They've always been always compared between each other, but yeah, obviously I'm talking about Ilya Caster here. So yeah, much like Sanzang, single target buster DPS, but unlike Sanzang, her attack is considerably lower at 10.8k, is like 800 lower or so, which that's not nothing. She does have the same deck, of course, the full caster one, because back then every caster had to have it, I guess. First skill, oof, 50% buster up for self for 1 turn on a 5-turn cooldown. Really? Really? That's it? This is what we're dealing with, 2024? Yikes.
Should have put the battery buff on this skill.
True, make it like a rush. But better, I guess. But she honestly deserves the better skill anyway. Second skill, so yeah, speaking of which, 6-turn cooldown. She gets an invul for 1 turn, 28% MP gen for 3 turns, and then a 50% battery for self. Much needed. Her MP is the best part because it kind of hits really hard, but it's just it was kind of hard to get anyway, so, I don't blame them from flat out adding a 50% battery out of nowhere. It wasn't even a buff, there was no battery to begin with, so yeah. Third skill, 6-turn cooldown, 70% chance to give an ally guts for 1 time 3 turns with a 1k revive, 70% chance to give them debuff immune for 1 time, no turn scaling, and then also heals them guaranteed for 3k. Bro, that's not good. Even 100% it wouldn't be it would be whatever. Make it full AoE or something. She needs more. I don't get it. That's such a gimped ass skill, dude. And the first skill, the skills don't feel good. I wasn't 100% happy with Sanzang's skills either, but they're still way better than this skill set. Whatever. Alright, 17.5% debuff rest on the first passive. That's pretty cool. 3% gauge per turn. Also pretty cool. So, hey, passives are okay. Anti-archer on the append. No. Is that because of Gilgamesh? That's morbid as fuck. Alright. Oh, is it? You think?
I don't know.
I mean, isn't it usually like hostile stuff? Well, anyway, I don't know. You might be right, honestly. Maybe they
kiss,
have each
anyway.
other. Yeah, okay. Anyway, the MP then, so it's been upgraded. So before,
Paying attention for a second, I have no idea.
yeah, don't worry about it. She gets 20% MP gen for 3 turns before damage. She gets 20% star gen before damage, 3 turns. And then after damage, I believe she gets minus 10% attack and defense for 3 turns as a demerit. And then overcharge before damage, she gets 20% buster after 1 turn, scaling up to 100%. So actually, the overcharge scaling is pretty good. It's just that on base, it's like just there. The demerits are not that bad because her MP is not even that spammable, but they're annoying anyway. Like, why not just remove them? They removed Mew's demerits on her MP buff. Why not remove Ilya's as well? I guess because this buff happened first and they were like, oh, we can't do that.
Yeah. I mean, the one thing she has.
Wait, she does less damage than Sanzang? I thought that was like the one thing she had over her. That it's even considerably less. Oh my god, dude.
No, the thing with Ilya is she can loop through like 1-1-1. That's the only thing because the battery is not 7-turn cooldown. Like if it's just 1-turn damage, nah, bro. Is like one turn damage actually doesn't take advantage of anything Koi and Light has because like usually you don't get to recast skills in one.
I like that Tripper said that she reverse ramps.
Yeah, she reverse ramps.
Yeah,
she ramps
it's such a funny term.
She ramps down, bro.
Oh my god. The reverse ramp up is real. I don't think she's obviously not hopeless, but man, I thought she was maybe a bit better. But looking at like what I'm just seeing again, I don't know.
Yeah.
I just remember her being a bit better, but she's really not all that great.
It's just she has like good damage on like 1 turn. It's like whatever.
Dude, she can't even do a full Buster Brave gen, and she has a Buster up on the MP.
Bruh. Yeah. Like she just has like good damage for like 1 MP. I mean, the ramp down isn't that severe. I don't think the ramp down's actually that severe. And like with the double
10% attack.
Oh my god, her crits are so bad too.
I don't feel like it's that crazy, especially since we got command codes. We got plenty of ways of removing it. Although I guess it's completely reasonable to use someone like Castoria with her instead of another Vitch because she does have an art stack. She just seems like less of a like do a lot of damage.
Castoria could help with the debuffs on the reverse ramp up as well.
Yeah.
She just like honestly though, like I really think her advantage is literally just she can double Koi and Light loop. Like
dude, how much better would she be if she was arts? Bro. She would be so much better if her MP was arts.
Probably actually.
So something I want to address, which I don't know how much it's going to factor into what you guys think. But I have seen this sentiment for so fucking long, and it's really annoying. At this point, people keep talking about how bad her NP gain is, and I'm so fucking tired of it because she actually has above average NP gain. Like, so first off, she ramps up her NP gain on her NP. So, like, you got that 20%. You also got the NP gain on her second skill. Between those two, like just with her second skill up, she has 2% arts cards. That is so much above average. That is good
for a triple art stick. Yeah, for a triple art stick, 2% arts cards is really above average. I still think she works better with Koi and Light. I don't know.
I think it's the I think it's because people are looking at her quick card and her extra attack, which are actually ass. Yeah, I won't deny that. But considering how she has 3 good arts cards there that get better with every NP, like, I mean,
I guess I'm sending mixed messages with what I'm saying. What I'm saying is I like her better than Sansa. I'm sorry, even at like,
wait, what?
Yeah, I like her better than Sansa.
You do?
I do.
What? I thought we were. Yeah. What?
No, we were not in agreement. I like her better.
You're not actually capping right now.
I'm not capping. It's not for the content. because I think her skills work better with Koyan Light. Like, yes, looping brain rot, whatever you can call me that, sure. But
There's no way. There's no
I
way.
also think her singular MP damage is better now. Like,
It's not. It's so much worse. She has way less damage than Sanzang does, and Sanzang has utility as well.
Of course, she's looping. I'm talking to someone in chat, and it's just like I'm.
She has one.
I'm
buster.
kind of tired of this sentiment. Like, people have to, like, a servant has to be able to do three. They have to do damage all 3 turns in a row to be good at anything. Like, fuck this looping meta bullshit. Like, this isn't. That's not even what Buster's good at. You guys are just spoiled by Vitch and being able to reload shit over and over again. If you can even fucking do that with her, like, come on.
Wait, what, Sanzang?
With Ilya.
Oh, like, you could already but you could already do it with Ilya. I thought that was Ilya's strength. She could loop. She could Buster loop.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Personally, I would put her on like a B. That's a full tier below Sanzang. But if Flashy like he likes him more than Sanzang, I would put like a full tier below Sanzang personally.
Oh, yeah, probably equal. I guess not more. Like, I don't.
Damn, like, even equal would sting me, honestly.
It's 10% attack down. You guys are acting like she's halving her damage every fucking time. Like, but
the problem is the damage on base isn't high anyway. Like, Sanzang still dumps her.
Farming bullshit, like single target looping, like acting.
No, I'm talking. I'm not talking farming. I'm talking like bosses damage. Damage still matters.
Notes we've had in the last 3 years. One of them doesn't matter. Like, one of them matters.
Okay,
like,
but
I'm tired of people fucking having these stupid ideals.
But that's not looping.
All of
but that's not
targets.
looping. But
God,
that's not
so
looping.
Annoying.
But that's not looping. That's not looping damage. That's not looping damage. Like, what he showed was not looping damage. What he showed was 1 turn damage.
Yeah. This is a damage sheet.
If it's looping, then Ilya would win. Because Sanzang could not with BG. Ilya could not with BG either, but Ilya could with cranking. Sanzang could not use cranking. Sanzang needs BG.
Like, why is this even the standard though, guys? Like,
no, it's not. It's not the standard.
Yeah, but why are we judging this like we can't use cards? Like, I know you guys love talking about how fucking terrible Quick is because it depends on card draws, but you act like we don't have any access to cards whatsoever. We have to have 100% consistency in challenge quests for it to be even remotely reasonable.
Well, it doesn't really help your argument for Ilya though.
Bro, we have 5 debuff removal cards. More than that,
yes,
attack
that is
debuffs.
true. I think the attack debuff is like barely a weakness. I think the attack down is like it's barely a weakness, but like in terms of looping, Ilya does better than Sanzang.
I'm just saying, like, yeah, I don't think the demerits are high either, but I'm just saying because her numbers on base aren't impressive anyway, so it's just gonna make the numbers even worse. Because, like, even without the demerits, her numbers don't look that good for damage. Like, her crits are terrible. She's at the bottom of the sheet. Her MP damage is like one of the worst in the sheet.
I actually don't think that's
crits
accurate.
Are gonna be bad. She's got one buster.
Okay. The reason why Sanzang has better damage is because Sanzang has the let me look at this.
The NP damage buff?
Yes, Sanzang has the NP damage buff for 1 turn on 7 turn.
This is not 1 turn damage though, is it?
It is.
Wasn't Tripper just explaining it?
Is this not 1 turn damage?
That's not looping and that's not 1 turn either. That's all scenarios combined.
Wait, what do you mean all scenarios combined? How could you have all scenarios combined? What do you mean? So no, what is the number on this column, the DPS column? Because we've been only looking.
Okay, let's go to the info. What is DPS? Servant's overall MP damage performance calculated through 3 different simulated scenarios: start, mode, and burst. The result will be the mean average of the 3 scenarios using geometric mean, which won't be skewed or affected by outlier values, and thus showing the most accurate representation of the servant's true damage. And here's explanation of those: start, mode, and burst. I'm not gonna read all this though, but you can just open the sheet.
We shouldn't be, because like we were only looking at 1 column. We're only looking at one column.
Yeah, it's the best column to look at because it's all the scenarios. The DPS column is the best one to look at because that's why it's filtered through it.
Wait, so are you adding 4 numbers together and getting the average?
Yeah, this is for boss. This is the number you should be looking for bosses, not for farm. This is not a farming sheet, if that's what you were thinking all this time.
No. I'm not thinking about farming sheet. If it's a 1-turn damage, that means Sanzang has advantage because Sanzang has the MP damage up, but it's on the 7-turn cooldown. But Ilia's, I mean, I guess, yeah. I guess not. I don't know. I just think Ilia has like invul. Ilia has like better survival as well. She has like good card gain.
The burst column is the 1-turn damage, in which case, yeah, she wins even more, but she even wins on this one too.
I don't know. I don't get what's wrong with Ilia's kit though. Like I think Ilia's kit's better than Sanzang's.
Really? Oh, what?
Maybe the second skill. It's just the second
There's
skill.
no way. This kit it sucks.
So I'm pretty sure the reason why she is not showing up as good on damage, it's because she has a buster buff for 1 turn instead of an attack buff for 3 turns and an NP damage buff for 1 turn.
Like the first skill is terrible. The third skill is also not great either.
Oh, yeah,
the second skill is passable. That second skill is fine.
I guess the first skill is terrible. I don't know.
It is terrible. It's so bad. It's so bad.
Oh yeah, the guts is RNG. I forgot the guts is RNG. You're right.
Yeah, it is.
I guess. I
can't even place him on the same tier. Honestly, I have to place Sanzang higher personally. I'm not sure if Otto agrees. He probably disagrees too, but I can't.
Okay, look.
Sanzang is better.
Fine. You know what? I don't use either of these characters. I'm just gonna shut up. None of what I said count.
Let's be honest.
None of what I said count.
No one
I'm leaving.
here. Like none of the 3 of us and 99% of people in chat don't use them either. So
oh yeah, true. She can stack the attack up with Witch as well. That really adds up.
In the audience,
like none of what I said count because I don't give a fuck about either of these characters. They can get deleted from the game. I wouldn't mind. So
okay. Now we're being honest here.
I've only got
you know what?
2 single casters that I care about.
I do not care. So you know what? None of what I said mattered. Just remove me from that conversation. I'm not gonna say.
No, it's cool. It's cool. This is content. This is great. That was awesome. Honestly, I love that. That was great. I can't believe we actually did that during Ilia's segment. If anyone's watching this later on YouTube, do like a what emoji should we choose here? So I know people actually watch through that. Let's see. Do a thumbs up emoji and when you're commenting something, so I know you actually listen through that. That's awesome.
Yeah.
It's
just like the way people. Like, I know this is going to sound cringe, but I feel like people care too much about spreadsheets. I don't mean any.
I feel like there was just a lot of miscommunication, and not. Yeah. I think most people are not talking about loop farming.
Like, I don't mean any offense to the people who made these not these loop sheets, these spreadsheets, because you guys worked hard on it. I really appreciate them as a resource. I just think that people care too much about them. Because there's a lot of things that don't show up in just the raw numbers. That's why, like throughout this entire time, I've been talking so much about these win conditions, because that's stuff that shows up that does not show up on spreadsheets, at least most spreadsheets, and that can decide whether or not your damage fucking matters at all. Because there are some servants that just have they are spreadsheet gods. But then as soon as someone evades, they're just fucking demolished. They just don't matter. And then sometimes okay, they look like they got really good 1-turn damage. Well, we've been over this 100 times. Merlin sucks now because break bars exist. So does 1-turn damage. Let's be consistent here.
Well,
also,
you know what?
Also, holy shit! Hey, Merlin.
Yeah, I was about to say. On that note, let's talk about Merlin. Okay. Wow, what a segment that was. But you know what? I'm glad it happened. But yeah, let's talk about Merlin now. So yeah, we got the good old Dick Wizard himself. He's back. He's still in the game, and yeah, let's see what he looks like in 2024. So, as a certified slammer support, he's got the same 14.2k HP as previous 5-star supports we've seen. It's a good number, easy to keep alive for the most part. Full caster deck of triple arts makes a lot of sense. Skill-wise, we got a lot to like here, still to this day. So first skill, on a 5-turn cooldown, the full party gets 20% attack for 3 turns and a 20% battery. Very cool that this is on a 5-turn cooldown. Really makes it that much better. Like, it's literally just like power crept. When he was released, every charisma in the game just got power crept. And even to this day, I feel like it's still power creeps most charismas. So, very cool. Second skill, on a 7-turn cooldown, all allies get invul for 1 turn. All allies also get 50% star gen for 1 turn, and all enemies get minus 20% crit chance for 3 turns. So there you go. There's some defense for you. It's the good old wall, suck up at MP, continue on with your life. Everyone's smiling. Big cooldown though, but yeah, you could even bring 2 if you want. I don't know. Third skill, the infamous one. The lore one, if you will. So 6-turn cooldown, 1 ally gets 50% buster up for 3 turns. They get 3k max HP for 3 turns and 100% crit damage for 1 turn. So, it's like click red, enemy dead. Sometimes your cards will do even more damage than the MP, depending on the servant, I guess. Right, and the kit just works. It's basic, but it works. Makes a lot of sense. Combine this with the MP that we're about to see soon, yeah. Even better. 6% arts up on the passive, awesome. 6% debuff success rate, helps a little bit with the crit chance down, I guess. 5% gauge per turn, I mean, yeah, of course, great. He's anti-berserker for you Merlin fanatics out there. You can even DPS better now. And the MP, the fun one. So on MP1, everyone gets 1k healing every turn for 5 turns. Everyone gets 5% MP gauge every turn for 5 turns. And then also 5 stars per turn for 5 turns on OC base. Scaling up to 25 stars per turn. Yeah, I mean, it's the ramp up MP of the ramp up MPs. It's a very good uptime, I can't even say uptime, of course, because there's no cooldown, but in terms of how often you can spam it and just have a lot of these effects up, it's very easy to just have 2 MPs at least stacked constantly. 3, maybe pushing it a little bit, but 2, definitely way doable, for sure. Yeah, I mean, Merlin is Merlin. Even to this day, I think he's still pretty, really, really good. Amazing even. I don't know about you guys, but yeah.
So, guys, I know, I just had this rant, and I said and he was shit. I still think he's EX. I think he does what he does better than almost anyone else. And there's one exception, but that's just because she gels with the card type. He is the entire reason why people pretend that Buster is better for longevity.
Compared to quick, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I don't blame him, honestly.
Yeah, because I mean, you look at okay, what do you have for longevity with Buster servants, with Buster supports? You have Nightingale, and you have Merlin.
Yeah.
Those are the only top supports. Everything else is active.
Well, let's not use the word top with Nightingale, but yeah, fair.
Well, she's a 5-star, and she has more value than the low stars. So, in my
opinion, you meant as in top, as in pick the best choices, not top as in top tier. Actually, yeah. She's okay.
I mean, we're constantly ignoring low stars here, anyways. So,
sure.
I mean, might as well.
I mean, still EX. I don't know. I still use them a bunch, both for maximum damage boosting and stall. It's not much to say.
Okay, yeah, and so that's kind of the funny thing about Merlin. He doesn't even synergize with the Buster playstyle. People act like you can get 3 turns of damage out of him every 6 turns. No, you get 1 crit turn, you get 1 NP, maybe 2 NPs. You don't get 3 turns of damage with Merlin. You outlive Double Vitch for sure. And you might not but you're not you're playing like arts when you're using him, except you don't NP refund and you don't spam battery. So
minus the buster up from hero creation, he's an art servant. Like I don't know why.
Yeah.
Like people already know that for a fact, because when he first came out, like the stall team was like Merlin, Tamamo, and Arts DPS, right? Like Vlad, for example. Like people use that. People use that like back in the day. So like he is just an art servant with a buster up, which like so that is why I like Lady Avalon better, because she's an art servant with an arts up. Like that's I mean, there are more reasons, but like in general, like he is just an art servant. But also for like I still appreciate his damage boosting for Buster, because like he's still one of the biggest like damage boosts for Buster.
The attack and the buster.
Yeah, and like you don't have to sacrifice your DPS like Overon, when he does it. So like there's so many, like I still use him like a bunch basically.
Yeah,
so,
I mean he's so versatile. Like honestly, any team you plop him on is just better immediately. Like straight up.
So something that I kind of just love with it's so funny seeing it happen. People talking about how Buster has all these really good longevity supports, and then as soon as they build a team, they bring Merlin and Castoria. Like this immortal comp thing, they act like Merlin is really important. He's the least important of the three. He's the most replaceable of the three.
True.
You can replace
He's
him with Proto Merlin or Miyu. It's just something to help them get in peace more often. He is just so replaceable. Like, and like if you're relying on Castoria, is that really Buster being strong?
It's not, but it is Merlin still being strong though. Like I don't know.
Yeah, we shouldn't discount him too much, but yeah, obviously the
I'm sorry.
Special info.
I'm just voicing a bunch of those inner thoughts. Those
yeah, he's basically not talking about Merlin. Like he wasn't talking about Merlin.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
He was spreading his own propaganda basically.
Okay.
It's different.
People who've been watching the podcast, they know that I've had these thoughts for a while because.
All right.
Yeah,
it's like therapy at the same time.
I got tipped out over the edge. I'm sorry.
Man's got to open up. Anyway, pretty unanimous EX on Merlin. No, not much to say there. Well, I guess we did have a lot to say, but still, like placement-wise, pretty easy. But moving on, we got well, coming down a little bit, but a servant. We got one. We got Scheherazade. There she is.
This character does not calm down. Sorry.
Oh yeah, true. In a different way. One of the many AoE arts casters, as talked about earlier. But first of all, 9.2k attack. I mean, like, is she like Jinako is the worst? Is she the second worst?
Probably not, right? Probably.
Was the first Emperor?
I don't know. Oh,
really?
First Emperor has less attack. Oh, it could be.
I'm not sure. I was just thinking. I know he has very little. Interesting, but yeah, that's not a very flattering number, needless to say. Oof, big oof. Well, I mean, easy to keep alive, but maybe not what you were looking for in an arts DPS anyway, because arts. She's got the full castered arts deck as well. Speaking of which, cool, works for her. First skill on a 6-turn cooldown. One enemy minus 1 tick on the gauge. Very cool. Guaranteed on max rank. She herself gets 30% arts up for 1 turn and also a 30% battery. It's all right. I think they could have made the arts buff 3 turns. I'm not gonna lie. And still make it fine. But at least there's cool effects anyway. Although sometimes a bit awkward to use because if you're bringing her to bosses, then the drain have to wait for 1 turn to get that value. But chances are your supports are covering you for the first turns anyway, even if you don't get that arts buff. So,
I'm just glad this vampirism is guaranteed. It's not vampirism, but it might as well.
Yeah. Very glad about that. Thank God. Every chance-based thing should be like this, that you can fix it by leveling. Okay. Sadly, though, and the reverse example on the second skill. So on a 6-turn cooldown, 60% chance to charm all male enemies for 1 turn, and then she herself gets 40% defense, but for 2 turns. What a weird skill. So it's like Shutens and Europus thingy, but it's like a defensive version instead. And why is it not 3 turns? I mean, it's a lot of defense, granted, yes, but it could still be 3 turns. Like, come on, its whole shtick, her whole character is like, oh, I don't want to die, I want to live. So yeah, I don't know. Also, again, because, you know, most enemies don't have genders that are not servants, and usually servants that you tend to charm, chances are they might have some innate resistance. Although, I guess in her case, it's not that bad because she's a caster. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I think most assassin servants probably don't have magic resistance. So, in her case, at least, it's not that bad, I suppose. Okay. Third skill, 6-turn cooldown. She gets a guts for 1 time, 5 turns. So, hey, pretty good uptime on that, actually. 3k on the revive. Then the full party besides her gets a guts for 1 time, 2 turns with 500 revive. Not so good uptime, nor a revive, but, you know, cool. And then 1 king trait enemy gets a minus 50% attack for 1 turn. Was there any king? Let me check the list. Assassins. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 6 assassins. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 berserkers. Okay, there's some good case scenarios for her. Okay, sure. Interesting. Overall, the kit I think could be way better for sure, but I don't hate it, honestly. I don't hate it. 11.5% arts up on the passive though. That's very nice. Very, very good. Anti-berserker as well. You know, good, because we have those king berserkers too. And then the MP has been buffed, so before damage she gets 20% MP damage for 1 turn. All enemies get minus 50% debuff rest for 1 time, 3 turns, which, you know, helps a lot with the charm, if anything. That's pretty cool, because, you know, it's like a reverse debuff success rate up, but in a debuff form, of course. And then the overcharge is her pretty insane super mod. Like, so it's like 200 to 300 range. It is against king, so again, very niche, but man, that is a lot. It's like it starts from like the upper limit of most other servants that have these on their overcharge. Interesting. In that case, you can probably even do neutral king damage with her, because that's a lot of freaking damage. Although her attack is still like whatever. But I like that they at least have the thing for to help with the charm on the thingy. The second skill. The debuff rest down. Ooh, Sherazade. I mean, she even farms decent, right? Her refund should be good, right? Yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah, she farms fine. Maybe not the highest damage, but, you know, refund at least is not an issue. What do you guys think?
Her refund is basically Anastasia's, but she has 1 more hit. Like, and they have almost the same NP gain. Just in
True.
general. But yeah, I think she's pretty all right. But like, as far as how this tier list has been structured up until now, like kind of disregarding a lot of arts servants' defensibility, like that's definitely. I guess that's a weaker point for her.
Yeah, I would prefer her to be more offensive. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, she's very much maybe it doesn't work as well these days. I guess she synergizes a lot with non-Castoria supports. Like one that I would actually like to highlight, which a lot of people forget about, Waver. Like her NP. And so his NP, that's basically a guarantee.
Ah, that's clever, actually. That's cute.
And since they're both NPs, you can actually have them use them fairly often.
Although, on that note, it's kind of annoying because Waver has potentially a lot of defense down. And if you use him second, it's a bit awkward. But yeah, the stun is pretty cool, though.
I'm sorry, what?
Like you were saying, use Waver MP second, right? For the increased stun chance.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, alternatively, you could use hers second, and then next time he NPs, then it works off of hers.
Although the debuff stun it's like 1 time 3 turns, right? So you can't use anything else before that. Also, wait, actually, I just realized, yeah. How does this work? Because it's 1 time 3 turns. Is Waver's instance MP 1 instance? Like because he has the curse too, which I think happens before the stun. Yeah. So is it 1 instance?
It should be 1 instance.
Okay, so they all benefit from this.
It's like a buff block. It's like
okay, then it works. Okay.
It blocks the entire thing, yeah.
Sure. Okay.
And if you're running a team like Waver and Castoria, then like you have one other skill that does debuffs, and that's her second skill. And if it works, then well,
I mean, you don't need waivers MP, yeah.
yeah.
All right.
Like I think she has good synergy with like older supports because she also has the drain, and then she brings hard survival where it isn't as welcome these days, I guess. But
Yeah.
yeah, I think she's pretty good. I want to say B plus or A. I don't think she's
I was thinking A,
amazing
actually.
these days.
Yeah.
I'm fine with A.
I think she's just fine. Like people forget about her, but I remember when she first got the buff, like people were kind of hyping her up because she was an arch looper.
Oh, you mean the MP
and
buff or the third skill? MP, right?
the MP and the battery actually. I mean the battery.
Oh yeah,
allows her to
she's
do
got
better.
3 buffs now. Shit, dude.
Yeah. She has a battery buff. So like right, yeah, okay. So the battery buff makes her like a decent looper and whatnot. So I mean, yeah, she's just fine. Like I've seen her pull crazy stuff because of the anti-king, of course, because the anti-king skill's better than normal anti-traits. It's 200 to 300%. That's kind of significant actually.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Okay. Cool. She's fine, yeah. 3 buffs helps a lot, of course. Alright, keeping on the trend of more AoE DPS casters, we got Umu Summer. This time we got the red cards, aka Buster. So, 10.8k attack. This time, way better, have to say. Above average when it comes to 5-star casters as well. Pretty cool. She has a double Buster, double arts deck, so a bit, out of the norm, but I like the deck a lot. In fact, her arts cards, from what I remember, are also very, very sexy. Right, first skill, 6-turn cooldown. She gets a 50% battery and then 50% MP gain if she is 50% HP or lower for 3 turns. Now, the way this works is that when you activate this skill, you get you get the buff regardless. So it just checks. So whenever you happen to be 50% or less, it's active. So the icon will be lit up basically. And if it's not active, then it's dim and you won't get the MP gain. So I like this one because, it's not like an instant like snapshot on using it. I mean, in some cases it could be better maybe if you heal later, but I think this one has made more uses though, where it's a constant check basically. But let's be real, in most cases, you're probably looking at just a 50% battery, sadly, so But honestly, from what I remember, she doesn't even need the MP gain necessarily either. I think her gains are pretty good. Correct me if I'm wrong here, but yeah. There you go. Second skill, 5-turn cooldown. She gets 30% attack and defense for 3 turns on self, and also ignores class defense disadvantage for 3 turns. So obviously this means like if she's happened to be against a rider, she takes neutral damage, although this still means that she would still deal half damage against them. It's only the defensive side that is neutralized, not the offensive side as well. So don't bring her against riders anyway. So if anything, that's mostly for berserkers, like defense against berserkers. Maybe even alter egos if you're crazy enough. But really mostly just relevant for berserkers. Good skill though. That's a lot of attack and defense and a good uptime. Third skill, speaking of attack, 7-turn cooldown. One ally gets a guts for 1 time 3 turns with 1 HP revive. And they also get 50% attack for 3 turns. Wow, that's a lot of attack on a targeted skill, needless to say. It's probably like the highest in the game, or at least tied to it, so it's pretty cool. Pretty cool. It's, the Guts doesn't have a great uptime, obviously, and the Revive is like, you die to anything. But, the attack buff is cool, albeit long cooldown, which it is a bit unfortunate that it's on this skill, of course, because, 7-turn is, at least for loop farming, out of the question for Koyan. I kind of like the kit though. It's basic, but it's not bad. It makes sense. So if you give it to herself, by the way, that's 80% attack for 3 turns. Right, passives, you got 8% quick, which is pretty irrelevant for her. 11% arts, way more relevant. 10% healing received up. Cool, if you happen to heal her, I guess. Yeah, why not? Anti-ruler on passive, yeah, no thanks. MP is not bad either, actually. She gets Invul Pierce for 1 turn before damage. And then also on overcharge, 20% MP damage for self for 1 turn, scaling up to 60%. It's alright. It's alright. When I remember
Oh, sorry.
I remember her looping numbers not being super impressive though, but she is pretty flexible. And if anything, I'm probably going to place her as a DPS instead, rather than a looper.
I really love how she worked. I remember all the way back, she was like a great solo unit even. And yeah, and like because like she still has, you know, the second skill, you know, she can maybe solo berserkers, right? Oh no. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I thought I was going crazy because like the last time I used her was a long time ago. I don't have her on JP. I only have her on NA, but like I did quite a bit of solos with her back in the day, and like she was really fun. And like when you proc the guts, you know, the MP gain gets activated, and she can just loop her MP very well with cards, of course, and really fun servant. But and like the MP even has Invul Pierce. I just think she got like power creep, not even power creep. I think she got power creep by like other casters getting MP upgrades. Like MP upgrades at the end of the day is such a big part of a lot of stuff, and unfortunately I think like her MP damage is just not good enough anymore. But like her kit, I still like it even though it's simple. Like either if she gets like a really good skill buff or like just a standard MP upgrade, I think she'd be back up there. But unfortunately, right now, it's kind of like her damage is kind of struggling to catch up. Because, like, once again, you know, like as a DPS, she can spam her MP very easily. But like, do you really want like her MP? Her MP is still good. You still want to spam her MP, obviously. You would never not want to spam MP, but like, she doesn't get that much out of it. It's just raw damage, which is, you know, not bad, but also not great anymore because it's not upgraded. That's how I feel about her, because I really like how she works. Like I really enjoy how she works, but it's just her MP damage is struggling a little bit, at least from my opinion.
I think she should get that MP upgrade as well. It would be very nice, but I'm not sure if they will ever buff her. You got anything on Summer Umu Otto?
She was like one of my first 5 stars.
Oh wow.
So over time we got someone called Tonalico, and now she doesn't look as impressive. But
okay.
But I do like her ability to kill berserkers better, because she doesn't suffer defensively as much. Even though there's also the fact that like her damage does scale pretty well, like with Vich and whatnot. I don't know. It's harder to justify her these days. I do like the Pierce Invuln, I suppose.
Yeah.
Like I think in a vacuum, I think she's like B or B plus. I don't feel like there's too much to say with her, because she does have like soft survival. She has hard survival. She has some easy damage steroids, and then she also has one that activates with her NP. So it's like,
yeah, I was thinking
like
B plus.
B plus.
Yeah. What about you, Plush?
That's fair. Because I don't want to put her low, man. She is.
Yeah, she's not bad by any means.
Yeah, she still has the Invul Pierce. Like her skill set. It doesn't play that well with Koyan Light, but like she can still loop at the very least, and I just like how it works. Like this is a little bit of bias, and I also like. I mean, I don't think it's horrible. So
yeah, it's fair. She was one of my first SSRs on JP as well, I think, actually. Got her on the launch banner of Summer 2, right? Summer 2, yeah. Cool. Anyway, I guess it's time. It's time to tackle the funny one. So yeah, hello Anastasia. There she is. Looking lovely. We already covered Archer, obviously, some weeks ago. But now it's time for the OG caster. AoE Arts DPS to the farmer. And honestly, considering we have a lot of competition, I would probably just stick her as a DPS instead. Her farming just kind of pales in comparison to her competition. But yeah, 10.5k attack, around average for 5-star casters, nothing crazy. She's got the full triple arch deck, of course, which is totally fine for her. First skill, on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets an Invul Pierce for 1 turn, plus 50% arts for herself for 1 turn, and then 1 enemy minus 100% debuff rest for 1 turn. Which coincides with another skills of hers, I suppose. So, I mean, it's better than like a normal mana burst, but it's still not like anything great. It's still a lot of downtime, of course, sadly. Second skill, on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets, or the full party gets 20% attack for 3 turns, and then all enemies get a minus 20% attack for 3 turns. Cool little combo there. So again, another reason why I think she's better against bosses is because of that attack down. Okay. Third skill, here we go. So this is where the buff landed, because yes, indeed, they did buff her last year. I was hoping for an MP buff, but you know what? At least they did something. So hey, 6-turn cooldown. She gets 50% gauge. She has a 60% chance to stun 1 enemy for 1 turn. And then all enemies get minus 30% arts resistance down for 3 turns. Which again, I like against bosses, because debuffs are better there. And now, like I said, the first skill is nice because, you know, minus 100% debuff rest means that effectively the stun now has a 160% chance base to land. So if you land the debuff rest down, you're basically guaranteed to land the stun on the target as well. Granted, they're not immune to it or have like a crazy amount of resistance anyway. So that's kind of cool, I suppose. Although sometimes you want to use the battery skill and then you don't want to use the first skill necessarily, so you might have to rely on RNG, depends. But at least you can do something about it. But yeah, that's the full kit. Kind of like bare bones. There's good effects for sure, but it's just not a whole lot of effects that are, you know, too meaningful. The passive though, 12% arts up permanently. That's pretty amazing. She gets 10% debuffers as well, and also 10% debuff success rate up. So I guess what I just said is actually 170% chance to stun if you land the first skill. Cool, resist that. Anti-caster on that append is no good in my opinion for her. The MP then. So AoE skill seal for 1 turn. Cool. And then all enemies get a minus 20% defense down for 3 turns on base overcharge, scaling up to 40%. And it is after damage, sadly. So the MP is kind of weak. I'm not gonna lie. It refunds less than Sherazade, for instance. And it also doesn't do as good damage because it's not upgraded either. The skills are okay. They're not like terrible. But the MP, I think, is still her like main problem. She really needs an MP upgrade. Yeah.
Damn. MP upgrade changes so much stuff, especially at for like MP1 stuff. Like MP upgrade skills better at MP1. So like if we're assuming like this list is putting everything on MP1, damn, MP upgrade does hell of a lot compared like than anything else, to be honest. So that's just the reality, unfortunately. It's the same thing with, you know, Neurocaster. It's just it happens. So I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure if they're ever going to give her an NP buff because, like, with the exception of Summer Musashi, they are very hesitant to give art servants NP upgrades because they get so much more out of them than like Buster or Quick servants. Because art servants have the easiest time using their NP. So like you spam that NP, like that is so much more.
Also, sorry to cut you there, but yeah, my bad on chat. That chat corrected me. Yeah, the stun with the buff is now AoE. So there you go. It's 16% AoE chance. I said single target, but yeah. So the debuffer is down only helps for 1 target because this is single target and not AoE. Maybe they'll buff it again.
You know, like before anyone gets pissed off, I don't have as much experience with her, just like with Ilya. All right, like I actually use Sanzang more than Ilya, so maybe that's why my bias is there. But anyways, back to this. So like I don't think she's anything amazing. I think she's kind of underwhelming, to be honest. And like maybe there are ways to make her work. I don't know, but
she's fun against bosses. There's a lot of good debuffs and whatnot. You can get some stuns into and stuff like that. But for like even then, she's not like amazing necessarily. But she's fine against bosses.
Yeah.
Yeah, these days I feel like she's fairly solid.
Mm.
I haven't had a chance to use her since she got the buff, but I don't know, man. Like they changed like 4 things with that buff. Like the lower cooldown is great. AoE stun, like even if it's not guaranteed, it's great. 30% arts resist down. That's not only going to affect her damage, it's also going to give everyone a 30% boost in NP gain.
Yeah.
It's just so like, man. I look at the skill and then I look at Shuten's charm. Like charm is more likely to be resisted,
Yeah.
and then it's defense down versus more arts resist down. It's a higher cooldown. There's no fucking 50% battery on it.
I mean, yeah, if you want to compare it that way, yeah, then this. I mean, honestly, even if, without the comparison, this is a great skill now. Obviously, it's a great skill. It does a lot.
Yeah.
Even if you whiff the stuns, it's still good.
Yeah.
Okay.
I like her a lot as a character, but yeah, I like. I think I would like her gameplay more because I'm sure her damage is a lot better than it used to be. A long while back, I tried to make her work against dark rounds. It didn't work too well.
I might go with B plus still, honestly, with the buff.
Yeah. Like lower
Just nice
than
against
the MP
bosses.
updated Scheherazade. That makes sense.
Yeah.
I guess it's fair.
Yeah. All right. There she goes. All right, back to supports. And an interesting one, of course. We're going to talk about the OG Scotty. We get the other version in some weeks as well, but yeah, here we go. The OG, the good old, the savior of quick, the messiah, the birth of quick looping, and I don't even know. Yeah, there she is. She's got the highest HP of all the supports so far, actually, at 14.4k. Pretty cool. I mean, she probably needs it the most of the supports so far anyway, so makes sense. Double arts, double quick. So yeah, there was another servant that had this quick. I totally forgot that Scotty also has it. Makes sense. Hurricanes are still fine. In fact, her arts are actually really good from what I remember. Cool. First skill, 6-turn cooldown. One ally gets 50% quick up for 3 turns and also 100% quick crit damage for 3 turns. So yeah, with this, obviously, your quicks can become extremely deadly, especially with crits. Cool. It is a bit of a downtime, of course, if you're not farming. So there's that, but it's not that bad. It's a lot of offense, of course, so it makes sense. Second skill, 6-turn cooldown. All enemies get a minus 30% defense down for 3 turns and also minus 30% crit chance down for 3 turns. I like it a lot against bosses. It's very good. It's a lot of nice debuffs. Well, not a lot, but 2 very nice debuffs with good numbers. And then third skill, 60 or 50% battery for 1 ally on a 6-turn cooldown. I mean, this could definitely be better. They even upped it on, obviously, the summer version too, so that's proof, if anything. But I mean, yeah, there's the kit. Like, it's so boring and basic, but it, you know, because of the meta, she still works, of course. And even after the release of summer, who obviously is just a flat out. Well, maybe not. Well, the MP is obviously an argument, but skill-wise, she's just
not very boring.
like better.
It's not very boring. It's got big numbers.
Yeah,
Like,
true.
Like
True.
I don't know. Like it's boring because we're used to it. You know, like it's just.
No, I still think it's boring because it doesn't do much. It's just big numbers. But yeah, fair enough. But also, like, even with like Summer Scotty, who basically is just better in most uses, she still is relevant because of Triple Scotty also being a thing. But yeah, let's see. Let's just keep going for now. Anyway, 12% arts up. Cool, very nice. 10% debuff success rate up. Also very nice. And then 25% debuff res. She probably has like the best passive so far, or at least top 3 of the casters. Pretty good. Anti-caster append, no need. Buffed MP. So yeah, there's a lot of mixed opinions about this buff. And I'm not sure how I even feel about it too, but let's see. So party gets on MP 1, 20% attack for 5 turns. They get 50% crit damage for 5 attacks, or 3 attacks, 5 turns. They get an evade for 1 attack, 3 turns. Instant kill immune for 1 time, 3 turns. And then on base overcharge, 500 damage cut for 3 turns flat, scaling up to 1500. So they went with the route of full offense. I mean, you guys might disagree with me, but I was hoping they were gonna go full defense instead with the MP.
But
I'm
how?
not going.
How? It already has the evasion. What? You want the evasion to scale like Castoria?
No, I meant like instead of adding like attack buffs, like do like a defense up or something, or like a invulf or something like this. Something.
Oh, that's damage cut, isn't that defense up?
Yeah, it's in the base OC. It's a very low damage cut too.
Here's a reason why I disagree, right?
Yeah, I knew you were gonna disagree, but yeah, go.
Because the reason is not because I have looping brain rot, not looping brain rot, TA brain rot, whatever. But the reason is the actual reason that people don't use Scotty's MP is not because it's not good enough. The actual reason people don't use Scotty's MP is because she can't get it.
Yeah, I mean that's not a
She doesn't have
problem though. I'm just talking about the effects here with the buff. I disagree with the thing they added.
So why don't I think having a defense buff it would be better is because it wouldn't matter. She wouldn't get it anyways. She wouldn't be able to use it anyways. Like in normal situation. And for defensive buffs, like her MP is focused on because it's harder to use get her MP. It's longer. It's 5 turns. So you can get away with not using it as often. So unless the defensive buff you propose is also a 5-turn buff, I think, like for example, if they gave a 3-turn buff,
no, I don't mean necessarily like a defense up. I mean something to because her kit has 0 defense. Nothing. It's pure offense. Well, maybe if you count the crit chance down. So I was hoping like because I like it. I mean, again, you guys might go fast, but I like going slow. Okay, I'm not saying straight up stall, but I take my turns. I like to plan every turn in my head. I like to take like minutes between turns. I like to talk it out with my stream and do my stuff. And I'm like, it's fun. But sometimes fights go slow. And again, if she has 0 defense, they're not gonna go slow. She's gonna die. Everyone's gonna die if you go slow with that. So that's why I was hoping maybe get her something there that could save the team or just mitigate damage if the fight is not going super fast,
She has an evade.
So one evade.
So I assume you hate Koi and light teams then.
I kind of do actually. I like her farming, but I actually don't like her on DPSing. I'll be the first to admit I don't like using her in CQs. Yeah,
that's consistent, so I'm okay with that. So like, I mean, I really think though, like, if you want to go defense, just go arts. Like
honestly, like this could be a hot take. Like if I'm DPSing with a Buster Servant, I never bring a single Koyan on a CQ. I'd rather pick like Rhinus because I love my Rhinus anyway, and someone else. Like I never bring Koyan for outside of farming. I just don't. I know it's good because you guys approve it, time and again, but I just don't like it.
I actually know. I absolutely know what you mean. But like, so why won't you use an arts DPS?
Because sometimes I like using Buster Servants too. I mix it up.
Yeah. So
a lot of my favorites are Buster.
Yeah. So it's just personal preference. So like, I know what you mean.
Yeah.
But like, it's really between. It's very much between whether you want card types to feel more alike and be more fair, so you can do the same thing with every card type, or you want card types to have their identity to be. I guess it's not really their identity because like both Quick and Buster is offensive, but if you gave her more defense, you just make it feel more like arts, which to me is very boring. But I don't
think we should. Okay, I get what you're saying, but I don't think we should only say that arts can only have the defense, and everyone else trying to get defense is mimicking arts. I think every card type can be both offensive and defensive. That's the ideal in my head. Not like, oh, you're just trying to copy arts. I think that's a bad way of putting it.
I mean, yeah, that's fair, but like, so she does have the evade to block MP, so at the very least, she doesn't have an issue to like She doesn't have issues against enemy MPs unless they have sure hit or invul pierce, of course. So I don't really see that MP as to like unless you want sustainable defense up, which you can always bring Reynes on quick. So
I don't mean I don't necessarily mean defense up. I mean some kind of defensive tools on the MP. I wish they went full in on the defensive side of it because she already has so much offense in her kit, I wish
defense though. Like what?
Dude, it's a 500 damage cut on base. You're not gonna overcharge it anyway. It's like nothing. Yeah.
One time evade. Okay, so I assume you want a I assume you want more of a sustainable defense, right? Because like
Some
if you
kind
just want to
of
block an
proper
MP, she has
defense.
it.
I don't consider a one-hit evade and a 500 damage cut to be proper defense.
Okay, so like defense up for maybe I don't.
Sure, yeah. Again, as an option, not that, but yeah, sure.
So you can bring Reyna's for that or the Mash for that. You
Yeah.
don't have
True,
to
and I
go
do
to
bring
the-
my Rhinus because of that all the time.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
You can just you don't.
But
have
I
to
like
double
my
down.
quick up as well for my quick DPSs from Scotty.
You can't have everything unless you're arts.
I want everything.
Yeah, but you're not arts. Too bad. The game fucking
No.
sucks at
No.
at balancing. You know, like I really hate how Castora has everything, but like that's horrible
Yeah.
design, which we'll get into later. But
Yeah.
I get what you mean.
Okay, fair enough.
I get what you mean.
So
I'm not
it's-
saying the buff was bad, by the way, for MP. I just was hoping for a different direction. I still think it's a fine buff.
So so there's a pretty good point that I wanted to bring up, but Plushy brought it up. Like, if she's lacking in defense, we have other supports. Like Rhinus is a really good example of that. You can bring Rhinus and her. You can
Yeah.
use Merlin in her. There's a lot of quick servants that benefit from Buster buffs. So like it's reasonable to mix her with someone else, and that's just generally how caster Scotty shines in a longer context. It's because her stuff mingles fairly well with other servants that can
Yeah.
last longer. So like that evade ends up, if you can get her NP a decent amount, it does end up feeling like it does work a bit more, because having hard survival for the entire team on an NP, I feel like that's pretty underrated, and I think that's just because Castoria is so ridiculous that
Yeah.
that she's really upped our standards a lot. But
Yeah.
like being able to just make everyone survive an NP, I feel like that should still be valued.
It's just like because it's an offensive MP more than an defensive MP. It can be really hard to time that because it's a one-hit evade anyway. But
and
yeah, I
that's
get what you're
kinda-
saying. I get what you're saying.
And that's kind of how Quick plays. Quick likes to loop and keep putting out a bunch of damage.
Yeah.
That's it. This is gonna sound weird, but the way that Quick plays, it plays like Buster but better, because you actually you're switching back and forth between looping your NPs like with arts, because you have NP refund, but you also have the option of critting,
Yeah.
which is like sort of Buster's thing normally, because you got Buster crits that can replace NPs. And the only reason that Buster has caught up is because Buster can spam so much battery that
Yeah.
that it does basically the same thing, but Quick can last longer. Like I know that sounds weird, but Quick does last more than 3 turns, because like with Buster, when you're looping with Buster, how many turns do you loop?
I know your point.
Yeah.
It's
the other thing with Buster is you can't really do
fuck,
what
man, I was
suggest.
leaving that question out there for someone to answer it, not to go on a
People know
tangent.
three.
Yeah.
People know it's
yes,
three.
that's the point. 3.
Look, I
It's
get it.
3, and then Quick can loop like more than that. Well, no,
Uh,
it's actually Buster loops twice, and Quick loops more than that, because like at the end of that turn, like, oh boy, you don't have your quick buffs from
Yeah.
Scotty and
Yeah.
whatever, at least the first Scotty, but
Yeah,
you can
I'm-
still keep
All
going
right.
beyond that, because if you get card draws, you can just skip out on using the battery. If you don't get card draws, you can just use the battery. But with Buster, you don't have that choice.
Yeah.
Anyways, I'm sort of preaching here.
Oh
I
yeah.
think I
Anyways,
got a
are
little
we
off topic.
gonna do a unanimous EX for Scotty Caster?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, there we
I'm
go.
down.
There we go. Good. Okay, there you go.
I'm sorry. I'm really.
I
good
mean,
at
I
just
don't
going
blame
on
you. We
tangents.
went on a tangent too as well. I mean, this is going off the rails as is. Not at this point, nothing will be like weird or out of place. I feel like
Oh yeah, this is gonna be like over 8 hours long. So yeah.
chances are.
Hey.
Anyway, yeah. Speaking of which, let's move on. Next up, we're going back to AOE arts because you know casters they love it. We got Murasaki Shikibu. There she is, one of the many. Her attack is really high though, 11.3k attack. Very cool. Among casters, that is high. Only second to Sanzang, right? Or was it better? I forgot. Dude, did I just voice crack twice in 10 seconds? What is wrong with me? Did you? I'm done, dude. Anyway. Double arts, double quick deck. I guess she had this deck too. That's pretty cool. Why did I click on her? Oops. Yeah, sure. It's fine. Alright, first skill. 6 turn cooldown. All enemies get a 30% defense down. Defense down for 3 turns. The pool party gets 30% anti-demonic damage for 3 turns. Yeah, it's fine. It's good. Okay, second skill, 6 turn cooldown. 1 enemy, 80% chance to MP seal. Oof, for 1 turn. She gets 30% battery, and then also 20% MP damage for 3 turns. I would love for this to be 100. I don't see a reason why it's not 100%. This skill would be good, but now I have very mixed feelings. Oh well. Ooh, oh yeah, this was buffed. This is new, I think, for this list, probably.
Yeah, that
Anyway.
was literally like a month ago.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, was that recent? Oh yeah, it was. Valentine's buffs, yeah. Anyway, 5 turn cooldown. Full party gets a 1k damage cut for 3 attacks, 3 turns. They get a debuff immune for 1 time, 3 turns. Full party gets a buff removal resistance for 1 time, 3 turns. And then also power mods against chaotic alignment and good alignment, 30% each for 3 turns each. So that's a lot of party buffs, huh? Yeah, it's literally, what, 5 things the full party gets from 1 skill, and it's on a 5 turn cooldown. Good uptime. Some obviously a bit, depends on the matchup. Like the power mods, the debuff immune, and maybe even the debuff, the buff removal resistance. Damage could always be nice though. But yeah, can be actually a very significant skill though when, stuff lands, of course.
So the downside of this is there is exactly 1 servant that fits all 3 of these, and it's kind of funny because
Chaotic good demonic, is that what you mean?
Saber Ibuki, yeah.
Uh.
Downside is there's only 1 with that overlap. Good thing is though, there's a lot of chaotic and demonic. There's a lot of chaotic and good.
Yeah.
Good and demonic is a little more rare though, and another really good thing about it is it's not just her this applies to. This applies to the entire
Yeah, these
team.
2 are party-wide, not the demonic, but these 2 are.
Yeah, you're getting 30% defense down, and like you could get 60%.
Oh, the demonic is party-wide. I'm stupid. It was party-wide.
Yeah, demonic is also
Yeah, my bad.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, so she's got some nice damage boostings for the team, and it's just kind of unfortunate it doesn't really affect her in
I can't listen to this song.
in just general use, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I like the skill set though. It's good. All right, passive 7% arts up, very nice. 6% debuff success rate up, also cool. Could be higher numbers, but both match her FX wise. Anti-lancer on the append, not that relevant, but you might sometimes bring her as kind of a support, so I mean, a little bit of bonus damage maybe, who knows. MP then, hasn't been buffed sadly, but what do we get? Enemies all get buff blocked for full 1 turn on use, and then the overcharge is the demonic power slab of 150 to 200 range, the standard. But again, demonic enemy is fairly common. She already has some in the first skill anyway, so doubling down on the anti-demonic. She's an interesting servant, because obviously there's a lot of power mods going on here. Much more so than actual damage buffs of like generic kind. That's why her looping numbers are not so generous either. Because, it doesn't take any of those into account.
Oh, it doesn't take traits.
No.
Okay.
So, yeah, that's why it doesn't look as good on paper.
I haven't really used her as a DPS, but rather for like... I usually use her for utility. Because buff removal resist is... I mean, Nightingale is good for it, but Nightingale doesn't give it to the entire team. And also, sometimes, if you get to hit 2 out of these 3, like anti-traits, for example, then she might be better in terms of the stuff that she provides. Her MP is good, loopable, buff block is probably really good. Like I mean, it is really good, but
Also, she has really high
Depe-
refund
Yeah.
on the MP.
Yeah.
Just to add to that, actually, you see her outclassing those other servants, and like, okay, it's pretty close, but then you realize all of them have like 30% NP gain or 50% arts or stuff like that. She doesn't.
Yeah,
All she
it's
has is her
all
passive.
MP. Yeah.
She just has really high base refund.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's nice. That means it scales higher with whatever support.
With more buffs, I guess. The more buffs it has, it will scale better.
Yeah.
Kind of. Yeah.
Yeah. So like with farming, she's like okay. If
Yeah.
you're up against demonic, she does have really solid damage, but I would definitely sell her a lot harder as a challenge quest DPS.
Yeah, the third
And-
skill screams challenge quests.
Oh yes, dude. So her third skill is so good. It's so good anti-gimmick stuff. Like, you can be up against some sort of bar break gimmick, and it applies like 3 turn stun and removes all your buffs, and then gives them like 30 attack buffs. But she can completely negate every single one of those gimmicks because not only does she block buff removal resistance in a very lenient way, by the way, like 1 time 3 turns is very it's very nice,
Yeah.
very generous as far as buff removal goes, because it's usually 1 turn or 1 target. But then also her buff block, it's like the best version of buff block that there is.
Well, not
Because
again. Mephisto has the best one, but she might have the best one on AOE though.
no. If they use 3 skills in 1 turn, he's done. But if you can keep using this NP for 3+ turns. She refunds really well, she spams really well. So having that up over and over again, like, it's just constantly block, block, block. It's just nothing lands. A really good
Yeah,
example
fair.
of this Tesla Fest, the main, like the big challenge quest, the one with Tesla and both of the guilds. I used her there. She just completely demolished it because one of the gimmicks is like as you break their bars, they keep buffing the entire team. There's like Pierce Invul, tons of attack buffs. I actually don't know most of the buffs because she blocked every single one of them.
So
So,
yeah, like
ah,
if you use her as a
great.
main DPS, she has she can potentially forever buff block,
True.
which is kind of scary. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, and
I mean, she has a lot of nice
thing-
stuff.
yeah, and she synergizes so well with Castoria because, like, you look at some of Castoria's weaknesses, like she can get screwed over by like an NP seal, for example, out of nowhere, but you can block at least 1 debuff. Then buff removal demolishes Castoria. I mean, it demolishes everyone, but you can cast that like ahead of time, and you're fine. And then there's also the soft survival from the damage cut. That's 3,000 HP there. Uh, that's nice. And then, like, yeah, of course, Art Servant spams. I simp hard for her, but there's really good reasons why. Okay.
My only
Yeah, I mean-
actual complaint is I hate the 80% chance on the MP seal. But yeah, that's like my actual only like real complaint about her. I think otherwise she looks pretty good.
I'm just
And
glad that
probably wait, it's
PNG
unupgraded
named
MP,
MP.
right?
Yeah, unupgraded MP.
Yeah, that's it. Like that's it. I mean, but she's more of a utility like unit, at least to me. So I'm not that
Yeah,
bothered by it.
she actually can be brought even outside of being a main DPS to bosses because of all the stuff
Yeah.
that she brings to the table.
Yeah, most of the time I do use her as a support over DPS. So like, there's a lot of ways to use. Like, Auto use her as mainly DPS, you know, as support as well. But like, you know, because he has a big copy, and like, you know, I don't have a single copy, but I use her as on support for support.
Yeah.
So like, yeah.
So I'm between
good-
one of
good.
the A's.
I really need to.
I guess
look at-
Scheherazade is a good comparison, in a way.
I think she's. Scheherazade has better damage because of the MP upgrade, but I think she's better than Scheherazade.
Maybe,
her
yeah.
utility meshes better with a lot of teams, especially with Castoria teams. 'Cause,
Yeah.
like, you look at the utility that Scheherazade has, and it's like 100% defensive.
Scheherazade is basically pure DPS, I would say. Like
Yeah.
her edge.
She's carried by the MP upgrade.
Yeah, the MP upgrade. MP upgrade does a lot for her. Yeah, carried by MP upgrade is correct in my opinion. Like that is probably the best way to put it, as cruel as it is. So yeah.
And demonic is, I would say demonic is generally a better niche than king.
Well, yeah, but it's only
Actually, yeah.
30%, no? 30% demonic and 100%.
She is
It's
super
technically
effective.
100.
Just the 150 to 200 range on the overcharge, though.
Oh, never
Yeah.
mind.
She
Yeah.
has really good damage stacking. Because of that.
Yeah.
I forgot about that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
Yeah.
doesn't
never
look like
mind.
much against Duriadana.
Yeah,
I hate it.
yeah,
Alright.
it's really good. Yeah,
I'll go with one or A plus for now. Sure, why not?
yeah.
Okay, 4 more to go, and yeah, I mean, we're gonna cover every servant, so yeah, it's time. Let's talk about the Castoria. So yeah, needless to say, we got Castoria. I would say like an art support, but really she is the support. She's just the support.
Yeah.
She's not art support, she's the support, okay? So yeah.
Bro,
40.
This is gonna be the shortest one we're going over.
Yeah, I'm still gonna cover the kit, of course, but yeah, 14.4k HP, very solid, good amount, easier to keep alive. Full art stack makes perfect sense. First skill, 6 turn cooldown, full party gets 20% attack and 30% battery, because yeah, very cool. Second skill, 5 turn cooldown, 1 ally gets 20% battery, and then full party gets 30% MP generation for 3 turns. Pretty cool as well. Third skill, 6 turn cooldown, 1 ally gets 50% art sub for 3 turns, 1 turn of invul, and then 50% anti-threat to humanity damage for 3 turns. I mean, a lot of the times, if not, actually most of the times, you're gonna whiff the threat damage mod anyway, but does it matter? No, not really. Mm-hmm. So there you go. That's a skill set. It's like not high on effects, but man, does it have a lot anyway in it. Passives, oh my god. 20% debuff res, yes. 12% arts, yes. 10% arts crit, that's like the least meaningful one, but why not? Fun enough, she has one of the highest crit damages of all casters. And then 20% crit resistance, just straight up, yeah, why not? Just it's literally a buff, because this was added after you complete LB6, so it's literally a buff to Castoria. And that's not nothing. That basically most classes without crit buffs will never crit her on base. Cool. Anti-saber on the append, yeah, go nuts, why not? No, not really. It's even for her, it's actually bad. Right, the MP then. Oof. So yeah, MP1 full party gets 30% attack for 3 turns. I like that it's 30 to 50, not 20 to 50 even in the range. So yeah, that's cool. Full party buff cleanse, and then the overcharge. So on base, everyone gets 1 stack of special invul, and every level of overcharge adds +1 all the way to 5 hits. And everything that's not buff removal is blocked for damage.
So, yeah.
And yeah, I really want to show this. This is so funny because again, she actually has a decent attack as well at 10.5k, and maybe a part of the passive as well. But she actually has one of the highest crit damages of all casters in the game. Not that I'm saying it's super impressive, because casters are not really known for crit damage, but she's literally 3rd on the sheet behind Scotty and Izumo for crit damage.
I really don't want to dwell on this too much, but I think like Castoria is genuinely the worst decision they've ever made. I think that this character fundamentally destroyed people's like even sliver of interest in challenge quest content, because who needs a guide when you can just bring Castoria and you just win? Like there are basically no situations where you can bring Castoria and still lose. I mean, you can still lose, but like it wouldn't be unbeatable. You just retry like 2 to 3 times. You'll beat it anyways. Like this character is optimal in farming, optimal in challenge quests, optimal in solos. Well, not the best, but she can actually solo stuff, which is very stupid. But because she's stupid in general, like her whole design is stupid. And like basically, if I want to go as far as I went on Twitter, regarding this topic, I think Castoria just invalidates both other card types equally. Like, there's no way. Why are you fighting between who's better between Buster and Quick? They're both garbage compared to Arts because of Castoria. Like every team that you want longevity that is Buster or Quick still has Castoria, right? So this character is just the worst designed thing to be ever added to the game, right? It's so bad. It is worse than 900 Senkor's Pity. Okay, sorry, that's part of the joke, but like that is it's the worst character. It's the worst thing they've ever added to the game because it just covers all fronts. There's nothing. You can't even design anything to counter her unless you design a very specific thing called I kill you if I detect you having solemn defense on yourself. Like it insta kill this thing if it has solemn defense. Haha. But that just means you fucked up in the first place. Why would you need a stupid gimmick like this if you did?
I think there was one time, sorry to interrupt you there, where they actually did a good work around her. Obviously, it's, you know, it would still be better if they designed her like not so overpowered, but obviously I'm talking about Tesla Fest exhibition where, you know, you can only, it's a set of challenge quests where you can only bring a servant to one of the quests. That's a great way to do it, but that's so few and far between. So
ban her, basically.
Yeah.
The best way to do it is just to ban her from your team.
Yeah, it's basically a ban.
They actually tried with Yu Olga, because like this is a little bit of a data mine territory, but like Yu Olga's AI apparently gets more aggressive if he sees solemn defense. But Castoria is still like the best solution for that boss. So it didn't matter. It didn't matter.
Yeah.
But like I don't know. This is a mistake.
Well,
anyways,
there's not much to say. I mean, she's still the best servant in the game, and in my opinion, I always say this, that I never recommend rolling for gameplay, because I think FGO is the most fun. When you roll the characters you actually like, invest into them, just have fun with them, maybe, you know, get some supports for them too if you really wanna, you know, swag out. But if I were to say, is there ever a must-have servant that really defines an account, I think Castor is the one. It's the only servant that I would ever roll that, you know, recommend you to roll purely out of gameplay. She is that much of an account changer that I would, even for Oberon, Koyan, you name it, I would not say like must have. I mean, sure, they're nice and all, but Castor I think is the only like actual must have servant that will have that impact.
Yep.
So there it is. Cool.
Do you have anything to add?
As far as like worst decisions that FGO made, like as far as servant additions, because I think one of the worst decisions they ever made was adding servant coins, because it was just such
true.
That was let's not get carried away. I mean, okay.
That was crap. Yeah.
You can also make the argument Scotty, because looping wasn't a thing before her, and
she's a slippery slope.
Yeah, Castoria is just them embracing that for money, whereas Scotty was an accident. You can also make a case for Merlin, because Merlin did too many things. He did the work of like 3 or 4 servants back then. So so you could go like really far back. It probably goes back to Merlin. I'm sure someone could make a case for Waver, but but I think it's more so just like they tried to make other versions of Waver and combine them with the appeal of like the generalist appeal of someone like Merlin. But anyways, that's EX plus whatever the fuck you want to call it. The GOAT.
There you go. There's Castoria, the annual obligatory. But yeah, we got 3 servants left. Next up, we got the Myst crate on the chopping block. Another support, but a very untraditional one, needless to say. She's not really tied to any specific card type. She's just one of those servants that I will always consider like, she kind of makes you win more, but you already kind of have to be winning. She doesn't really solve any big issues, but she just might make you, you know, feel better about, you know, your DPS and whatnot. So we'll see what's happening here. First of all, she has the highest HP so far, maybe, you know, of all the casters, I forgot. But yeah, just under 15k is actually very nice, because, you know, you don't expect her to do any damage anyway. So, hey, the more the merrier. Full arts deck, of course, and it works totally fine for her. First skill on the 5-turn cooldown, the full party besides herself gets an invul for 1 turn. The party, again, except for herself, gets 100% star gen for 3 turns, and then, based on servants that are in the, again, besides her, that have a costume owning trait, she gets 10 stars per. So if you have 2 other servants in the front line with her that do have costumes, she gets 20 stars, which a very important number, needless to say. So pretty, you know, it's an alright skill. Makes sense with how she works, of course. Second skill 7 turn cooldown, she gets 100% the battery, just straight up 0 to 100. Boom. She also does 2k damage to herself, but she can't die to it, so it's fine. She also gets a 3 turn taunt. Or actually, the party members get the taunt, not her. It's the opposite. Yeah, so it's like Odysseus in that sense, right?
So you can't control who doesn't get it.
Yeah, it is. It's obviously now that there's a double taunt, the enemy attacks. It's the double taunt with the same like taunt weight. I don't know what to call it. So the attacks will still be random on those. Potentially up to 2 allies in basically all cases. So you can't really control it, but you know, at least she's safe, I guess. Not that she's probably going to be around for too long anyway. So yeah. But the one who's coming in, you know, they're also going to be saved. Third skill, 5 turn cooldown. One ally gets 500% absorb for 3 turns, 50% crit damage for 3 turns, instant kill immune for 3 turns, and then again, she does 1k damage to herself without killing herself. She's a cutter or something, I don't know. I probably shouldn't say that because this video get monetized, but yeah, ignore that.
And guys, will you laugh if I say it was in Minecraft?
True, in Minecraft, yes.
Yeah.
So yeah, the skill set is interesting. It makes a lot more sense when you use the MP, of course. But yeah, she's all about giving allies stuff, and then she's like, "I'm out of here." All right, passive 7% art sub, cool. 30% Starjet for herself. I mean, cool. Sure, why not? This is an interesting one. Parties have 10% buff success rate up when she is on the field. Interesting. In her case, it doesn't really do much, but for some others, it could actually be a cool bonus.
Think of it this way. If you're using Hans, you're half as unlikely of missing each buff.
True. But honestly, in my opinion, 90 is worse than 80, so I don't know about that.
Or you could use 2 Myst Cranes, and then he's definitely not going to miss his buff.
Yeah. Now we're talking. Well, I love that she's a full support. She has a low 9.7k attack as a 5-star, and then her append is against the rulers, truly making sure she will never do any damage. Like, yeah, cool. But all right, the MP then. So yeah, here comes the magical 20 stars we talked about earlier. So you can only use your MP when you have 20 stars. Now, it does not actually consume said stars. You just need to have a minimum of 20 stars. So that's pretty cool. Now, what does it do? So the first ally, except for her, much like Chen Gong, will get all of this stuff. 20% attack for 3 turns on MP1. 30% MP damage for 3 turns, and then she moves into the last available slot. So basically, it's like if you have Spider-Man, it's like she moves to the back and then pushes everyone, you know, forward. It's like a whole order of operations. She just moves at the back and just pushes everyone forward 1. And also the target gets the ally that gets targeted gets 30% MP gauge on base OC, scaling up to 50%. So obviously she's a very setup type servant. She's not like a consistent support that, you know, you're going to really have around for too long, unless, I mean, I guess you could based on the skills, but you're just missing a lot of her potential if you're never going to use her MP. So, but obviously what this means is that obviously it's not like a sacrifice or anything. She just moves to the back. So eventually she'll be back regardless. Very interesting.
So you guys know how like Castoria had that NP level thing where it's 30 to 50% for the entire team. And then Miss Crane has 20 to 40% member. Yeah.
While also moving out, so when she comes back, you're gonna struggle getting the MP back anyway.
Well, I mean, you could also like give her a K-scope and double NP.
True, I guess.
But
in some cases, you will need a Star Bomb CE on her, depending on what allies you have on the field. If you are going to go turn 1.
I mean, Crane I use a lot. Crane Auto also use a lot. We completely use them in different ways. Oh, sometimes we do use them.
Yeah, she's fun and versatile.
Crane is like obviously for damage, or for min turns, for damage boost. Like she's basically a free damage boost, right? Like if you don't care about cost, she just like leaves. You are sacrificing like brave chains and whatnot. Like maybe it's more damage of a brave chain depending on your DPS. Usually for arts that's not the case though. So like you do Crane's MP and then arts DPS MP, and like it's nice. It's nice, especially for fights where they can't really kill off some of your supports easily. So having this free switch is nice. I do have a couple of gripes with her design. So sometimes I don't want the double taunt.
Yeah.
So like I still have this is like something that some people might not understand why I do. Like I have Crane's append to Lord. Because there are certain cases when I don't want to use the taunt. I don't want to use the battery.
Okay.
For the taunt. Yeah, so like I would still need to like manually charge to 100 sometimes. And also I don't like how the MP charge happens. Like I would hope it's more like Ryder Carmilla's MP charge, which is a delay. Like at the end of the turn, then it gives the MP charge because the like the current way that she works means that if you're chaining her MP into a DPS MP, the MP charge effect is kind of wasted unless you're bumping the DPS to like another stage of overcharge, for example. It's just completely wasted. And if you're doing, the other way around, then you're missing out on the damage on the DPS. So it's a little bit awkward. And of course, I wouldn't say she's a necessary pickup, of course. You can obviously live fine without Crane, but she is a very nice tool to have if you want to play with some more like technical. It's not even technical. It's just like it gives you more choices in terms of how you can script a fight. Like, oh, maybe this turn I want someone to come in. Maybe that turn you have more control over that kind of stuff rather than relying on like esports servants dying or whatnot. And she does technically have like AoE, like team wide invul, like she herself can swap out. And during the downtime when she's not on the field, there's only 2 people on the field, and then she has the invul for the other 2 people, right?
Yeah.
So like it's technically a one turn invul. Like it can tank an MP, for example. You don't always have to lead with Crane, is what I'm trying to say. So she's very versatile, but I get why a lot of people wouldn't value her. I just think,
Like she's definitely not needed, but like I said, I like to think of her as like, she's a win more servant. That's how I see her basically. Just win more.
Yeah.
Not like
but she
like
definitely has-
she won't be like probably the missing cog you need to actually win a fight, but she might make it easier or make it go faster. So there's those two.
Wouldn't a better way to say it be like winning harder? Win harder?
Yeah, I mean that's not false either, yeah.
I guess.
Okay, so this is kind of a weird approach to it, because I know that like basically no one does it this way because like why would you? So I like her as a support that doesn't have to use her NP that often.
Oh, so you were I was mentioning you could maybe do that, but okay, so you are doing it like that.
Yeah. So like if you look at her effects, like if you look at the
Yeah.
effects she offers the team, she's got 100% star gen for the team, except herself. She's got targetable 50% crit and absorb. And then she's got a team invuln except herself. You've also got the taunt for whatever that's worth.
Yeah.
She's pretty comparable to Matahari if you just keep her on the field.
Sure. I mean expensive
just-
Matahari, yeah.
Yeah, but the difference is Matahari can die whenever, whereas with Miss Crane, like as soon as the enemy is about to NP, you can just have her leave. She can come back later.
Yeah.
So, like, she's like a more flexible Matahari in ways.
Sadly, she is like 5 times the party cost, though. But yeah.
Well, yeah, but like if she's a lot better, then yeah. Because like one thing about Matahari is like you're kind of at the mercy of other card absorb, like star absorb. But since you have that 3-turn absorb, like I really like that. I think it's like it's a pretty rare effect. Like there's as far as 3-turn targetable absorbs with crit on them go, there's like 2 other servants that do it. One of them is Van Gogh, who's definitely a better crit support, to be fair. And the other is Brynhilden.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Yeah. So, like the 3-turn absorb, like we see a lot of like 1-turn absorbs or stars per turn, or crit buffs, but those 2 paired together, they basically make any servant into a crit servant.
Yeah.
So I like that a lot.
All right, fair.
But yeah, she isn't really a servant I would like recommend to anyone in particular unless they just want to try doing weird experimental gameplay, because she does have a lot of potential. She enables some things in ways that are kind of difficult to otherwise. She brings consistency to weird
Yeah.
ways of playing, and I like that a lot. Like, she's a fun toy. But as far as like versus any other like 5-star support, like you're gonna get more mileage out of them generally. But
Chances are, yeah.
in a vacuum, I'd say A or yeah, probably A.
I was thinking one of the A's as well, but I'm not sure which one.
Is she
If
better
Otto
than
says
Summer
she's
Cloak?
A, then it's
Oh,
A.
boy.
I mean, for TAs, it's I would say she's put higher, but honestly, right now, Yui is kind of taking over her job, because it is a
Sure.
lot
Yeah.
harder to.
Yeah,
It
that's
is
like
a lot harder to pilot, with Yui, because like you don't
Mm.
have the free switch out luxury, but at the same time you have bigger numbers. So I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure about that. I have to look at
Yeah.
it. We have to wait until more challenge
Okay.
comes out, but
I'll leave it an A for now.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
Is it a good idea to? No, we should leave Avenger Chloe until
Yeah, we're just gonna tackle when it's relevant, of
yeah,
course.
'cause we don't need to go over what she does. There's a lot of people who have no idea what these servants
Yeah.
do.
Anyway, 2 more to go. I think it's gonna be 8 hours regardless, but yeah. We're gonna talk about the last, well, actually not the last DPS, but the last single target DPS of the list. Well, not shocking, because there's still not that many among casters. So we got Izumo no Okuni. Pretty new on NA for JP. She has definitely existed for a while. And yeah, they really haven't released that many 5-star casters after her, because we only have one new one after her. But yeah, what are we dealing with here? Single target quick caster DPS. Again, they started releasing some quick casters. There's still only like a handful of them, but yeah, they exist. So 11.3k attack is very nice. Again, by top 3 among all casters. I forgot how much the last servant has, but probably not as high. She's double buster, double quick actually. So she has definitely the most unconventional caster deck of them all. She literally has the Lancer deck. So if you were to look at the top side, you probably wouldn't even be able to tell that she is a caster, but she is. So there you go. And also, I personally really like the deck because it plays into her playstyle really well. Scummer, Scotty synergy and whatnot as well. Now, the first skill, 7-turn cooldown, though. She gets 30% buster and quick up for 3 turns for self, and then also a 2-hit 3-turn evade. It is a high cooldown, of course. The third skill will help, of course, but man, I still think this probably should have been a 6-turn cooldown. Not gonna lie, but fair enough, I guess. Still okay effects for what it brings. Second skill on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets 1k absorb for 1 turn, 100% crit damage for 1 turn, and then this on attack buff or on attack debuff for 1 turn. So whenever she crits, the enemy gets 10% defense down for 3 turns. So quick math, you can do 3 crits in 1 turn. That's minus 30% defense for 3 turns. Pretty cool. But, that assumes you don't use your MP or you miss any crits with her Brave Chains. So, there's that. But it's a cool bonus, I want to say. And then the third skill, so the 7-turn cooldown. It's a targeted cooldown reduction by a full 1 turn. Then she herself gets 50% battery and also a 15-star bomb. So yeah, with this, her cooldowns will, if you target herself, that is, they're effectively 6, 4, and 6. Which... pretty random numbers, but it makes at least the first skill a little bit more fair. But I don't know, I feel like this could have still been a 6-turn cooldown on base. But yeah, interesting. At least the second skill is a bit more frequent then, even though obviously the cooldown skill itself has a high cooldown too, so you're not always gonna get it on this skill even if the fight goes long enough. But I think it's fine. We got defense, we got offense. Not much in the way of utility, of course, besides the targeted cooldown reduction. But besides that, does she really need any? I don't really think so. I think she's fine as is. Now, passives. 4% crit damage at arts up. Very cool. 4% debuff success rate up at 4% crit damage. Yeah, why not? And then, wow, her version of the Foreigner passive. Sadly, not the actual Foreigner passive. Would have made her even better. But yeah, 2 stars per turn and then 4% crit damage. So 12% crit from the passives.
Why doesn't she get that 6% debuff resist? Damn it.
True. Yeah, that's
Why couldn't
True.
it be 4 crit stars? Everything else is 4.
Yeah, that would have been actually really nice. I think they could have made that happen, but oh well. All right, her. This is actually funny. I'm not sure if they changed it, but I think I checked this not too long ago. But I think she has the only anti-pretender append, actually. At least when I checked, it's a while ago. But I think no one else had it. So she's the only one that has anti-pretender on.
You can
The
actually
append.
figure it out by clicking on anti.
Oh, it's titled like that. You're right. Yeah, she's the only one that still has it. Wow, there you go. Fun fact for everyone.
Damn.
Yeah.
Actually, not a bad matchup because, you know, obviously Knight class servants are decent against pretenders, much like, or Cavalry class servants are decent against pretenders, much like Knight class servants are decent against alter egos, because they at least have the defensive advantage. So now she could actually be a fairly viable anti-pretender servant. Fun fact. Now, the MP then. So before damage, the enemy target gets minus 20% quick resistance down for 3 turns. Very nice. And then her overcharge is much like Murasaki's anti-demonic, so the standard 150 to 200% range. And it's a 10 hitter. Yes, it's single target, but with that quick res down as well, and with her potential quick up as well from the first skill, you can get a lot of like stars. Refund itself, from what I remember, let me see, is probably not that high. Let's see here. It's actually decent for quick. Yeah, not bad at all. But yeah, it's mostly for like stars as well. And her crits are like the best among all casters. Shouldn't be too big of a surprise because, you know, casters tend to be kind of like whatever with crits anyway. She's one of the rare ones that actually has some good crit focus. So, there you go. MP damage is fine too, actually. Yeah, it's good. It's good. Wow. Izumo is good. She's good. What do you guys think?
I think she's the best DPS caster, single target one.
Yeah, I think so too. I think that's easy, honestly, though.
Yeah, she's like finally a caster that doesn't have crappy card damage. So congrats. I for like single target. So like, yeah, I like her a lot.
Yeah.
I think she just functions like any other like very decent quick single target that synergizes perfectly with Summer Scotty. Like, I guess there really isn't that much to say about, other than, you know, anti-demonic's also really good anti-trait. I guess that's also a thing, right? Like anti-demonic is really good. She's super solid. Like I would bring her as a neutral DPS against demonic for sure. Like,
yeah,
she's one of the best like demonic boss killers. It doesn't have to be assassin, right? So I don't know. I think she's really good. Yeah. I don't not much more to say.
Shout out to Shiba for being the only other single target caster without an art stack.
Oh yeah,
I guess so.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's kind of
homogeny.
It's kind of weird.
Yeah, so I like how she plays. I haven't had an opportunity to use her, but I've seen people use her a lot, and
yeah, I've used her too,
it's
quite a bit.
It's single target quick servant. Like she seems to mesh with that play style really well, and like being able to defy that caster thing where they scuff their individual damage capacity just so they can have some arbitrary support for the team. And like, I mean, I guess she's got a little bit of support, but it's best on herself.
Yeah,
It's just nice having selfish casters every now and then. That's kind of what they do
Yeah.
with Babbage.
Yeah, I was able to like destroy most Super Recollection assassins with her, and mine is MP2, so it's not like super
Yeah.
high. You know?
I used her at MP1 on my JP as well.
Yeah, she's just solid. I don't think there's.
I think A plus is like an easy A plus.
Yeah, easy A plus for sure. I don't think we should push EX though.
Yeah, maybe not. I don't like the cooldowns a lot, even with the cooldown reduction still.
Yeah. I generally like caster supports more, but yeah.
Yeah.
Gotta say, this tier list has the weakest chin I've ever seen on a tier list.
Yeah, true. Very true.
Leafy chin there.
All right. Almost 8 hours later, it's time to talk about the final servant, the final 5-star, and the only other new servant to this list with Yui, because there was only 2 new casters added between last year's tier list and this year's. The anniversary servant of last year, and I guess also a summer servant, because, you know, yay. We got Ash, Tonelico, Caster Morgan, you know, all the fun stuffs. So there she is. She's a AoE buster, DPS, multi-core farmer, kind of a support a little bit as well. She's interesting. Oh, I guess she does have the highest attack. I remembered wrong. So yeah, she definitely has the highest attack of all casters. At 11.8k. So way above average, of course. Still nothing like a crazy number, though, like in the grand scheme of things. But obviously, as caster, she kind of destroys there. Cool.
Over 1,000 below the top.
Yeah, crazy how that works.
Allowed to have attack stat for some stupid.
It's weird because again, the class is a low mod anyway. But yeah, I digress. Still a great stat for caster. She's got a double buster, double arts deck, which, you know, works pretty well in her favor, I would say. Skills, we got a lot of interesting stuff here. So first of all, on a 7-turn cooldown, the full party gets 10% gauge per turn for 3 turns, 10 stars per turn for 3 turns. She gets 50% battery, and then also she gets 20% MP damage for 3 turns. It's obviously a big cooldown, but, you know, it's a lot of good stuff. Like normally 50% batteries, the standard is like a 6-turn cooldown, but usually those are not kind of crazy anyway. So I kind of understand why this is 7 turns, because it does add quite a lot of nice effects on top anyway. So yeah, I mean, for farming is great. For DPSing, sometimes the cooldown might be a bit annoying, but I don't think it's that big of a deal. It's still good. I like it. Second skill is interesting. So on a 5-turn cooldown, everyone gets 20% attack for 3 turns, and then we get a bunch of checks. So this works the same way that Umu Caster's first skill does. Everyone gets all these other sword icon buffs, but they are only activated once the HP drops low enough. So the first 10% bonus activates at 99% or less. Second one is 75% or less. Third one is 50% or less. And the final one is 25% or less. So again, all of these will be added to the servants for 3 turns on the skill activation, much like the guaranteed attack. But again, only if your attack is low enough do those activate. So if you are 25% or lower on any of the party members, then they have up to 60% attack. That's pretty cool. And then also, she gets a regen buff for 3 turns, which is the opposite. So if the party is on full HP, like everyone is max HP, not a single % lower, she gets 10 stars per turn for 3 turns. Quite a doozy of a skill. It's obviously not that complicated. It's just hard to explain, but yeah, it's kind of simple, honestly.
So did they forget about like Passion Lip has this thing, and it's just 1 buff. Like, they could have done, like, a second attack buff that scales the lower it is. Ku literally has this skill, but
yeah,
it's
true.
1 icon.
They just wanted to give a bunch of icons, I guess.
Bro, why is it 5 attack buffs every time? It's just like,
hey, you want to see swords? Hey, unlimited blade works, bitch.
Yeah, it's very misleading. It looks like she has like 200% attack up. Like sometimes,
yeah, it's not that crazy, but you know the potential is pretty good at least.
It's still really high, yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, it's a good skill on a 5-turn cooldown, I have to say. So you're always gonna get some decent value from this. Now, third skill, again, even wackier. So on a 10-turn cooldown, well, I guess I should say when the battle starts, the initial cooldown is 5 for the first one ever in a battle. So when you can use the skill, what happens? Well, the full party gets 50% gauge. Yeah, 50, not 15. Full party gets 30% MP damage for 3 turns, and then also a guts for 1 time 3 turns with 3k revive. Now, obviously, you can't use this turn 1 easily. You can, obviously, if you bring like Koyans or Atlas stuffs, you can use it turn 1. But again, it's not available immediately. It starts with the 5-turn cooldown, like it says. And then when you use it for the first time, then it goes on its normal cooldown on max rank, which is 10 turns. So way harder to get after that. But Obviously, we haven't seen the MP yet, which, you know, helps a lot with this skill potentially as well. But very interesting. A potential party-wide 50% battery. Yeah, they're not messing around, I suppose. That's a lot. Now, passives, she's got 12% arts, very cool. 6% debuff success rate, okay. 17.5% debuff res, very nice. And then 12% crit chance crit resistance, also very welcome. Anti-berserker on the append, very nice, strong. And the MP, a lot of effects. So first of all, she herself gets a 1-hit, 1-turn invul before damage, cool. She does, well then this is where the fun part begins. They gave her a second scaling effect on the level because, you know, they want you to roll more copies. So the anti-evil is an MP level effect, not overcharge. It is the standard 150 to 200 range, but instead of being overcharge, it's between MP1 and MP5. Because, you know, roll more copies. And then she also does a minus 20% defense down all enemies for 3 turns after damage. But that's not even all of it. Now we get to the overcharge. So she gets 30% buster up for 1 turn before damage, scaling up to 50%, and then reduces the cooldown specifically of that third skill by 1 on base OC, and then +1 for every overcharge level. So up to -5 turns or max overcharge. So she is definitely an overcharge enjoyer. Let's just say that, much like Castoria. I see what they did there. So yeah, wow, what a doozy of a servant. So you guys probably have more to say about her because you probably used her more than I have. But yeah, she's a very complex servant.
So
probably mostly used in multi-core, right?
Yeah, initially I thought her third skill would be too hard to work around in multi-core farming, and I proceeded to bond tend her within 1.5 months because she works so well with Koyan Dark and multi-core. And I just brought her to every farming node ever. She's only MP2. I'm not like, you know, super hard on Tonalico. Like I think this character, obviously in farming, you know, people know how good it is. Team-wide 50 charge, insane. It comes with a big mod as well. She obviously needs to be paired with specific units with overcharge or cooldown reduction by 2, ideally. Because if you do it by 2 and then you add on like one of the mystic codes that have overcharge, then you can use it on turn 2, or just have 2 overcharge givers. Then you can also use it on turn 2. But like in general, it's a lot easier to trigger than I initially imagined. There's a lot more servants that have random overcharge effects that people might just didn't remember because like it didn't do much. But now with Tonalico, then suddenly there's a lot of synergy. As a DPS as well, like yes, the pay to win, you know, anti-evil is kind of, you know, distasteful, I guess. But like, to be honest, other than people who only roll MP1, like if in my opinion, if you roll MP2, it's already better than if it scales with MP. Right, like,
or with overcharge.
If you roll for MP, with overcharge. Sorry.
Yeah.
Like the moment she hits MP2, not even like it's not like, oh, she needs to be MP5. The moment she hits MP2, especially for like I guess for her particularly, you would like it to scale with overcharge because, you know, she already wants overcharge to begin with, but like,
they're not gonna put 3 effects there like that for sure. Not with these effects.
They're not gonna put 3 effects. Yeah, exactly.
So like, they were either gonna do this or just make it a flat 150 as a normal effect. So in a way, it's still better. It is distasteful. I agree. They could have just like, it's still better than just doing a 150 flat no matter what. So at least there is some chance to get it higher. But a bit distasteful. A little.
It's either.
It's not as bad. Okay, let's be real. It's not as bad as Proto Merlin. That's the worst case. That's way more distasteful. Because there you would definitely want more.
It's just fine. I think.
Yeah, but I'm saying like it gets way better if you get those MP levels.
I guess, but it's like Miyu, right? Like, would you call Miyu distasteful?
No, but because she only has, it's a fair MP anyway.
Pre-buff.
I think.
Is it?
What about pre-buff? Because pre-buff, for you to break even, like on her losing her health, you had to have her in P5. There was like she lost 3,000 HP and she regened.
True.
Like
at max.
I know people got very sensitive ever since Arcoade. Because Arcoade was obviously the first character to like.
Yeah, true. Honestly, she's I forgot about that. Yeah.
Arkawa was unique in she was the first unit to have like an anti-trait skill with MP level. Like that's what sort of
Is
made a
that
lot
going
of
to be
people
like an
go.
anniversary thing now? I just realized because they're both back-to-back anniversary servants. Is this going to be
I
like a
think
thing
so.
now?
I think
Yeah.
so. I
Oh
think so.
wow.
So it's a
So
little bit unfortunate, but I'm not that
so
upset by it. But
Yeah,
that's
I'm
that's fair
personally
enough.
not too upset about it either, but I can see why people would
so
say it's definitely distasteful.
I think the reason why they do it specifically is because this is always right before summer, and
Empty your
during
wallets,
summer,
bitches.
yeah, dude, Tonalika, like if you love Lost Belt 6, you love this character
Yeah.
probably. And then if you love Lost Belt 6, you love both of the banners for that following summer. Like
Yeah.
they were very much
And
banned.
if honestly, on that note, if anything, the more distasteful thing is not the evil mod, it's the fact that she is a summer servant too, as an anniversary servant. I feel like that's the more distasteful thing. Like it's got, I can understand why people feel bad about it because anniversary is supposed to be like a separate thing, but she was clearly made to be a summer servant for this same event that year, released
Yeah,
right after.
And then
So
right after that, we got a
I
collab
mean,
servant for New Year's.
no.
I mean, the thing with that though is like they didn't reduce the number of summer servants. You
They
know,
didn't,
like
but
like the,
anniversaries should not be tied to summer, in my opinion. I can kind of understand why people would be upset about it. It should be like a special own thing. Like she was just made. So what they did was like they were like, "There's no anniversary servant." Nasu was like, "Oh, I want the full LB6. I want more servants. So we're gonna take the slot of the anniversary as well to add to my LB6 event." So that's basically what it is. So yeah,
I
they
mean,
didn't
yeah.
reduce the slots. It's the opposite. They made more of it with the cost of the anniversary servant. But
Yeah, but
again,
like they weren't gonna
yeah,
add Olga anyways. Like let's be real, they weren't gonna add Olga anyways. She's
true.
still
But
very
yeah,
important in the story. It could be Kamazotz, I guess. I guess that's it. I couldn't think of another, or it could be some Tsuki maker. Look, I'm not
yeah,
that enthusiastic about CL or whatever. Like I don't know her. All
yeah,
right.
fair.
But anyways, I digress. But I think even outside of multi-core farming though, like Tonalico is very good in as DPS as well. Like her
Yeah.
the 10 turn cooldown, you have ways to reduce it. Depends on your team comp. Anti-evil is one of the most common anti-traits, amongst bosses farming. Her entire skill set is just good. It helps the team. The attack of scaling with HP down, that obviously is more gonna happen in DPSing than in
Yeah, for sure.
yeah.
With
And her
farming.
MP is actually really good for survival. Her MP gives herself an invul whenever
Yeah,
she
it's a
does it,
crazy
right?
stacked MP with effects.
It is so stacked. Like she actually can solo a lot of stuff because of that.
Like
Because
this
she
is better
has
than
like
most buffed MPs FX wise, and it's not buffed.
yeah, and her damage is great. So I think Tonalico. I made a list which is basically like top
Just
5
gives
servants
effects.
of
So dumb.
2023. If I could go back and retcon that list, I might put her instead of Summer Melusine. I think she ended up being more impressive than I initially thought.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
So I really like. The more I use her, the more I think she's very powerful. I am inclined to put her in EX.
Yeah, I think
Welcome
I would.
everyone to episode 27 of the Smobcast. It is 4:00 p.m. and normally this is when we start the podcast.
Oh, true. I forgot about that.
Oh, that's funny
Yeah,
as
dude.
hell. Dude, it's like we're 8 hours
know
into
what
this
we're gonna
shit.
do
Oh
today.
my god. But hey, with that, assuming Otto is also okay with the EX, probably. Well, yeah, I think it makes sense.
I'm gonna be honest, like EX, like there is an argument to be made for EX plus. Like,
Yeah,
I
okay,
wouldn't
fair
mind
enough.
that much.
But anyway, I guess with that, we're done with the initial placements of all the caster servants. Oh my god, 8 hours later. So now, obviously, we're not done yet. We're gonna take a little bit of time, no like actual amount or anything, but just to, feel it out and maybe shuffle things around. The shuffling, I don't know what to call it. So, yeah, what are we looking at here? Chat could also pitch in and whatnot. Well, we did the Gilgamesh thing already. That kind of happened during the list, so we probably don't need to talk about that too much anymore. I think I'm pretty okay with that still. I think, yeah.
Question. So like this doesn't really have any bearing on the list. I'm just asking because it seems some kind of interesting hypothetically. is it not? Would it not be possible for a 4-star to be EX plus and be worse than an EX 5-star, considering how the power
Well,
level
we're not directly
Potentially.
comparing them to
Oh
anyway,
yeah,
so
I'm not. I'm not saying that it should be by any
But
stretch of the
I
imagination.
am.
Yeah, I know he
So
is.
let me butt in. There's two
Oh, brother.
There's two positions I want to move on this list. Only two. Everything else I'm basically
okay.
fine.
Wow. Sure, go.
I think Yui Shosetsu, which is the obvious one, and Scotty Caster should be in the X. That's it. Not Merlin, Scotty Caster.
Like, did you say EX plus or EX?
EX plus. I think
Okay, okay.
both
I didn't
Yui
hear the plus
Shosetsu
initially. Okay.
and Scotty Caster should move up half a tier. That's it.
Ooh.
Why Scotty? Because Scotty has more presence than Merlin. Like that's just to me. Like that. Like so.
It's not really
with quick
false, I guess.
with quick farming, plug Oberon doesn't always work. So triple Scotty, like there are legit cases where triple Scotty works, plug Oberon doesn't work because of how charge spreading works, right? Like if you have the same amount of refunds with quick, you're refunding 50 each turn. So like
But
Scotty's better because like
thing is, I mean, sometimes you can kind of substitute Scotties with Summer Scotty as well. But I mean, sometimes you bring both. But would you say that is still enough reason for bring her caster to EX plus, even with the existence of Summer Scotty?
I think so because also I think her MP is really good. But I mean, not a lot of people use her MP because it's really difficult to use her MP.
Yeah.
It's hard to get it, but it's really strong. It's one of the most offensive support MPs in the entire game. So, like, if we're not talking about like loop farming, like Summer Scotty is quick, instant reward. I bring Summer Scotty, I press 3 buttons, my DPS kills something. But if you're able to actually trigger Caster Scotty's MP, that's a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage. There are runs where you legit use non-quick servants with Caster Scotty just for that MP. It's not that common, but you know, still. I think, and the only reason I put her above Merlin is because on top of the challenge quest being, I would say almost on par with Merlin. I know they do completely different things, but like I think her presence is actually really high in challenge quest. Just people just don't like her because she's the face of the most bullied card type in the game right now. But also, I think she has more presence in farming than Merlin. I don't think anyone's gonna disagree with me with this part. By the way, I don't think.
Yeah, no,
I think she has more. Even with Summer Scotty, Caster Scotty still has more presence in farming than Caster Merlin. That is pretty clear.
True.
So because of that, I think it justifies to put her one rank above Merlin, but it's just me.
Okay, I might agree with Scotty Bump, but I mean, again, you obviously have more use. I don't think I'm gonna put Yui Shosets in EX Plus though, personally. But maybe I'll change my mind later, because you know, like next year or something. I don't know.
Understand. Yui is a tough sell for a lot of people because the rainbow requirement is it's not hard to get, but it's not completely free. I will give you that. It is not completely free to get. I just feel like my reasoning behind that is because I think the amount of damage she provides is something that most SSRs cannot match.
True.
Like at the same amount of MP level. It's just
like, okay. So here's the thing, though. Like, I think she's like an exceptional 4-star, which is why reason I think AX makes sense. Remember, like my definition of EX Plus is like they're like account changing servants, right? Like Yui is great, but I don't think she necessarily fits that criteria. You know, so that's why I'm like also hesitant to putting her up there.
So my
she
problem
does
with
fucking
Yui,
nothing other than damage. Koi and Light does not fucking nothing other than damage.
So my problem with moving Yui up there, even assuming a lot of that logic, I don't like that she is so much more dependent on other specific types of supports, you know? And this isn't exactly in the rules, I would say. But oftentimes when you're playing with Yui, it's very dependent on what buffs that servant that she is buffing is able to provide. And then also if you might be depending on another support which they themselves probably going to be
Might
EX+,
not have.
let's be honest.
Sure. Okay. That's fair. Okay. I guess I will defend Scotty then. I don't really like that logic because Merlin is not a farming servant, so it makes sense for him to be less useful.
Yeah,
okay, so here's the thing, right?
So
I do not think
to clarify for people in chat, because I'm not sure if you're going to address it. I think part of the disagreement that people might be having with you, because I know some people are not happy about the Merlin not being placed, but I'm assuming what your logic is he's good in challenge quests, not really in farming, but she's good in challenge quests
Both.
and farming.
yes.
Okay, and that does set her above him, in your opinion,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Okay.
That is
Yeah, and honestly, in my opinion, while Merlin is still to this day a absolutely great servant, I don't think he's necessarily an account changer. Like, it's obviously great if you have him. Like, yeah, cool, enjoy, but I feel like you don't necessarily need him. Like, it's not an account change. He will not really enable anything specifically, you know? So I feel like EX is fine for Merlin. Like, he's top tier, for sure, but he's not an account changer. Top tier.
Like,
just top tier.
The only counter argument to that is, oh, but I don't use quick. Well, sure, fair enough, but like,
well, that's a you issue then, right? Yeah. If you don't want to use quick, then don't. But if you use, then Scotty is, she's defining.
Yeah. About upping Scotty because that Merlin is not EX plus. Okay, so then I'm not gonna bash on Merlin. Then I should defend Scotty because
rather than that, makes more sense to defend. Yeah.
So the defense on Scotty is I don't think in terms of challenge quest she's worse than Merlin.
Mm-hmm.
That simple as that. I think in challenge quest her presence to a quick team is as important or even more important to Merlin than to a buster DPS, right? Like, I genuinely think in like they do different things. I'm not saying Scotty is quick Merlin because she's not, but Scotty's presence in a quick challenge quest team is not lower than Merlin's presence in a buster challenge quest team. But Scotty has another thing she can do that Merlin doesn't really do. So that is my logic to bring Scotty just a tier above Merlin.
Yeah.
Half a tier.
I think this is fair. Okay, any other changes besides Merlin, Scotty stuff?
I just want to ask for clarification right now, because part of the reason why I didn't get much sleep last night was because I was arguing with someone who was, I'm assuming he was just imprinting his own rules on what you're saying, but I just want to get some clarification on this stuff. So, is it possible for an EX Plus servant to be a DPS?
I'm not sure anymore because I didn't put Malus in there either. I think that's a clear indicator that I'm not really going to do it anymore. Well, the only other thing the only case where I might consider it is Van Gogh, but that's kind of unfair anyway because Van Gogh is also a support. Okay. So I don't know, but pure DPS probably not.
Okay. Yeah, that's that's not really what I was meaning. It's just
okay.
Is it because I think it is possible for a servant to be account changing without only being a support. Like, they could be a DPS that also has like a ton of other shit that they do really fucking well.
Well, our criteria is still MP1, so I don't think an MP1 Melucid is like account changing as an example.
I'm
so
not arguing in favor of Melucid.
Yeah. Just an example.
Being EX. So.
Yeah.
The person I was arguing with though disagreed.
The argument of that is basically like for example, let's say a great AoE arts DPS is Summer Melusine, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, she's great, she's probably one of the best, but like, what if let's not bring up my point is, if I want to use an inferior arts AoE looper, if I want to use Pope Joan, I can not do the same thing, but I can probably pull off something vaguely similar. But like, supports is what allows you to pull off that same thing that is vaguely similar, even with an inferior servant. What allows me to pull off something similar with a technically worse DPS than a better DPS is Castoria. So Castoria is EX plus, but the one being enabled by Castoria,
So
I think it's not. So
to
that
be
is a
fair, to be fair, we are assuming that we have access to double Castoria. So like, I get what you mean. Like a big part of it is like this hypothetical servant might be leaning too much on Castoria, but I feel like it's fair to say that since the servant is such this hypothetical servant synergizes so fucking well with Castoria, they could be really strong anyways. I get the argument though, like everyone is stronger
So
with Castoria.
you're asking this hypothetically. I'm guessing you still have someone in mind, though, in case, depending on the answer
I
here.
mean,
Yeah.
there might be a few. That's
Okay,
part of
like
the reason why
already
I'm
some
asking.
we've covered, or in the future lists, or this
maybe
one.
Tonalico.
I mean, part of it is Tonalico. She's
I
the
can't do
reason why I brought this up.
Tonalico and EX Plus personally. I can't do it. It's not doable.
Okay. Yeah,
I mean,
it's just
I will admit Tonalico did kind of fit into she fits into most of my teams as much as a lot of the meta supports even sometimes, because like she just works with like every good overcharge giver that can also multi-core. But I am a little bit hesitant on that. But I understand why you want to put Tonalico high, because like Tonalico is borderline on a DPS slash support. She's not completely DPS. She's not raw DPS, right? Yeah, you mainly use her as DPS. Like she has the ability to enable farming comps when paired up with another DPS. So there's an argument there. I completely understand. So
Yeah, I think I'll just leave her in EX personally. We'll see. Maybe I'll change my mind next year. I don't know, but I'm feeling flat EX now. Cersei, Para, and Media should be higher if they have a lot of cases where they can farm in Lotto, which helps. But they're also replaceable in like every single scenario, though. And Paracelsus got completely undermined by the existence of Shufu. You might not know, Seth, because you're an NA only player, but trust me, when Shufu comes out, you're not going to use your Paracelsus anymore. Sure, you can use him for DPSing too, but even there's so many more options.
I feel like you guys are
he
too
is
afraid to put low
demolished.
stars in EX, especially since the tiers are rarity specific. Out of all five
So-
lists, only Arash has been EX. Okay, who do you want to put in EX? Chengong?
So yeah, that's the problem with that idea. What low star would we put in EX? Like, I mean, I was vouching
Hans
for
is not
Scorpius.
EX.
I'm not sure about Hans. It's just like
He
as far
sadly
as low star
dies a little
counts,
bit. He dies sometimes too fast, sadly.
Hans is
so
not
many
EX.
shitty
Okay.
3-star casters. Let's come on.
Here's the thing. If you're using that logic, then Mozart's EX, because he's only 1-star caster. Right?
Yeah, we're not gonna spread things out for the sake of
he's
like having a better
also
order of things. We're still placing the servants based on their individual power levels. It's not like, sure, there is comparison, of course, but it doesn't mean like the best 4-star caster will be EX just because they're the best 4-star caster in order. Okay, if they have to still be the best while doing shit that solidifies them as EX, right? We're not gonna do it in that sense. At least I'm not gonna do that.
Coolcaster and April. Coolcaster's reasoning is, at least for me, is he loses the advantage if the event has 50 MP starting charge CE. He loses the advantage in general if he doesn't get to run a Black Grill or a equivalent in terms of offense to Black Grill, which is like usually Lotto damage CEs.
Also his story luck.
No, okay.
So I have a suggestion for next year, just because it's getting so bloated. I think it would probably be a good idea to rank like the low stars in their own bunch, like in their own tier list, like 1 to 2 stars all at once. Because
maybe in that sense it will be a bit easier, but honestly, it's going to be a bit more of a hassle. But I'm going to say never say never.
Well, it also makes more sense because you have classes like the caster class where it's just like, okay, 1-star Mozart. What other 1-stars are we going to compare him to?
Yeah.
So, and then like I look at who I do compare him to, and they're not.
Oh, so you're saying combine low stars between all the classes, not just
one low star list, and then
so
honestly, maybe. Honestly, if you're listening to this on YouTube as well, and even on chat right now, let us know. Like, would you like to maybe next year, if we do these again, like I assume by low stars you mean 1 to 3 stars, right? or just 1 to 2
I don't
stars?
know about 3 stars. Maybe.
Okay, well,
Probably
okay.
bronze
Well,
stars
so,
within
any
3
kind of
stars.
combination of these, like either combine bronze servants into one, or maybe combine 3 stars into one, or both into one. Like, would you like to see them between all the classes separately, or still do them like we do them, and then, or just like otherwise we would just put gold servants of the classes in their own like class-based list. Like this would only be 4 and 5-star casters if we do it like that. So again, feedback is always welcome in case we do these again next year. But yeah, back to the placements. Anything else we're going to change? I'm pretty solid on this list, actually. But is there anything else?
I'm down for Sheba going back up to A.
Of course.
I mean, it's not my birthday, but you could still.
I don't know. I'm not too convinced yet, I have to say.
Damn. Who else?
I mean, yeah, I'm happy. I'm just here to simp Scotty. That's it. I'm not even a Scotty simp, but like, come on, man. Someone's saying
Izumo is the
EX.
best single target caster, yeah, but I'm not sure if that's still worth an EX. She's like very good, but I'm not sure if she's like amazing in that sense.
You know, you can always use melt.
Yeah, like again, like it
Melt's like
brings me
very
back to the
similar.
previous point. Like just because she's the best single tag caster doesn't automatically put her into EX, you know. But yeah, I agree. She is the best single target caster for sure.
Yeah. Also, a good thing to add to that point is look at the standards for the single target casters. Like, come on. Like,
yeah, it's not like oh, you're the best single target caster. Oh wow, congratulations. That took so much effort.
Yeah, there's like 7 of them.
Yeah.
Much competition. Like you're competing with shooting. Shooting is
Ku becomes a
vacuum,
multi-core
not good.
farmer. I don't think Ku is that great multi-core. I mean, he can. I've tried.
Should we
but he's
move
not
in
that
A
great
plus?
to
Do
be
you
a
think?
three-star.
Maybe EX is too, but maybe we can A plus him.
Ku?
Yeah.
Ku?
Yeah.
I don't much like him, but so like I don't.
I mean, I've used him myself too, and he's good. I mean, yeah, sometimes it's not as the best fit for him, but he has a lot of uses.
He's fine. I don't know. He's all right.
I think he could be A plus.
I do think he's very similar to. Oh, that's probably not right.
True, his story luck though, that is annoying. It's annoying.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a lot of good arguments to be made for a lot of these.
Yeah. Maybe you just lock it. Maybe this one doesn't really need that much more. I mean, we spent so much time during the placements, even as is. So
we're at almost 8.5 hours here.
Yeah, this video also will be definitely minimum 8 hours long. So, jeez.
2.5 more hours, and we'll have been at it for 12. Bro.
Yeah. Crazy. Anyway, I'll just lock it. Frick it. Yeah, at this point, I might as well. But yeah, I'm going to zoom out. So there's your full frickin' list. Okay. 8 hours and then some. If I had to guess, this is probably the longest list of the year. But I don't know, honestly. I'm not going to... You never know. So who knows? But it's definitely the longest one so far. That's a fact. So with that, let's try and conclude this. But yeah, first of all, huge shout out to my co-hosts of Plushie and Otto, of course, especially today, because 8 hours and counting with me today. Otto even slept 45 minutes or whatever it was and still managed to stay awake this long. That's a miracle and a half.
I'm gonna be honest though, like that me getting really angry halfway through that was a shot of adrenaline, I'd say.
You get your wake
felt
up
unhinged at a certain point.
Well, honestly, awesome.
I feel like I spoke from the heart on some of that, though. Maybe I was a little heavy,
yeah.
But
honestly, I thought it was good. So hey, fun. No worries. But yeah, on that note, if you're on stream right now and you watch the full thing, or even if you watch some things, or if you're watching this later on YouTube as a video, be it fully or just jumping around, both are fine. Hey, thank you so much. Very cool. And again, if you can take the little appreciation, even if you disagree on some of the placements, because let's be real, no one's list will be identical. That's basically impossible. Can you still press the thumbs up button? It really helps out because at least we put a lot of effort into this. We're trying our best here. So 8 hours and then some. That's a lot of time just to do this. So would be great if you can do that. Also, do subscribe not to miss out on future tier list videos and other fun uploads coming your way. Also, subscribe to my co-host channels. Again, they are all linked in the description. Check them out. They do awesome content in FGO as well. And with that, frick it hell, dude, we can finally wrap this up. So, hope to see you next week for Assassins if everything goes according to plan, I believe. Yeah. And have a great rest of your day. And bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye. Assassin's another juicy one.
Oh, frick it hell, dude.
The podcast today.
Yeah.
It's fine. We just take a Charlie buff. That's all right.
You can accumulate some stuff. You can prepare for the video thingy that we were talking about. Maybe if you can find a good note for it.
Oh, the solo.
The solo competition.
Versus... Dude, there's no way. If you win this one again, I'm deleting my buff.
Oh shit! Caught that on tape.
She's on life. Life is on the line.
Yeah, dude, it's 10:30 p.m. here. I'm not even gonna be awake for that much longer. I'm gonna grab like the smallest dinner and then just chill a little bit and go to bed after that. But yeah, I'm gonna. Oh, Plush.
Did you work tomorrow?
No, actually, that's interesting.
Okay, awesome.
Okay,
that's nice.
That's such a
tomorrow if you're fine with it.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
I don't think I'll have
there
a
you
job
go.
by tomorrow.
Awesome. But yeah, I'm not going to keep you guys here for too long because, I'm going to wrap things up as well on my end. So, hey, thank you so much again. Very awesome. But we're so deep into this, way over the halfway point.
Can you raid my channel?
Sure.
I don't know if I'm going to stream later. I'll probably not stream later. But yeah, for people over there, yeah.
It's auto Bino in Twitch, right? There's an O at the end. Okay. Because your YouTube doesn't have it, right? Yeah. All right.
Yeah,
there you go. There you go. So again, he might be live later, he might not be, but there you go. I get some bonus channel points as well. Why not? But yeah, I'm gonna leave you guys off here, so I'll do my usual outro and then just get some dinner afterwards.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
No, thank you. Thank you. Fun. Awesome. So yeah, hopefully see you guys again next week for Assassins 2, and obviously do let me know if you can. So it's all good. I'm gonna figure out something else if needed. All right. So take care, dudes.
Peace.
All right, so there you go. Frick, I'm just gonna wrap up the stream. So let me read the subs first of all that I missed during the stream. Frick, dude, there's a bunch. Okay, here we go. I can't see. Sred with 12 months, Gable with 29, Faye with brand new tier 1, awesome, Tenahi with 7 months, Sete with 30, Cyrus a gifted sub, Boopa with the 9 months, Frost with 35. And that's about it. Hey, dudes, thank you so very much. Awesome. So yeah, for today, thanks for the subs, the resubs, the gifted subs, the bits, and the tips, and the follows, and most importantly, hey, thank you so much for being here. Sorry, I'm not really going to talk too much anymore because I'm so tired and spent, but hey, my voice is fine. But now I'm going to make some dinner. So yeah, I'm going to do the raid now. And we'll talk to you again most likely on Wednesday. Take care and peace out. Hey, chicken, thank you so much. Goodbye.